Chapter 862. This doesn't look like a treasure, does it? It's very ordinary, but the material is very special. Why did the ancient expert hold on to it before he died? Tianchen picked up the inner armor and looked at it for a while. The other two soul slaves were also puzzled. They looked at it for a while and said doubtfully, "It really doesn't look like a treasure. There's nothing special about it. God damn it, is this fire god battle armor really an ancient treasure?" Tianchen and the two soul slaves didn't know what it was. Yi Qinghan took a look and saw it clearly. There were 3 treasures in his treasure room that had the same pattern as this inner armor, and the material was also very similar. From the looks of it, his 2 fire god bracers and 1 fire god leg guards were very likely to be a set with this inner armor. "Wait here, I'll be right back," Yi Qinghan said and flashed into the War Emperor Palace. He went straight to the treasure room and opened his hands. 2 arm guards and a leg guard appeared in his hands. The arm guard was obtained in the divine city of the Fire Dragon continent, the leg guard was obtained in the baleful Yin stream, and the leg guard was brought back by a supreme expert who was at the end of his lifespan in Gu Yang's hometown. Originally, Yi Qinghan had almost forgotten about these 3 treasures. But the appearance of this inner armor today made Yi Qinghan attach great importance to it. A supreme cultivator from the ancient times who could use such a powerful spirit beast to guard the door and a supreme cultivator who could possess a transcendent grade divine artifact was still holding on to this inner armor at the moment of his death. It could be seen that this inner armor was definitely a treasure. A great treasure. Yi Qinghan compared it carefully and found that the inner armor and the leg guard were made of the same material. The patterns on them were also the same. They were a set. Still no changes. There's nothing strange. Do I have to gather the remaining leg guard and helmet for it to be effective? Yi Qinghan put the items together, but there were still no changes. He secretly felt that it was a pity. It seemed that he would have to find a way to collect the remaining 2 parts. Perhaps it would really be a heaven-defying battle armor. Since he couldn't find anything, Yi Qinghan didn't want to waste his time on the fire god's battle armor. He just made a mental note to pay more attention to the fire god's battle armor. Yi Qinghan sent a voice transmission to the ladies to inform them that he was safe. Then, Yi Qinghan went out in a flash and continued to search the cave with Tianchen and the other 2. He had almost dug 3 feet into the ground, but in the end, he did not find anything. After the 4 of them searched 3 or 4 times, they finally announced the end of this treasure hunt. Yi Qinghan was worried that Li He and the others would be so worried. He was also worried that Lord Devour had arrived and it would be a false alarm. He hurried to bring the other 3 out. Li He Trio's spiritual consciousness was obstructed, but Yi Qinghan's group of 4 walked out of the cave with ease. After the 4 of them appeared, Li He and the other 2 wore expressions of excitement and astonishment, as though they were suspecting that their eyes were playing tricks on them. "It's really you. Brother Yi, my venerable and Lord Diao are not here yet. How did you get out?" While Li He was pleasantly surprised, he was also very confused. He scanned the surroundings with his spiritual consciousness and did not find anything. He asked again, "Did Lord Diao save you?" "No." Yi Qinghan also had a lingering fear. He thought that it was really dangerous this time. He immediately said, "Big brother Li He, Lord Yu, did you send a message to your venerable? Ask them now. If they are here, let them go back. Also, ask if my lord is here too." Yi Qinghan wasn't sure if Lord Devour was on the way. He could only let the 2 of them ask. If he was on the way, he would send a message. That would be more appropriate. Li He and Yu Piao nodded and immediately sent a message. The reply was very fast. In the end, Li He and Yu Piao were stunned. Lord Devour did not let the 2 of them come. Moreover, they found out that Lord Devour had never left the soul-devouring manor. "Brother Yi, how did you get out of danger?" Lord Wu seemed to know that you could get out of danger and did not come. Did Lord Devour give you an awesome treasure? Li He thought that Lord Devour did not come, but Yi Qing Han escaped. It was obvious that Lord Devour gave Yi Qing Han a treasure. Otherwise, how could he get out of danger? Something like that. I used a treasure to kill this monster and obtained a saber and an inner armor. Yi Qing Han did not know how to explain and was prepared to fool around. Now that Li He mentioned it, he immediately answered. He thought to himself, did Lord Devour predict that I could get out of danger, or was he cold-blooded and did not want to save me? Then, he took out the fire god inner armor and handed it to Li He. He asked, Big Brother Li, do you know what this is? I got it from the cave mansion. Help me take a look. Li He looked at it carefully, and then he even used his divine sense and divine power to check, but he found nothing. He shook his head and said, this material is from the primordial age, but there is no artifact soul inside. Although the defense is not bad, it is not very useful, not a good treasure. Yu Piao and Wind Emperor also checked it and thought the same. Yi Qing Han thought that he should let Lord Devour have a look when he went to see her. Maybe she would know something. Yes, I also got a saber. I guess it is a supreme divine weapon, but I did not dare to take it out. This saber seemed to have an unknown power that I could not control. Yi Qing Han told them about the saber. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to share it with Li He and Yu Piao. After all, he had risked his life to get it. He could not share it with a saber. Supreme divine weapon. Ha! Brother Yi, this is a blessing in disguise. Congrats, congrats. Li He and Yu Piao revealed envious expressions. Since Yi Qing Han did not take it out, they would not be stupid enough to ask to see it. This spirit beast was killed by Yi Qing Han. Even if there were a bunch of treasures inside, they would not want to have a share. Big Brother Li He, Lord Yu, I hope you will not tell my wives, Miss Shui Miss Ling and the others about this dangerous encounter. I am afraid they will be worried. Yi Qing Han explained and then dived up with the others. This time, they were not in the mood to look for treasures. They dived directly to the sea surface. It took them only an hour to reach the sea surface. Damn it. Let's go to that island. I will tear down the Pirate King's lair. I can't take this lying down. Once they entered the dragon boat, Li He's face darkened. His entire body exuded a murderous aura as he spoke to Yi Qing Han. Of course, Yi Qing Han knew that he had been tricked by the Pirate King's leader. However, he shook his head and said, we are not going. Let's go straight to Peach Blossom Island. By the time we get there, it will probably be a deserted island. They are not fools. Although Yi Qing Han hated this cunning god bandit leader, his killing intent was not strong. If not for this god bandit leader, Jiang Yi might not have been sure that the white cotton in his mind was the power source. He would not have alerted the Battle Emperor. Of course, he would not have known how to use this power source. He would not have gotten the transcendent grade divine artifact and would not have known that this fire god battle armor was actually a cardinal treasure. Speaking of which, he had to thank Su Longxiang. Chapter 863. Yu Piao chimed in and said, City Lordly, there is no need to go. They know that we are stronger than them. Even if we are not, once the god bandit's lair is discovered, they will immediately move. The dragon boat moved forward at full speed. After traveling for 2 days, Yi Qing Han released the people from Battle Imperial Hall. Once the girls were released, they started to chatter non-stop. Li He and Yu Piao did not reply. Yi Qing Han also casually said a few words. He said that under Su Longxiang's lead, they killed a spirit beast, obtained 1 or 2 treasures, and so on. 10 days later, the dragon boat finally neared a super large island. Yi Qing Han, Yi Qingwu, and Yi Qinghan looked at the approaching Peach Blossom Island and started to get excited. Yi Qingniu also had tears in his eyes. They had not seen Yi Sihan for a long time, and Yi Qinghan had not seen her since he was born. Everyone bring 5 guards into the island. This Peach Blossom Island used to be the largest god bandit group in the South Sea. There are many formidable martial artists under them. I reckon that there are even more of them now. Brother Yi, Lady Shui Lady Ling, remember, do not be rash. As long as you do not violate the island's rules, the Peach Blossom supremacy is still reasonable. After Li He gave his instructions, the 3 of them kept their subordinates and flew towards Peach Blossom Island with a group of more than 10 people. Peach Blossom Island was not like a paradise, the scenery was average. The construction was similar to that of the floating continent, it was mainly built with limestone. Furthermore, the construction was very compact. After Yi Qinghan and the group entered the island, they flew for a while before they saw a small city. The heaven and earth essence energy on Peach Blossom Island was very dense. It was even denser than Flying Snow Island and at least 3 times denser than the average place in the floating continent. Before Yi Qinghan and the group entered the island, they had already paid divine stones. They did not expect that they would have to pay divine stones again to enter a small city. It looked like Peach Blossom Island was a group of god bandits. The rumors were not wrong. After entering the small city, Xiaoqian discovered that the population of this Peach Blossom Island was really high. The wide streets were filled with people and carriages. Furthermore, the city was actually not empty, there were many cultivators flying in the sky. Yi Qinghan asked Wu Shan to ask around, and it didn't take him long to find out. Peach Blossom Island had 108 small cities, 12 large cities, and 1 main city. Not long after he went to Wu Mountain, he even bought a map of the island. Yi Qinghan thought to himself that it was the right decision to bring Wu Shan along. He handled these trivial matters well. Needless to say, Yi Qinghan guessed that Yi Sihan was definitely in the main city because the Peach Blossom Venerable was in the main city. His daughter was about to choose a husband and would definitely not go out, so Yi Sihan could only be in the main city. For the sake of not taking the wrong path, Yi Qinghan once again sent Wu Shan to investigate and find out more about Yi Sihan, Yi Tianlong, and Yu Shishui. He had thought that it would be difficult, but in the end, he was able to find out about it easily. City Lord, young master is in the main city. That Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui you mentioned aren't that famous, but young master is quite famous on Peach Blossom Island. Wu Shan ran over and said with a smile. Before Yi Qinghan came to the island, he had instructed his subordinates to all change the way they addressed him. Don't call him master or young master. Why was it better to call him city lord when he was going to see his son? Now that he heard Wu Shan's words, he was incomparably shocked. Yi Qinggu, who was beside him, also nervously grabbed onto Yi Qinghan's robes and looked at Wu Shan, waiting for his explanation. Ha! Young master was accepted as an in-name disciple by the Peach Blossom Venerable a few months ago. How could the people on Peach Blossom Island not know about him? The Peach Blossom Venerable doesn't have many disciples, only 3. Although he has many in-name disciples, he is still quite famous on Peach Blossom Island. Wu Shan's eyebrows were full of joy. This young master was quite good, to actually become the Peach Blossom Venerable's in-name disciple. Like father like son. Oh, however, Yi Qinghan wasn't happy at all. Instead, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. According to Lord Devour's information, Yi Sihan had been on Peach Blossom Island for quite some time. Why did he only become an apprentice now? It seemed like he wanted to marry the little princess, but he didn't have anything to rely on. He could only think of a way to become an apprentice and increase his status. Only then would he be qualified to compete with the young masters of the famous sects. Yi Qinghan could imagine that Yi Sihan, who wasn't very powerful and had no background, wanted to become a toad trying to eat a swan's meat. He was distressed and thought of thousands of ways, but in the end, he could only think of a way to get closer to the Peach Blossom Venerable. This child had really suffered. As a father, he was really a failure. Without stopping at the small city, Yi Qinghan directly led his people out of the city. They went straight out of the city according to the location on the map. In the end, once they left the city, they encountered something that made them feel very helpless. They had to collect divine stones to leave the city. Along the way, they didn't dare to enter the city anymore. When they saw a city, they immediately flew away. It wasn't that they couldn't bear to part with the divine stones, but it was very troublesome and made them very uncomfortable. After flying for half a day, the sky was completely dark. Only then did they see a huge majestic city in front of them. Although Yinling, and the others were there, which slowed them down a lot, they could still see that this Peach Blossom Island was incomparably huge. 100 million divine stones per person. Yi Qinghan was still looking at the three big words, Peach Blossom City, on the city wall when the guard's voice came from the city gate, causing everyone to frown. Motherf ***. Did the Peach Blossom Venerable open a black city? 100 million divine stones per person to enter the city. This was daylight robbery, give it to him. Before entering the city, Yi Qinghan was already very uncomfortable with the Peach Blossom Venerable. Even if he wasn't the one who gave the order to collect divine stones, like leader, like subordinates. If the Peach Blossom Venerable wasn't a greedy person, he definitely wouldn't let his subordinates mess around like this. After entering the city, they saw that there were even more people in Peach Blossom Island. The buildings were also more imposing, and the design of the city was similar to that of Beacon Smoke Prefecture. It was clearly built according to the specifications of a prefecture city. After asking Wu Shan to inquire about Yi Xihan's whereabouts, Yi Qinghan and the others walked to the plaza and checked in at a very high-class restaurant, Minghua Court, next to the plaza. Minghua Court's fees were very high, but Yi Qinghan was already numb to it. The people in this godforsaken place were all vampires. Li Shui, and Yinling were here to have fun, so of course he wouldn't let them pay for their divine stones. Anyway, he didn't lack divine stones, so he could just treat it as feeding the dogs. Wu Shan returned very quickly. Before Yi Qinghan could say anything, Yi Qingwu and the others immediately surrounded him. Wu Shan didn't even say anything before he started asking all sorts of questions. Don't worry, madams, mayor, I've found out where the young master lives. He's in the southern district, I'll take you to him now. Wu Shan smiled bitterly and cupped his hands at everyone. Fireworks, go rest at Miss Shui's place. Also, tell Master Li Heyu that we're going out for a while. Let's go. Yi Qinghan immediately stood up and gestured to the Wind Emperor. He then hurriedly led the others out. After leaving the Minghua Court, Yi Qinghan and the others immediately took off and flew towards the southern district under Wu Shan's lead. However, Yi Qinghan asked everyone to restrain their aura. They were in someone else's territory, and there were many strong people here. If they were too high profile, they could easily get into trouble. The southern district was very big, and the courtyards near the plaza were all very big. Yi Qinghan was secretly wondering how Yi Xihan and the others had so many divine stones to buy a courtyard, but after flying for a while, he realized that the courtyard in front of them had become very small. After flying for a while longer, the courtyard in front of them had become so small that it couldn't even be considered a courtyard anymore. Wu Shan finally stopped. He turned around and said respectfully, Mayor, he should be in this area. Let's go down. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and the group flew down. The courtyard here was very small, probably only 2 or 3 rooms. There was an empty space in front of them, and all the courtyards were exactly the same. Many of the courtyards had light blue barriers activated, and divine senses couldn't penetrate it at all. Wu Shan, which courtyard? Yi Qinghan scanned with his divine sense and shouted at Wu Shan. It should be called Yi Family Castle. As soon as Wu Shan finished speaking, Yi Qinghan immediately extended his divine sense limitlessly. Finally, a few thousand meters ahead, he saw a courtyard with the words, Yi Family Castle, written on it. Yi Family Castle, it must be, it must be. Yi Qingwu also felt it. Her entire body began to tremble, and her face was already teary. Yu Qingqing's calm face was also incomparably emotional. Yi Qingyu's eyes were glistening with tears. They had watched Yi Sihan grow up. Even Yi Yaorao was affected by the atmosphere, and her expression became unnatural. Whoosh! Yi Qinghan took the lead and dashed forward. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan's footsteps began to hesitate. Yi Qinghan didn't move, Yi Qingwu felt weak all over, and the others didn't dare to move forward first. Yi Qinghan began to slowly walk towards the courtyard. His footsteps were incredibly heavy, and the corners of his eyes were slightly moist. His emotions were also growing more and more emotional. Boom! Suddenly, just as they were about to approach the courtyard, the sound of an energy explosion rang out from within. Then, Yi Qinghan heard Yi Qinghan bellow angrily. Next, a figure flew out of the courtyard's gates, blood wildly spraying from his mouth. His eyes were bulging with rage. It was Yi Qinghan. Azure Ox, are you all right? Azure Ox, don't be rash. Grandpa Azure Ox, don't come in yet. Two familiar voices and a slightly urgent young voice drifted over. Yi Qinghan's mind instantly went blank. The two familiar voices belonged to Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui. Calling Yi Qinghan Grandpa. Who else could it be but Yi Sihan? Boom! In the next second, Yi Qinghan's mind was instantly filled with boundless rage. A strange black saber suddenly appeared in his hand, and his eyes turned blood red. With a furious roar, he actually dashed towards the courtyard in front of him at lightning speed. City Lord, don't be rash. This is Peach Blossom City. Everyone, charge with me. Wu Shan, send a message to Lihe City Lord. The Wind Emperor was shocked. Yi Qinghan was actually so rash. A soul cultivator didn't even use a soul skill. Instead, he used a saber to attack people? Furthermore, he actually dared to use the Slaughter God saber in Peach Blossom City. His figure flickered as he charged towards Yi Qinghan. Chapter 864. Yi Qinghan was halfway there when he heard the Wind Thearka's voice transmission, causing him to be startled awake. This was not the floating continent. He hurriedly kept the Slaughter God blade and replaced it with a soft sword. He did not stop and directly rushed into the courtyard. The courtyard was very small, so only about 10 people could stand in it. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 people standing in the courtyard. They were all dressed in red battle armor, and their bodies glowed with divine power. Yi Qinghan did not look at them. Instead, he locked his gaze on the 3 people at the door of the small hall in front of him. One of them was dressed in black battle armor. His body was skinny, and his old, rigid face was filled with anger. Another was dressed in a white robe. His beauty was still as gentle as water. The last one looked like a 14 or 15-year-old youth. He was dressed in a white robe, and his appearance was unusually handsome. However, his body was a little skinny. His eyes were currently locked onto Yi Qinghan, who had just rushed in. Yi Qinghan and that youth looked at each other. Their bodies trembled at the same time, and their eyes lit up. Yi Qinghan immediately recognized that this youth was Yi Sihan. They looked too alike, just a little more handsome. Yi Sihan had seen pictures of Yi Qinghan since she was young. Although Yi Qinghan's appearance had matured a little, it had not changed much. How could she not recognize him? Time seemed to stop at this moment. Everyone around them seemed to have disappeared. All that was left was this father and son pair that they had met for the first time in decades. A few drops of tears appeared in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He felt an indescribable sourness in his heart. Meanwhile, Yi Sihan's body began to tremble, and a trace of hatred appeared in her eyes. Yi Qinghan could clearly see the hatred in her eyes. Little Han. Yi Tianlong's body also began to tremble slightly. His lips trembled a few times before he finally called out. Yu Shishui's beautiful eyes also lit up, and she began to look outside the door. Where did this little god king come from? Get out! A sudden voice rang out, ruining the atmosphere in the courtyard. Yi Qinghan felt a sense of danger in his heart. His eyes swept to the left and he saw a martial artist in red armor attacking his head with divine power in his hand. Yi Qinghan didn't move. He just coldly snorted and quickly sent a message to Yi Tianlong. He didn't ask anything, just the identity of these people. Xiao. The Wind Emperor rushed over, but without Yi Qinghan's orders, he could only receive the red-armored martial artist's attack with one hand. Bang! An explosion rang out. The Wind Emperor was completely unscathed, but the attacking martial artist bounced back. Xiao! Tian Qin had also arrived with his men. There were only 5 or 6 of them, but each of them was a peak-ranked 6. In an instant, they surrounded the 7 or 8 people in the field. Sihan. The courtyard could no longer hold so many people. Yi Qingguo and the others flew into the courtyard. When they saw Yi Sihan in the main hall, they ignored everything else and flew into the main hall. Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingyu, and Yi Yaorao also followed. Even though there were 7 or 8 red-armored martial artists, their leader was only a 6th rank, 6, so they naturally didn't dare to move. Mother, aunts, Yi Sihan didn't dare to recognize Yi Qinghan, but when she saw Yi Qingguo and the others, she could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart. She directly knelt before them, but she still suppressed her emotions and didn't allow herself to cry. When Yu Qingqing and Yu Shishui saw each other, their faces were also filled with tears. Yi Tianlong's eyes were already brimming with tears, but he still looked outside worriedly. The red-armored martial artists realized that something was wrong. There weren't many people in this group, but the light in their eyes made it seem as if they were dead people. The war god was a little anxious. He quickly sent a message, then said to the Wind Emperor, "Who are you?" "We are from the Flying Snow Island. You dare to attack us? Our young master is in the city. Are you tired of living?" Yi Qinghan and Yi Tianlong didn't receive any useful information through the transmission. They only said that these people had suddenly barged in and ridiculed Yi Sihan, telling her to withdraw from the betrothal contest, or else she wouldn't even know how she died. When Yi Qinghan heard this, he was infuriated. The hatred in Yi Sihan's eyes was very obvious, and it deeply touched him. When he heard this person's clamor, he became even more enraged. He waved his hand and angrily said to the Wind Emperor, "Take them all down." Boss. When the Wind Emperor saw that Yi Qinghan and Yi Tianlong had communicated for a while, he thought that Yi Qinghan had figured out the situation, so he didn't hold back. He opened his god's domain, and his power pressed down. At the same time, the 6 grade 6 war gods also pressed down. Their figures flickered a few times, and a few of the 7 or 8 red-clothed experts were instantly sent flying. The war god could only last a few rounds under the Wind Emperor's suppression before his divine crystal was sealed away by the Wind Emperor. "Throw them all outside. Tian Qin, send some people to keep an eye on them. You guys stand guard outside. Wind Emperor, come in with me." Yi Qinghan calmly waved his hand. Today, he had acted very domineeringly and arrogantly, as if he wanted to show off in front of his son. "Yes, City Lord." Tian Chen and the others gave a low roar, then decisively carried a few people out. The sudden reversal of the situation outside stunned Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui. Even Yi Sihan turned to stare at Yi Qinghan in astonishment. When Tian Chen and the others respectfully called out, City Lord, the three of them were even more shocked. They stared at Yi Qinghan, who was striding in a daze. Grandson Yi Qinghan pays his respects to grandfather and senior Shishui. Yi Qinghan bowed to Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui, then turned to look at the skinny youth in front of him. To his surprise, Yi Sihan turned her head to the side. It was obvious that she didn't like Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment. He didn't get angry. Instead, he said in a low voice, "My name is Yi Qinghan. I'm your old man, your father. Perhaps you don't want to acknowledge me as your father, but what cannot be changed is that we share the same blood. What happened all those years ago, don't blame your mother and aunt for being vicious. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being useless. Today, I have come with my sincerity. I want to acknowledge you as my son. I can satisfy any request you have, as long as I can do it." Yi Sihan didn't say anything, nor did she turn around. Her body trembled even more violently, but she still didn't cry. Yi Qinghan felt a wave of helplessness. He knew that anyone would find it hard to accept the sudden appearance of a father. Hua! Yi Qinghan was silent. He wondered why the people of the Flying Snow Island had come to threaten Yi Sihan. Didn't Lord Devour say that he had sent people to protect them? Just as he was about to ask Yi Tianlong about the situation, the sound of something flying came from outside. Then, Tian Chen's transmission arrived. Many warriors had arrived, led by 7th grade war gods. "Stay inside and don't come out." Yi Qinghan's expression darkened. With a wave of his hand, a large golden door appeared in the hole. Instantly, several 6th grade war gods emerged to guard the hole. Only then did Yi Qinghan walk out with the Wind Emperor. Whoosh! Tonight, the southern district was bustling with activity. Countless barriers were activated, and countless warriors flew out, sending their divine senses in this direction. In the distance, 3 groups of people were flying in this direction at high speed. Their auras were overwhelming, and the entire southern district was alarmed. Chapter 865. Bring them along. Tian Chen, you go into the sky. Since they were here to help his son find a husband, Yi Qinghan did not intend to keep a low profile. He ordered Tian Chen to bring his men into the sky. Tian Chen then escorted the warriors in red armor into the sky. The Wind Emperor and Yi Qinghan stood in the courtyard. Both of them released their divine senses and waited for the approaching troops. Yi Qinghan had seen one of the 3 groups of people before. In front of them, there were 3 mighty dragon horse chariots. Nearby, there were dozens of strong martial artists surrounding them. It was a grand display of extravagance and momentum. Yi Qinghan had seen these 3 dragon horse chariots on the Flying Snow Island. They were young Master Fei Li's chariots. The other troop was flying in the sky. They were all wearing gray armor and holding battle axes. Yi Qinghan had seen this kind of attire before. They were the guards of the Peach Blossom Island. However, this troop was flying very slowly, as if they wanted to observe for a while. The last troop was obviously Li He's group. However, Yi Qinghan immediately transmitted his voice to them, telling them not to come over and to observe from afar. Yi Qinghan did not have to worry about the guards of the Peach Blossom Island. Although he had heard that the soldiers of the Peach Blossom Venerable were greedy, they were still reasonable. As long as they were reasonable, there was nothing to be afraid of. As for greed, that was the problem with the divine stones. Chi! The 3 dragon horse chariots stopped in the sky. The warriors surrounding the chariots also lined up. They were surrounded by divine power, their expressions gloomy, and their auras condensed. 2 experts walked down from the 2 chariots next to them. From their auras, Yi Qinghan could tell that they were 7th grade war gods. After the 2 7th grade war gods got off the chariots, they did something strange. They knelt down on one knee toward the chariot in the middle. The dozens of experts beside them also knelt down and shouted, "Welcome, young master." The shouts of the dozens of experts instantly spread throughout the southern district. Even the entire Peach Blossom Island was startled. The cultivators in the nearby courtyards all looked at the carriage in the middle with incomparable shock and envy. Is this the young master of a superclan? Even his entrance is so grand. A beautiful white hand reached out and pulled open the bead curtain in front of the chariot. An incomparably beautiful woman walked out and knelt beside the chariot. She pulled the bead curtain and leaned her head on the front of the chariot. "Get up." Only then did a lazy voice come from within the chariot. Then, an exceptionally handsome young man dressed in luxurious clothing walked out. His eyelids were drooping, and his movements were elegant and indifferent. It was as if everything in front of him was so ordinary, and there was not the slightest bit of pretense. "Young master, please take a seat." One of the experts waved his hand, and a resplendent chair surrounded by clouds appeared in the air, giving off a rainbow-colored light, waiting for the young master to sit down. The maid on the chariot immediately stood up. She handed over a cup of fine wine and a snow-white silk handkerchief. The young cultivators below were both envious and jealous of such a luxurious lifestyle. Young Master Faley elegantly wiped the wine off the corner of his mouth. He did not even look around. Then, he raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Tian Chin. He said indifferently, "Tell Yi Si-han to come out and see me." Of course, young Master Faley knew about Yi Si-han. In fact, he was the one who gave the order tonight. He did not expect that a group of people would actually come out to help this little trash. His words were very clever. He purposely ignored the people in the air and treated Tian Chin and the others as Yi Si-han's servants. Firstly, he could drive a wedge between these people and Yi Si-han. Secondly, he could clearly suppress Yi Si-han in terms of aura. Show off. Humph. Yi Qinghan smiled coldly and transmitted his voice into the carefree pavilion. Instantly, countless experts appeared from inside. Even the 49 demonic beasts flew out. All the experts unleashed their divine power, and their aura covered the sky. The 49 demonic beasts' aura soared into the sky, and their ferocious and terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire Peach Blossom City. Xiao! Ao! The Wind Emperor took the lead and unleashed his aura. He brought dozens of experts and flew into the sky. Then, the 49 demonic beasts also quickly rose into the sky. All the demonic beasts roared at the same time, shaking the entire Peach Blossom City. Countless top experts in the city quickly scanned the area with their divine senses. There were even more people who flew out from their courtyards and inns. Even the Peach Blossom Venerable released his divine sense at this moment and instantly locked onto this side. Countless figures instantly soared into the sky and surged over. Si-han, go up. Don't be afraid. Remember, your status is different now. You are the son of Yi Qinghan. You are the young master of the Fire Dragon City. This young Master Fei Li is nothing. If he wants to fight, just fight with him. Yi Qinghan looked indifferently at the stunned Yi Si-han and shouted in a deep voice. The arrogance in his eyes was obvious. When he saw that Yi Si-han was still somewhat afraid, his expression turned cold and he said angrily, "Do you still want to marry the little princess of Peach Blossom City? If you have stage fright today, you will lose this opportunity forever. Go on. Even if the sky breaks, I will hold it up for you." Yi Si-han looked deeply at Yi Qinghan. Then, she clenched her teeth and stomped her feet before flying out of the courtyard. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and ignored what was happening in the sky. Instead, he started to discuss the details of the marriage contest with Yi Tianlong, as well as the things they had encountered in the past few years. Greetings, young city lord. The Wind Emperor had received Yi Qinghan's voice projection long ago. When he saw Yi Si-han fly over, he immediately knelt on one knee and shouted. What shocked everyone in the city was that the 49 demonic beasts also roared at the sky and knelt down on one knee. Their huge heads were lowered heavily, and their movements were extremely orderly. It was obvious that they were welcoming Yisihan. At this moment, countless experts locked onto the cultivators here with their divine senses. Even the Peach Blossom Venerable in the City Lord's residence was stunned. The Wind Emperor and dozens of experts were not surprised. However, the actions of the 49 demonic beasts were unbelievable. They were indeed demonic beasts. It was easy for an expert to subdue 1 or 2 demonic beasts. However, this was a total of 49 peak-ranked, 6 demonic beasts. Furthermore, they were demonic beasts that looked exactly the same. Even if a venerable wanted to subdue a group of demonic beasts as his subordinates, where would he find so many demonic beasts of the same species and strength? This was too extravagant. Young City Lord. What city's young City Lord? No matter who the City Lord was. However, Yisihan was destined to become famous in Peach Blossom City today. It was very obvious. Yisihan's extravagance had suppressed young Master Fei Li. Furthermore, Fei Li's subordinates addressed him as young master, but Yisihan addressed him as young City Lord. There was a difference between young master and young City Lord or young clan head. Although young Master Fei Li was doted on Feishu Island, he was the successor of the City Lord. The City Lord did not appear, but the young City Lord's extravagance was already so grand. It was obvious that this city was not an ordinary one. Actually, Yisihan was also shocked by this extravagance. However, she pretended to be calm on the surface. She looked at young Master Fei Li for a long time before saying coldly, "What's the matter?" Chapter 866. Let go of my people. Young Master Fei Li's expression did not change. Even though his aura was suppressed, his aura had been nurtured since he was young. He did not lose his composure. His tone was still indifferent, but in his heart, he was secretly cursing the 18 generations of female relatives of the person who collected information on Yisihan. Yisihan was silent. Her face did not show any expression. She seemed to be thinking. Yisihan looked down and sighed. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission over to give some instructions. After receiving Yisihan's transmission, Yisihan raised her head and said coldly, "You are not going to give an explanation." Because he was too nervous, he was stuttering. Fortunately, his expression was cold, so no one could see through his inner thoughts. What explanation do you want? Young Master Fei Li saw that Yisihan seemed to be a bit timid, so he glanced at Yisihan. Then, he glanced at the Peach Blossom Island's guard leader, who was standing in the distance and had yet to come over. The Peach Blossom Island's guard leader pretended not to see young Master Fei Li's gaze. With such a big commotion here, the Peach Blossom Sovereign would definitely know. He didn't dare to move, so he could only wait for the Sovereign's instructions. After being glanced at by young Master Fei Li, Yisihan's heart trembled. She did not know how to reply. Yisihan sighed again. It seemed that this son of his had a low self-esteem and was a bit reserved. It was probably because he was not by his side that he became more introverted. He hurriedly transmitted a message. Yisihan then said, "Everyone, break one of your own arms." Hua! Soft murmurs came from all around, expressing the shock in everyone's hearts. Even though Yisihan had a bit of fame in Peach Blossom City, this fame was only because she was the Peach Blossom Venerable's in-name disciple. However, young Master Fei Li was different. He was the young master of Flying Snow Island, and his name shook the Star Sea. Now that Yisihan had such an attitude, wasn't this clearly humiliating young Master Fei Li? It seemed that today was going to be a lively day. At this moment, the Peach Blossom Venerable did not say anything, and the guards of Peach Blossom Manor did not move. This meant that the Peach Blossom Venerable had tacitly approved of the confrontation between the two. Young Master Flying Snow's face turned slightly red. Those who were familiar with him would know that this prince's mood was terrible. He was on the verge of exploding. Fei Li's side did not have as many people as Yi Qinghan's side, but they had two 7th-grade war gods on their side. In comparison, their strength was almost the same, or even slightly stronger. His subordinates had received a secret message saying that the Peach Blossom Little Princess and Yi Qinghan had been in contact before. They had even searched for treasures together and stayed together for a year and a half. Although Fei Li wasn't sure if the two of them had feelings for each other, he had to be cautious. He decisively sent out a few of his subordinates to force Yi Qinghan out of Peach Blossom Island. Who would have thought that a group of experts would suddenly appear, and Yi Qinghan would even become the young city lord? Yi Qinghan was even more unwilling to give them face now that her people had been captured. If this went on, he would lose all his face. How were they supposed to find a husband without face? After pondering for a moment, he made his decision. He calmly raised his head and received the wine from the maidservant. He once again took a snow-white handkerchief and wiped his face. He turned to look at Yi Qinghan and said, "Are you planning to start a war with my flying snow island?" Yi Qinghan became even more apprehensive. She did not dare to reply. Young Master Fei Li was very smart. He directly mentioned Flying Snow Island and Paragon Flying Snow. Start a war with paragons. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not have the guts to do so. It should be known that the entire South Sea was under the influence of the 3 great paragons. Who would dare to become enemies with them? Who would dare to start a war with them? Sigh. Yi Qinghan slightly frowned. This son of his did not look foolish, but he had not seen much of the world. He was frightened by just a few words. He hurriedly transmitted a message. However, Yi Qinghan was still hesitant. In the end, she clenched her teeth and said, "If you can represent Flying Snow Island, then let's start a war." Hua! This time, not only the nearby small warriors, but the entire Peach Blossom City was shocked. Young Master Fei Li naturally could not represent Paragon Flying Snow. However, since Yi Qinghan said this, it was clear that the power on his side was not afraid of Paragon Flying Snow. Which city's young city lord was this? How could he be so confident? Young Master Fei Li turned silent. He did not dare to reply, but he had no choice but to start a war. He had already said this much. If he did not start a war, not only would he fail in this marriage, he would not be able to raise his head in the entire Star Sea. Xiao! Countless figures shot out from a huge restaurant in the distance. There were close to 100 people, and they were rapidly flying over. Leading the group were 2 7th-grade war gods. Not long after, they flew over and actually cupped their hands towards young Master Fei Li. After that, they silently stood behind young Master Fei Li. This group of people did not come over just now. Now that they rushed over, it was clear that they intended to participate in the war. Young Master Fei Li was not surprised by the arrival of these people. They were originally strong reinforcements that he had roped in previously. The momentum of young Master Fei Li's side completely suppressed Yi Qinghan's side. Young Master Flying Snow indifferently nodded towards the 2 experts who led the group. Only then did he turn around and stared at Yi Qinghan. He revealed a mocking smile and said, "Are you sure you want to start a war?" "Humph. Are you comparing numbers?" Yi Qinghan indifferently smiled and transmitted a message to Li He and Yu Piapiao. At the same time, he waved his hand and kept everyone into the combat Imperial Palace. He then slowly flew up. Li He and Yu Piapiao were originally watching the show from a distance. At this moment, when they received Yi Qinghan's transmission, they immediately used their god energy and rushed over. Yu Piapiao and the others even unfolded their wings and directly revealed the name of the Rain Butterfly Clan. The name of the Rain Butterfly Clan had indeed shocked everyone. The king of the rain butterfly clan was a famous paragon in the deity world. His speed was definitely one of the top amongst paragons. And for Li to fly in front of Upia Piao, it also let everyone know that he was also a subordinate of a paragon. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to fly together with Upia Piao, let alone in front. Greetings, City Master. The moment Yi Qinghan appeared, Wind Emperor immediately led his people to bow and pay their respects. Their attitude was incomparably respectful. Li He and Upia Piao flew over and cupped their hands in greeting too. Instantly, everyone's attention shifted to Yi Qinghan. Big brother Yi, just this good-for-nothing young master wants to start a war with you. Slap him to death. Linger had a pair of 5-colored wings behind her back. She intimately flew towards Yi Qinghan and shouted loudly. It was as if she wished for the world to be in chaos. Li Shubai Air and Little Fireworks also had a fearless look as if they were hoping to watch a good show. The appearance of Li Shubai Air, Linger, and Little Fireworks had brightened the eyes of the nearby warriors. That is the little princess of the Rain Butterfly clan. That one in white is the little princess of the Li clan. That one with horns on his head is probably from the Lei clan of the Misty Continent. It's going to be lively this time. He actually provoked so many big shots. This time, young Master Fei Li won't dare to make a move, right? The king of the Rain Butterfly clan has announced that if anyone dares to touch a single hair on her daughter, she will lead millions of experts of the Rain Butterfly clan to chase him to the nefarious abyss. Show. Lower your voice. The Rain Butterfly clan is nothing. Don't you know Paragon Li Quan's temper? Back then, he only had the strength of a 7th-grade war god, but he already slaughtered everywhere in the Star Sea. The number of experts that have died in his hands is uncountable. Who is this green-robed young divine king? He is actually the city master. Could he be Yi Sihan's father? Divine King Realm Strength. He actually has so many paragon experts as his subordinates. The city instantly became noisy. The people of the Li clan and the Rain Butterfly clan were no strangers to the Star Sea. Both sides were openly helping Yi Qinghan, which made the situation even more complicated. Who are you? The blush on young Master Fei Li's face deepened. The situation was out of his control. He was indeed a young master of the Flying Snow Island, but his status was incomparable to Linger and Li Shuai. He wasn't the only young master on the Flying Snow Island. Of course, he could tell that Yi Qinghan was the leader. Therefore, he looked at Yi Qinghan and asked, "Who am I?" "You don't have the qualifications to know." Yi Qinghan glanced at young Master Fei Li indifferently. His attitude was extremely arrogant and overbearing. He didn't leave any face for young Master Fei Li. Since he had decided to help Yi Sihan gain some face, he was naturally prepared to tear off his own face. Young Master Fei Li's face instantly turned from red to black. He raised the wine cup and was about to smash it down angrily. However, a wave of spatial fluctuations attracted his attention, causing him to stop what he was doing. It also attracted the attention of everyone else. A green figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Since it could teleport, it was needless to say that it was a paragon. But, wasn't there only one paragon in the Peach Blossom Island? This time, it was a woman. Her entire body looked very hazy, but her eyes were dazzlingly bright. She was obviously not the Peach Blossom Paragon. Who was she? You are indeed not qualified to know the name of my young master. The woman glanced at young Master Fei Li indifferently. It was just a glance, but it made the Paragon and young Master Fei Li feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Then, under countless shocked gazes, she cupped her hands towards Yi Qinghan and said respectfully, "Mo Xiao Xiao pays her respects to young Master Yi, pays her respects to young Master Yi." Chapter 867. Mo Xiao Xiao's sudden appearance completely shocked the entire Peach Blossom City. There was no doubt that venerables were awesome. The entire South Sea Islands were shrouded in the might of the three venerables. No one dared to oppose them. However, today, another venerable appeared, and this venerable was someone else's subordinate. Young Master Fei Li's lips turned pale. The current situation was no longer a matter of face. Even if Yi Qinghan's men killed him today, what could his old man do? His family had a venerable, but someone else had a venerable as a subordinate. Without a stronger venerable or sovereign, how could he order them around? My lord, mayor, young master. My young master said that he failed to recognize Mount Tai. He will not meddle in the matter between you and young Master Fei Li again. He will come to apologize in the future. A 7th grade war god behind young Master Fei Li suddenly spoke. This was the powerful reinforcement that young Master Fei Li had recruited. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately prepared to retreat. Mo Xiaoxiao did not speak. Yi Qinghan nodded indifferently, waved his hand at the 7th grade war god, and said, "Go, tell your young master not to stand up for people with bad character. He will get himself into trouble sooner or later." The two 7th grade war gods immediately cupped their hands in obeisance. Their expressions were extremely respectful. Then, without bidding farewell to young Master Fei Li, they flew away with their subordinates. Young Master Fei Li also wanted to leave, but he did not dare to. He knew that if he did not pay something today, he might pay with his life in the end. However, he reckoned that Yi Qinghan would not kill him, but he did not know if Yi Qinghan would save him some face. Li He and Yu Piapiao were shocked when they saw Mo Xiaoxiao. They all knew Mo Xiaoxiao, and Li He had even met her once. She was a very loyal subordinate of Lord Devour, a powerful general. Back then, Lord Devour had instructed her to do what happened in Dancing Phoenix City. However, after that incident, she went to the floating city to admit her guilt. Eventually, she was sent to the first-class baleful Een stream. Unexpectedly, she was released after only a few decades. Moreover, she had broken through to 8th grade. Yi Qinghan was not surprised by Mo Xiaoxiao's appearance, because he had received Mo Xiaoxiao's sound transmission when he was in the yard. Just send him a voice transmission and tell him to do as he pleases. However, he did not expect Mo Xiaoxiao to cause such a huge commotion, nor did he expect her to break through to the venerable realm. It seemed that Mo Xiaoxiao wanted to make the decision herself. Lord Devour had ordered her to help Yi Sihan marry the little princess to make up for Yi Sihan's suffering. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked her to stay here to protect her. Yi Qinghan didn't hold back. It was his habit all along. If he didn't want to make trouble, he would make it bigger. Therefore, he raised his hand and looked at young Master Fei Li. "Do you think you can give me an explanation now?" Oh, young Master Fei Li took the snow-white handkerchief from the handmaiden beside him. This time, he wasn't using it to wipe the wine stains from the corner of his mouth. Instead, he was subconsciously wiping the wine stains from his forehead. His hands were trembling slightly. Yi Qinghan's aura was strong, but when he looked at Yi Qinghan, he felt like he was looking at his old man. Just a glance from her was enough to make him feel a little breathless. "Sir, what kind of explanation do you want?" After a long while, young Master Fei Li finally controlled his emotions and opened his mouth. However, he still accidentally trembled when he spoke. "Let them go." Yi Qinghan turned his head and said to Tianqin. Tianqin waved his hand and directly threw these people over. Young Master Fei Li's subordinates immediately flew out to catch these people. When young Master Fei Li saw this, not only was he not happy, his expression became even more gloomy. "Cut off one of your arms and this matter will end here." As expected, what young Master Fei Li was worried about happened. Yi Qinghan didn't give him any face and directly cut off his arm. If he really cut off his arm today, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in the Star Sea in the future. But, what could he do? Boss. There was another ripple in the air. When they saw who it was, young Master Fei Li's people instantly heaved a sigh of relief. The person who came was wearing a gray lace robe and looked like a middle-aged man. There was a neat long beard on his chin and his face was gentle and refined, giving people a sense of familiarity. "Greetings, Venerable." When the peach blossom guards in the distance saw this person, they immediately flew over and knelt on one knee. Many of the nearby Peach Blossom Islands residents also knelt and bowed respectfully. The main character is here. Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed slightly and a faint smile appeared on his face. He had gone overboard today to lure this person out. However, he didn't go over immediately and only looked at the Peach Blossom Venerable with a faint smile. The Peach Blossom Venerable was full of smiles and didn't pay attention to young Master Fei Li. Instead, he looked at Yi Qinghan and said with a smile, "An esteemed guest has arrived. As the host, I apologize for not going out to greet you. May I know your name?" Yi Qinghan was waiting for this sentence. He hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting, though he transmitted back, "Hehe, Venerable is too polite. I am Yi Qinghan, the Fire Dragon City Master. This time, I have specially come for the matter of my son, Yi Sihan. I have just arrived today and wanted to immediately pay my respects to Sir Venerable. Who would have thought that there would be a small misunderstanding, and I have let this matter go. So it is City Master Yi. City Master Ye's name has spread far and wide. Currently, half of the Star Sea is discussing about the grand event of Fire Dragon City. Now that I have met City Master Yi, the rumors are not as good as meeting face to face. City Master Yi is indeed a dragon among men. How about you give me some face today and let this matter go? Paragon Flying Snow and I have a little friendship." The Peach Blossom Venerable revealed an expression of as expected. The smile on his face became even wider. He then glanced at young Master Fei Li before transmitting over. "All right." Yi Qinghan naturally took advantage of the situation and stepped down. He looked at young Master Fei Li and said, "Today, I will give Paragon face and you can go." Young Master Fei Li relaxed. He hurriedly bowed and thanked the Peach Blossom Venerable. He did not dare to put on an ostentatious show anymore. He kept the three mighty chariots before rapidly flying into the distance. Yi Qinghan gave him face. Furthermore, he mentioned Peach Blossom Venerable by name. The Peach Blossom Venerable was in a good mood. He politely waved his hand towards the crowd. "The few of you have come from afar. Come, let's go to my Peach Blossom little house. Today, I want to have a good drink with everyone. We are just about to pay a visit to Paragon to thank Paragon for taking care of my son these few years." Yi Qinghan lowered his stance. He was here to seek marriage, so he naturally had to give face to his in-laws. The Peach Blossom Venerable did not teleport. Instead, he just brought everyone and flew towards the back of the City Master residence. There was a huge courtyard behind the City Master residence. This courtyard was much bigger than the Dripping Water Pavilion, and the words Peach Blossom Little House were written on it. This made Yi Qinghan and the others feel uncomfortable. The interior of the Peach Blossom Little House was very luxurious. The scenery was exceptionally beautiful. There was also a super large inner lake. Rows of imposing buildings were built around the inner lake. Countless maids were walking back and forth inside. It was comparable to a flourishing large tribe. The Peach Blossom Venerable brought everyone into the largest hall in the middle. Rows of beautiful maids immediately came in and served fragrant tea and all sorts of spirit fruits and snacks. The decorations in the hall were also very luxurious. Many precious treasures were hung on the surrounding walls. The intention of showing off was very obvious. After exchanging some pleasantries, Yi Qinghan had already determined the Peach Blossom Venerable's preferences through his observations along the way. This person was indeed the same as the rumors. He loved treasures, wanted face, and liked to put on a show. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not waste any time. With a flip of his hand, he took out a jade box from his spatial ring and handed it over. He directly stated his intentions. "Venerable, you have taken care of my son for so many years. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Furthermore, I solemnly represent Fire Dragon City to request a marriage alliance with the Peach Blossom Island. My son has always liked your daughter. If Venerable is willing to part with your treasure, Yi Qinghan will definitely repay you generously." Chapter 868. The moment Yi Qinghan spoke, Yi Sihan's eyes lit up. She looked at the Peach Blossom Venerable with hope, her face flushed with excitement. "City Lord Yi, you are too polite. Sihan is a good child. She managed to cultivate to the divine general realm at such a young age. Furthermore, she comprehended the destruction Tao. Her future achievements are limitless. City Lord Yi, like father, like son." The Peach Blossom Venerable didn't reply. He just smiled and turned to Yi Sihan to perform. Yi Sihan became even more excited when she heard that. She thought that the matter was settled and was about to stand up to thank the Peach Blossom Venerable. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan shot her a look and stopped her impulsive actions. Yi Qinghan had heard such polite words many times, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly. As he expected, the Peach Blossom Venerable tossed something to a maidservant. The maidservant took it and immediately turned to enter the inner room. It was obvious that she saw what Yi Qinghan had given her as a greeting gift. Yi Qinghan's greeting gift wasn't expensive. It was just 10 top-notch mutated fruits. Of course, this was only to him. According to Yi Qinghan's understanding, these top-notch mutated fruits could only be found in the Sealed God Valley. The mutated fruits unearthed in the Sealed God Valley were only sold in the floating continent. They rarely spread to the Starry Sea. However, one had once been auctioned in the Starry Sea for a high price of several trillion. Yi Qinghan guessed that the Peach Blossom Venerable would definitely be shocked by his greeting gift. Indeed, after the Peach Blossom Venerable said a bunch of nonsense, his face suddenly flushed, and the smile in his eyes deepened as he looked at Yi Qinghan. However, to Yi Qinghan's disappointment, the Peach Blossom Venerable finally gave an answer after beating around the bush for a long time. "Half a month later, I will hold a marriage ceremony at the Peach Blossom residence. City Lord Yi, you know that almost all the young masters of the Star Sea have come this time. If I agree to this, I will be criticized. Moreover, this is the opinion of my daughter. However, I promise to consider City Lord Ye's suggestion carefully. I also admire Lady Jia Wu very much." Yi Qinghan was not too disappointed. The Peach Blossom Venerable was a master that would not act unless it saw a rabbit, so it would definitely wait for the best offer. Since the betrothal contest was going to be so grand, it definitely wouldn't be settled with just a few words from him and a few mutant fruits. Yi Qinghan already felt very good to be able to get these words. He quickly got up and excused himself. For some reason, Yi Sihan's complexion was very bad. She stood up with heavy footsteps. This answer clearly disappointed her. Yi Qinghan shot the Wind Emperor a look, and the Wind Emperor hurriedly brought him back. This time, they didn't return to the small courtyard in the southern part of the city. Instead, they went straight to Mingyue Pavilion. Yi Qinghan had Wushan book a large suite for them, and only then did he transport Yi Qingwu and the others out. Yi Qinghan's actions were obviously effective. Although Yi Sihan didn't really look at him, the resentment in her eyes had already faded quite a bit. Yi Qinghan and Li Hiu Piapiao sat at the side, lightly drinking wine. The girls, however, were chattering away, asking Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui about things that had happened over the years, as well as the betrothal contest. It's useless, it's useless. The Peach Blossom Venerable will never marry Little Peach Blossom to me. The most important thing is Little Peach Blossom's opinion. Humph. If he cared about little Peach Blossom's opinion, he wouldn't have held this betrothal contest. It's useless. Yi Sihan's words attracted Yi Qinghan's attention, and Yi Qingwu and the others stopped asking questions. They began to worry. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. Yi Qingwu hurriedly asked, "Sihan, what do you mean by that? Tell us, and we'll think of something. What else can we do? Little Peach Blossom and I are clearly in love, but the Peach Blossom Venerable wants to separate us. You've given him such a valuable gift, but this is his answer. He clearly doesn't want little Peach Blossom and I to be together. It's been 3 years. I wonder how little Peach Blossom is doing." After Yi Sihan finished speaking, she lowered her head. No matter how Yi Qingwu asked her, she bit her lip and refused to say another word. Yi Qingwu had no choice but to look worriedly at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He only gave Yi Tianlong a look and excused himself to Li He and Yu Piapiao. Then, the two of them walked into a small hall at the side. After entering the small hall, Yi Qinghan carefully inquired about what had happened to Yi Tianlong over these years. Yi Qinghan's brows were tightly knitted together. He sighed, but there was a faint anger in his heart. After Yi Tianlong and the other two ascended to the divine realm, they were teleported to a small tribe in the heavenly demon residence. After that, they were robbed by a group of powerful god bandits in the Star Sea's inner sea. Everyone in the tribe was captured. The 3 of them weren't strong and couldn't resist. In the end, they were sold as slaves to a treasure-hunting adventurer team in the Star Sea. There were countless myriad god caves in the Star Sea. However, many myriad god caves had all kinds of restrictions and spirit beasts. It was very dangerous. Many treasure-hunting adventurer teams liked to buy low-level martial artists as slaves to search for treasures. They placed memory worms on their bodies and used the slaves' lives to exchange for valuable information. Yi Tianlong and the other 2 were very lucky. This was because Yi Sihan had a special battle beast, the Ghost Eye Beast. It wasn't a high grade, just rank 8. Furthermore, this battle beast didn't have any offensive or defensive abilities. The only special thing about it was that it had 3 eyes. The eye in the middle was very special. It could detect hidden dangers. With this Ghost Eye Beast, the 3 of them narrowly escaped death many times. In the end, they even found a valuable treasure. They were released by the team leader who was in a good mood. The 3 of them started to roam the Star Sea's inner sea and suffered a lot. The turning point of their fate was when they met the little princess of Peach Blossom Island. The little princess was called Peach Blossom. She was very beautiful, very kind, and liked to play. Maybe because of her father's influence, she loved to search for treasures. Yi Sihan relied on this strange beast to become a scout in the little princess's treasure hunting party. After the 3 of them joined the little princess's party, their lives changed a lot. The little princess's powerful guards also guaranteed their safety. The beautiful and kind Peach Blossom naturally attracted Yi Sihan's love. It was just that Yi Sihan had a dull personality and was not good at communicating. In addition to the difference in status, she didn't dare to confess. Actually, young Master Fei Li's information was not accurate. Yi Sihan and Peach Blossom didn't stay together for a year or 2, but more than 10 years. Furthermore, Yi Sihan almost died a few times for the little princess. Yi Sihan risked her life a few times and won the little princess' heart. However, when the little princess returned to Peach Blossom Island and mentioned this matter to the Peach Blossom Venerable, the Peach Blossom Venerable was furious. The Peach Blossom Venerable was furious. He directly locked up the Peach Blossom and announced that he was looking for a groom. Yi Sihan was at the Dark Night Island next to Peach Blossom Island. He wasn't strong enough and couldn't enter Peach Blossom Island. He happily waited for Peach Blossom's news, but he didn't expect that in the end, it was the news of the Star Sea looking for a husband. Yi Sihan sat by the seaside for 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, when Yi Tianlong wasn't paying attention, she sneaked into the sea and stayed at the bottom of the sea for half a year. In the end, she brought back a pile of treasures, among which was a rare ancient scroll. After selling the treasures, Yi Sihan stubbornly went to Peach Blossom Island and used this ancient scroll to ask for a husband. She didn't expect that in the end, she would only get the status of a disciple in name and the right to participate in the looking for a husband. Today, Yi Qinghan caused such a big commotion and even gave out such a huge gift. Yi Sihan thought that she would get a definite answer, but she didn't expect that she would only get a few vague words in the end. Especially the little girl's opinion, that hurt Yi Sihan's heart, which was why she lost her composure. Chapter 869. This Peach Blossom Venerable is really a bastard. How can he auction his daughter's happiness? Yi Qinghan was also vaguely angry. Logically speaking, the Peach Blossom Venerable's daughter should be treated like a treasure. Look at Venerable Li Quan. He could give away half of a prefecture for his daughter. This person's personality has really changed. He's become greedy for treasures. When one's cultivation reached the level of venerable, the origin energy was the greatest treasure. Why would he want these things? This child has suffered too much. I must succeed. I have to pay any price. If I really can't do it, I will do anything. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. His son's happiness was more important than anything. It didn't matter what treasures Yi Qinghan had to pay. If Peach Blossom Venerable was still stubborn, he could only ask Mo Xiaoxiao for help. Yi Qinghan asked Yi Tianlong to go out and comfort Yi Sihan. Yi Qinghan asked Mo Xiaoxiao to come in and discuss with her. Greetings, young master. Mo Xiaoxiao teleported in and smiled at Yi Qinghan. Lord Mo, congratulations on breaking through to Venerable. Also, I haven't had the chance to thank you for dancing Phoenix City. Yi Qinghan stood up and said sincerely. Mo Xiaoxiao still couldn't see her body clearly. Her eyes were frighteningly bright. She smiled and said, Lord Do instructed me to do this. If you want to thank someone, thank him. Yi Qinghan went straight to the point. Lord, I have a presumptuous request. If this betrothal contest fails, I would like to ask Lord Do to help me. I wonder if Lord Do can help me. Sure. Mo Xiaoxiao's answer was very straightforward. It surprised Yi Qinghan. Mo Xiaoxiao's explanation made Yi Qinghan understand. Mo Xiaoxiao smiled and said, Lord Do instructed me to do my best as long as it's young Master Sihan's matter. However, Lord Do instructed me not to help you with your own matter. Also, once young Master Sihan's matter is done, I must return to Soul Devourer Manor. Lord Do's attitude confused Yi Qinghan again. Plus, the incident at the bottom of the sea made Yi Qinghan understand some things. Lord Do doesn't seem to care about me now. But after thinking about it, Lord Do didn't care about me other than that time in Flame Dragon City. If he hadn't reached level 8, Lord Devour would only consider him as a passerby who had a close relationship with Blackie. After discussing some details with Mo Xiaoxiao, Yi Qinghan ignored everything that was happening outside and entered the War Emperor Palace. Only after 15 days did Yi Qinghan come out. Under everyone's hopeful gazes, he didn't say much. He only looked at Yi Sihan solemnly and said, You must remember, even if you lose, don't lose your will. No matter what happens tonight, don't lose your composure and don't let others look down on you. Leave the rest to me. I promise to give you a living peach blossom. Yi Sihan didn't say anything. She just looked at Yi Qinghan with a fiery gaze and nodded heavily. The group flew out of Mingyue Court. Before they even reached the cottage, someone came out to greet them from afar. Today's marriage contest was not held in the main hall, but on the grassy field in front of the main hall. Yi Qinghan, Mo Xiaoxiao, and Yi Sihan sat at the front, and behind them were Li Shui Yi Ling Yi Qingwu, and the others. Today's wedding was obviously not as lively as Li Shui's wedding, but there were many young masters in their prime. Yi Qinghan and his group had obviously become the focus of everyone's attention. Many of them had seen what happened to young Master Fei Li half a month ago with their own eyes. Those who hadn't seen it had heard about it. Many of the young masters present were secretly showing hostility. They clearly saw Yi Xihan as a strong competitor. Of course, there were also countless people looking at Yin Little Smoke, and the others. Their beauty was simply too outstanding. Little Smoke's looks, Yinling's fiery figure, Yu Qingqing's temperament, and Yi Yaorao's cold aura easily attracted countless gazes. Buzz! Peach Blossom Venerable teleported with the little princess. Yi Qinghan saw that this peach blossom was as beautiful as a flower. She was dressed in a green robe and looked eccentric. Her delicate aura made people want to love her. When Yi Xihan saw the peach blossom, she immediately became excited. She stood up and was about to rush over. Yi Qinghan quickly pulled her back. Little Peach Blossom's eyes flickered and swept across everyone's eyes. When her eyes landed on Yi Xihan's side, her body trembled slightly. However, she immediately suppressed it. She lowered her head and stood there quietly. Everyone, my daughter is very active. She runs around in the sea all day. She is about the right age. Therefore, I am thinking of finding a good husband to marry. I want him to take care of her and restrain his temper. Therefore, I am taking the liberty to find a husband. If anyone can move my daughter, you can immediately become this venerable's son-in-law. Peach Blossom Venerable had a smile on his face. He had a scholarly temperament and would occasionally look at the peach blossom. If Yi Qinghan didn't know the inside story, he would really think that Peach Blossom Venerable truly loved his daughter. Peach Blossom Venerable imitated Li Quan Venerable and reported a matchmaking event. However, it was obviously not as lively as Li Shui's coming-of-age ceremony. The young masters weren't as excited as that day. The entire matchmaking event was just like an auction in Yi Qinghan's eyes. The auction item was the little Peach Blossom Princess. Greetings to Peach Blossom Venerable. This humble one is Fire Snake Island's Fire Snake. I offer a Fire Spirit Pearl in hopes of marrying the little princess. This humble one is sincere towards the little princess. I hope Venerable can grant my wish. Greetings to Venerable. I am 3 Kill Island's Chow Chali. I offer 2 ancient secret manuals. I hope Island Lord can grant my wish. I met young Lady Peach Blossom on Dark Night Island within 5 years. I was shocked. Greetings to Venerable. One by one, the young masters stood up and brought their clan's treasures to pay their respects. Peach Blossom Venerable said that if the matchmaking event was unsuccessful, all the treasures would be returned. 1 hour later, the few large tables in front of Peach Blossom Venerable were filled with treasures. The entire matchmaking event had turned into a treasure appraisal event. Peach Blossom Venerable was obviously dissatisfied. The smile on his face didn't diminish, but there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Peach Blossom, who was at the side, lowered her head even more and had a cold expression. Ho! Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. Although the treasures offered by these young masters weren't bad, none of them were truly precious. As long as it was a normal wedding, Yi Qinghan definitely wouldn't do anything stupid. Xihan, go up and propose. With a flip of his hand, Yi Qinghan took out an extremely large jade box and placed it on the table. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. Peach Blossom Venerable's eyes lit up when Yi Qinghan made his move. The young masters present also stared nervously at the huge jade box on the table, trying to guess what kind of treasure it was. Yi Xihan's body trembled as she looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. Under Yi Qinghan's encouraging gaze, she finally picked up the jade box happily and strode forward. Peach Blossom raised her head for the first time and stared at Yi Xihan. Her face was filled with hope and joy. Peach Blossom Venerable's eyes also lit up, but he was looking at the jade box in Yi Si-han's hands. Yi Si-han has come to propose. I am willing to swear to the Divine Emperor that if I am fortunate enough to marry Peach Blossom, I am willing to dote on her, love her, and dote on her for the rest of my life. I am willing to give up everything for her, including my life. Yi Si-han didn't mention what treasure she was offering. Instead, she knelt down on one knee and smiled at Peach Blossom. She actually made a Divine Emperor's oath. Her young voice rang out, shocking everyone, including Peach Blossom Venerable. Little Peach Blossom's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Her eyes sparkled with tears, creating a different kind of beauty. After making the oath, Yi Si-han raised the jade box in her hand high and stared coldly at Peach Blossom Venerable. My proposal gift is a supreme divine weapon. The Dragon Source Saber. Gasps could be heard in the surroundings. Even the Peach Blossom Venerable was in disbelief. He knew that Yi Si-han would make a move today, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Even he didn't have a supreme divine weapon. The pile of treasures on the table was nothing compared to this transcendent grade divine artifact. All the young masters' faces turned gloomy. They knew that the marriage contest today had failed. This was simply incomparable. At the same time, countless people looked at Yi Si-han and secretly admired him. For his son's marriage, he actually took out a priceless treasure. However, was it worth it? It was worth it. Yi Si-han looked at Peach Blossom and the smile on Yi Si-han's face. He looked at Peach Blossom Venerable's confident gaze. He laughed in his heart. To him, the happiness of his family was more important than anything else. If the War Imperial Palace could give it away, he would have given it to them. Even without this supreme divine weapon, Yi Si-han had originally planned to take out the Slaughter God's saber. Buzz! Peach Blossom Venerable immediately opened the jade box, and a dazzling radiance shone out. A strange beast's roar could be heard, and a greenish-black battle saber flew out and was caught by Peach Blossom Venerable. Peach Blossom Venerable was excited as he laughed and looked at Yi Si-han. City Lord Yi, your heroism is truly shocking. The atmosphere became strange. Yi Si-han walked back with an excited expression, and Peach Blossom no longer lowered his head. The young masters behind him didn't continue to present their treasures. They had already taken out their supreme divine weapons. What else was there to present? Yi Si-han smiled at Peach Blossom Venerable and didn't pay too much attention to it. His mood was completely relaxed. It seemed like there was no more suspense this time. Swish! Just as Yi Si-han was waiting for Peach Blossom Venerable to speak, countless war chariots flew over from the sky. These war chariots were much bigger than young Master Fei Li's. The one pulling the chariot was a strange beast that looked like a flaming lion. Its violent aura was comparable to Yi Si-han's peak-tier rank, 6 demonic beasts. Before it even flew over, everyone was alarmed. Fiery Lion War Chariot. Someone from the Supreme Island actually came. The Supreme Island has been sealed for millions of years. Someone actually came into the world. Is this the prince from the Supreme Island? Peach Blossom Venerable's smile became even wider. He put the saber in his hand into the jade box and flew into the sky. He laughed and said, I wonder which prince has arrived. Peach Blossom Venerable, please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. 20 martial artists flew out of the war chariot. They were all 7th grade war gods, and there were even 5 peak-tier rank, 7 martial artists. An extremely handsome young master wearing the war god robe flew out of the war chariot in the center. He laughed and said, Uncle Peach Blossom Venerable, you are too kind. Li Tian risked his life to leave the island this time just for little sister Peach Blossom. My father said that as long as we become in-laws, he will introduce you to the sovereign and help you fight for the opportunity to enter the nefarious abyss. I hope you can give my father some face and give me a chance. As soon as the young master in the war god robe finished his words, everyone present was in an uproar. The expressions on countless people's faces became extremely interesting. Peach Blossom Venerable's eyes even brightened up, and he became spirited. He even put the jade box in his hand behind his back. Is this gift very important? Yi Qinghan's expression darkened, and he transmitted his voice to Mo Xiao Xiao. Very, much more important than yours. Mo Xiao Xiao's expression also became serious. He looked at Li Tian in the sky and transmitted his voice to explain. Among the 8 sovereigns, 5 of them broke through to the 9th grade in the nefarious abyss. Yi Qinghan's expression completely darkened. He was silent for a moment, then transmitted his voice to Mo Xiao Xiao, Motherf ****. Prepare to snatch her. Chapter 870. Transcendent grade artifacts were very precious. Among the treasures that Yi Qinghan knew, they were considered the best. But in the face of the huge temptation of breaking through to rank 9, they were not worth mentioning. This could be seen from the shock on the faces of many young masters and the fire in the eyes of the Peach Blossom Venerable. Rank 9. This temptation was fatal to all venerables. If breaking through from rank 7 to rank 8 was like transforming into a dragon, then breaking through from rank 8 to rank 9 was like transforming from a chicken to a phoenix. Yi Qinghan glanced at the ashen-faced Yi Sihan, then looked at the sad Peach Blossom in the distance. He was extremely angry. He looked at Mo Xiao Xiao, then started to transmit his voice to the people behind him, telling them about his plan. As a precaution, he prepared a path of no return, snatch them. When he saw the expression on the Peach Blossom's face towards Yi Sihan, he was even more certain of this plan. If there was no other way, he would take everyone into the War Imperial Palace, snatch the Peach Blossom, and let Mo Xiao Xiao teleport him away. As long as they teleported a certain distance, Yi Qinghan and Mo Xiao Xiao would both enter the War Imperial Palace. Even the Peach Blossom Venerable would not be able to do anything then. Finally, he would think of a way to slowly escape back to the ethereal continent. As long as he returned to the ethereal continent, he reckoned that the Peach Blossom Venerable and the people from the Galaxy Sea would not have the guts to snatch people from the ethereal continent. Of course, this plan would not be carried out until the very last moment. If it was carried out, then his plan to go to Soul Emperor Island and Flaming Dragon Island would come to a halt. After all, under the fury of the Peach Blossom Venerable and the Supreme Island, it would be difficult to move an inch in the Galaxy Sea. The Peach Blossom Venerable might not be very powerful, but the Supreme Island was extremely powerful. The Island Lord of the Supreme Island had 2 identities. The first was the Star Monarch, and the second was the Pavilion Master of the War God Pavilion. Any one of these identities was enough to scare people to death. The Star Monarch was obviously a rank 9. The power of the Pavilion Master of the War God Pavilion went without saying. He was the undisputed number 1 person in the entire Divine Realm. Although the purpose of the War God Pavilion was to exterminate demons and protect the Divine Realm. In the past million years, he had never heard of anyone from the Battle God Pavilion using the power of the Battle God Pavilion to suppress the powers of the Divine Realm. However, Yi Qinghan was very clear that what he saw on the surface was never the truth. He could tell from Supremacy Evil Moon and His Highness Li Tian. Even if the Pavilion Master of the Battle God Pavilion was a saint and impartial, who could guarantee that his subordinates would have the same sentiments? The Fire Lion War Chariot was still floating in the sky, but the Peach Blossom Venerable teleported back. His Highness Li Tian, who was wearing the War God's robe, also flew down under the protection of 27th grade War Gods. Under the respectful greetings of the young masters, he calmly sat down. His words and expression didn't have a sense of superiority, but it was this indifferent expression that clearly expressed a sense of superiority. Yi Qinghan glanced at Yi Sihan, who was lowering her head and blushing. He sent a voice transmission, "Sihan, is there anything special about peach blossoms? Why are people from the Supreme Island here?" Peach blossoms. Peach blossoms awakened the bloodline of the water god 3 years ago. Yi Si-han looked up at Yi Ching-han and sent a voice transmission with a bitter expression. 10 clans of the ancient gods. Yi Ching-han was shocked. Another spiritual body of heaven and earth. No wonder the Supreme Island, which had been sealed for 1,000,000 years, specially sent someone to the world today. The bloodlines of the 10 clans of the ancient gods were very special. Young girls were especially precious. Little Firework had the bloodline of the thunder god. According to Yi Ching-han's understanding, if Firework took her first time, not only would it be easier for her to break through her bottleneck, but her body would also have the opportunity to possess the power of the thunder god. Needless to say, the might of the thunder god's protection and the thunder god's wrath were not needed. In the baleful Yin stream, countless people wanted to catch Firework. Yi Ching-han scanned Li Tian with his divine sense. As expected, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the divine king realm. He probably had his eyes on Peach Blossoms, who had the bloodline of the water god. The Peach Blossom Venerable sat at the head of the table. He didn't seem to be in high spirits. Instead, he was having a hard time choosing. It was obvious that Yi Si-han and Li Tian were giving him a headache. If he chose one, he would definitely offend the other. Furthermore, one had a treasure that he had desired for a long time, while the other had an opportunity that could allow him to break through to the 9th stage. In the end, he waved his hand and started asking his subordinates to return the treasures that the young dukes had sent over. The young dukes who had their treasures returned weren't very disappointed. They didn't have any intention of resisting the Supreme Island. Instead, they looked at Yi Ching-han's side gloatingly. Relatively speaking, Yi Ching-han was an outsider. Of course, they didn't want the benefits to flow out. In the end, only Yi Ching-han's jade box was left on the table. Everyone looked at the Peach Blossom Venerable, waiting for his decision. Yi Si-han and Peach Blossom didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They looked at the Peach Blossom Venerable nervously. Sigh. After a long while, the Peach Blossom Venerable sighed softly. He then turned to look at Yi Ching-han. When the people on Yi Ching-han's side saw this, they knew it was going to be bad. As expected. The Peach Blossom Venerable picked up the jade box in his hand and said apologetically, "City Lord Yi, thank you very much for your love for my daughter. Unfortunately, we aren't fated to become in-laws. My daughter just sent me a voice transmission and told me that she has made a choice. I'm really sorry, shameless." Yi Ching-han cursed in his heart. Whose side was Peach Blossom's heart on? Everyone present wasn't blind. They could easily tell, but this Peach Blossom Venerable was lying through his teeth. Shameless. As soon as Yi Ching-han sighed in his heart, he heard an even more sorrowful and angry roar. Yi Si-han, who was at the side, slammed the table and stood up. She pointed at the Peach Blossom Venerable. Although her body was trembling from nervousness, her expression was unusually determined. Peach Blossom Venerable, do you know that you're really shameless? If you have the guts, unseal Peach Blossom's mute acupoint and let her tell everyone who she likes. If you dare to unseal it and Peach Blossom says that she doesn't like me, I, Yi Si-han, will immediately self-destruct. Do you dare? As Yi Si-han spoke, her body didn't tremble as much anymore. Her words also became more sonorous and forceful. There was a trace of mockery and a trace of madness in her eyes. Her spine also straightened at this moment like a sharp sword that pierced the heavens. Everyone was silent as they looked at Yi Si-han, who suddenly exploded. Their expressions were extremely rich. This little divine general actually dared to point at a venerable and scold him. She even dared to use her own life to force the Peach Blossom Venerable. Some people didn't show it on their faces, but they were filled with admiration in their hearts. Even His Highness Li Tian, who had been calmly playing with the teacup in his hand, turned his head and looked over with interest. Peach Blossom's face was glistening with tears as she looked at Yi Si-han and shook her head continuously. The Peach Blossom Venerable's expression darkened after Yi Si-han's sudden actions, but he didn't know how to reply. Good. This is my son. Yi Si-han didn't stop her. Instead, his eyes lit up as he shouted. At the same time, he stood up and clapped his hands. Ever since he met Yi Si-han, the impression that Yi Si-han gave him was that she was weak, introverted, and had low self-esteem. This made him very disappointed, but he didn't blame her. He was very clear that Yi Si-han's personality was formed because of them. A 12-year-old youth was at the age where he needed the love of his parents, but he watched his mother leave before he resolutely went into seclusion for 8 years. It would be strange if he wasn't introverted. After drifting in the God realm for so many years without anyone to rely on and being bullied by others, it was very normal for him to feel weak and inferior. However, today, Yi Si-han's outburst completely stimulated the trace of aggressiveness in his blood. That trace of madness was the same as Yi Si-han's bones. Yi Si-han was very excited, and his face was brimming with pride. This was his son, his son. He had guts. Chapter 871. Venerable One, please forgive my son's offense. However, there are some things that I have to say. Yi Si-han patted Yi Si-han's shoulder and asked him to sit down. If this silly kid continued to be impulsive, he would really have no choice but to snatch her away. He smiled at the Peach Blossom Venerable One and said, "To me, the happiness of my family is more important than anything else. I only have one transcendent artifact, and I risked my life to obtain it. Of course, it's very important to me, but I took it out without hesitation." Why? Yi Si-han smiled faintly and ignored everyone's gazes. He only looked at the Peach Blossom Venerable One and continued, "You have already reached the Venerable Realm and can look down on the entire South Sea of Stars. If you have cultivated to such a high realm, you must understand that the most important things for a martialist are the comprehension of laws and your heart. Everything else is fleeting. If you use your daughter's happiness to exchange for an elusive opportunity, even if you have the chance to break through to grade 9 in the future and stand proudly at the peak, your daughter will not acknowledge you. Everyone will think that you are a heartless person. What's the point of living then? I am considered a junior to you. Of course, I don't dare to teach you a lesson, nor do I have the right to do so. I just want to remind you that you only have one daughter." Although Yi Si-han's words were very tactful, it was only to Yi Si-han. Countless young masters rolled their eyes. Don't dare to teach him a lesson. You are clearly teaching him a lesson. Like father, like son. The Peach Blossom Venerable One's face darkened even more. Anyone who was a venerable would not be in a good mood after being scolded and ridiculed twice in front of hundreds of young masters. Swish! At that moment, the Peach Blossom beside the Peach Blossom Venerable suddenly walked forward, and Yi Si-han, who was beside Yi Si-han, also stood up. The two of them walked to the center of the field, held hands, and knelt before the Peach Blossom Venerable One. The Peach Blossom's face was covered in tears, while Yi Si-han's expression was firm. The two of them kowtowed continuously to the Peach Blossom Venerable One. Peach Blossom's unusual actions caused the surroundings to be in an uproar, and Princely Tian's expression darkened slightly. Yi Si-han, on the other hand, smiled. This was what Yi Si-han had taught Yi Si-han through telepathy. However, he did not dare to relax. His divine sense locked down the surroundings to prevent any accidents from happening. Humph. The Peach Blossom Venerable finally spoke. He snorted coldly, expressing his extreme dissatisfaction. He waved his hand and threw the jade box at Yi Si-han. Then, he looked at Yi Si-han coldly and said, "City Lord Yi, your gift is too precious. I don't dare to accept it. Bring the peach blossoms back, and everyone, let's call off today's marriage contest. See our guest out." The Peach Blossom Venerable's words made Yi Si-han and the Peach Blossom completely panic. Yi Si-han looked at Yi Si-han nervously. Peach Blossom's face was pale as she glared at the Peach Blossom Venerable. Her beautiful eyes were full of resentment and anger. "Wait!" Yi Qinghan put away his saber and shouted. Then, he cupped his hands at the Peach Blossom Venerable and revealed a strange smile. "Venerable, I must marry you today. In the future, when you have thought it through, Yi Qinghan will naturally come and apologize. I'll be taking the peach blossoms away first." Buzz. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, the people behind him suddenly vanished. Then, Yi Sihan and the peach blossoms vanished as well. Just as everyone's expressions changed, Mo Xiaoxiao, who was beside Yi Qinghan, grabbed him, and the two of them vanished as well. Whoosh. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then a riot ensued. No one had thought that Yi Qinghan would be so daring as to steal someone else's daughter in their territory. Such an action was clearly a slap to the Peach Blossom Venerable. It was also a humiliation to the experts of the Starry Sea. "You're going too far. Yi Qinghan, I swear I'm not human if I don't kill you." The Peach Blossom Venerable was completely infuriated. He released his divine sense and easily locked onto Mo Xiaoxiao, who had just teleported to the north of Peach Blossom Island. The quintessence energy in his hand flickered, and he vanished. Humph. Everyone was in an uproar, but they instantly quietened down because of Prince Li Tian's cold grunt. Prince Li Tian was obviously in a bad mood. He was about to succeed today, and he was about to break through to the God Emperor realm. He was about to taste the spiritual body of heaven and earth. But now, his bride had been snatched away. How could he not be angry? He stood up and looked at the young masters present. He said coldly, "Young Master Fei Li, please send a message to your venerable and ask him to help. I, Li Tian, owe him a favor. Young Master Yubuki, please send a message to your venerable, Young Master Yen, Young Master Feng." Young Master Fei Li was the fastest. He immediately took out his message token and sent a message. Yi Qinghan and his son had humiliated him half a month ago. He was obviously excited that he could take his revenge today. The other young masters immediately came to their senses and took out their message tokens to send messages. Yi Qinghan had obviously broken the rules and slapped the faces of all the experts in the Starry Sea. Now that he had a favor from young Master Li Tian, many venerables would definitely give him face. Li Tian quickly communicated with the young masters and the people of Peach Blossom Island. Soon, he found out the identity of Yi Qinghan and his son. He pondered for a moment and took out a golden token. He shouted to everyone present, "Send out my star order. All martial artists in the Starry Sea are to hunt down Yi Qinghan and his son. Those who report their whereabouts will be captured. The Supreme Island will reward anyone who kills them." This. "Your Highness, it's not good to send out the star order. It won't be easy to explain to the Lord." A peak 7th grade war god beside Li Tian reminded him worriedly. Li Tian waved his hand and sneered, "It doesn't matter. Spread my decree. This concerns the reputation of the Xingqian Sea. Even if my father knew about it, he would agree. I'll take responsibility for everything. The ethereal sovereign and the dancing butterfly war god won't dare to cause trouble in the Starry Sea no matter how strong they are. Although the Supreme Island has been sealed for millions of years, not everyone can step on us." Li Tian spoke on behalf of the Supreme Island. All the young masters were excited. This matter wasn't a big deal. But because of what Li Tian did, it escalated to the level between the Starry Sea and the Misty Continent. As a member of the Starry Sea, they naturally hoped to cut Yi Qinghan and his son into 1,000 pieces. A young master suddenly asked, "Your Highness Li Tian, this scoundrel has a spatial divine tool. In addition, he has a supremacy with him. It will be very difficult to catch him. If they escape back to the Misty Continent, it will be troublesome. You don't understand. The space in the starry sea is very unstable. This also causes the parallel space in the starry sea to be very unstable. With the activation of the star order and the movement of so many martial artists, the space will become even more unstable. With so many of them, they can't stay in the spatial divine tool. It will be very easy for them to be forced out of the divine world. Send out the order. Assign a martial artist with spatial laws to every team. When searching, use spatial vibrations. The martial artists in the spatial divine tool will be forced out immediately. Li Tian revealed a cruel smile and said, "So what if they have a supremacy? In the starry sea, supremacies don't dare to teleport too far. Let's see how they escape back to the misty continent. Let's go. Let's return to our respective islands. Activate all the god bandits in the South Sea and search everywhere. Let's see where they can escape to. Let's go. How dare they snatch people in the starry sea? This time, they won't be able to return. There are billions of god bandits in the South Sea of the starry sea. Where can they escape to?" After everything was arranged, countless young masters flew out of Peach Blossom Island. At the same time, the million martial artists on Peach Blossom Island were all mobilized. Countless people flew out of Peach Blossom Island and in all directions. Chapter 872. Several million kilometers to the north of Peach Blossom Island, Paragon Peach Blossom's expression was as black as charcoal. After Mo Xiao Xiao teleported out, he immediately chased after her. However, Mo Xiao Xiao was very smart. She and Yi Qinghan immediately entered the spatial god tool to avoid being detected by his divine sense. Then, they came out again and immediately teleported away. By this time, he had already lost sight of the two of them. Wang! The space by the side trembled. A white figure appeared in the air. Paragon Peach Blossom swept his divine sense before keeping the origin source energy in his hand. He looked at the white-haired old man with slight grief and indignation. "Little Peach Blossom, I've told you not to hold a marriage contest. Just marry your daughter to my grandson. Wouldn't everything be fine then? Look at this." The old man's white hair danced behind him. His face was glowing red. He looked at Paragon Peach Blossom and ridiculed him. Paragon Peach Blossom was so angry that his beard was curling up. He angrily shouted, "Old man flying snow, if you continue to make sarcastic remarks, I'll fall out with you." Paragon Flying Snow did not dare to tease him anymore. But he could not help but smile. "I'm just joking. Don't be angry. Aren't I here to help you? Rest assured, His Highness Li Tian has already issued the star order. The entire South Sea has been stirred. All spatial experts have been mobilized. They can't escape." Wang! Another two ripples appeared in the air. Two paragons appeared. They were willing to do Li Tian a favor. One had to know that the evil abyss was a place that all paragons dreamed of entering. But Supreme Island had been sealed for 1,000,000 years, and they had never had a chance to do so. Now that Supreme Island had sent people over, and even gave them a huge favor, they were naturally moved. Furthermore, it was just chasing after a paragon and a few minor experts. In their eyes, this was an easy task. Paragon Flying Snow saw that everyone had arrived. He lightly coughed and said, "All right, the paragons of the South Sea are all here. Peach Blossom, don't look so black. They will definitely return to Misty Continent. The few of us will spread out a huge net and seal the entire eastern region. As long as they dare to appear, we'll immediately chase after them. As long as they are targeted by the four of us, they will definitely die." The Peach Blossom Venerable and the other two Venerable ones nodded. If Yi Qinghan escaped back to the Misty Continent, there would be nothing they could do. The only way was to kill them in the Sea of Stars. Plow the World received the Star Medallion, and all the martial artists were mobilized. A spatial artifact would definitely not be able to hide people. As long as they locked onto the location, even if they had escaped into the spatial artifact, as long as they guarded that space, they would be forced out sooner or later. Once they were forced out, the four of them would immediately attack, and it would be a dead end for them. What if they do not return to the misty continent? The Peach Blossom Venerable asked. Although he was furious, he did not lose his composure. Humph. It'll be even easier if he doesn't return. Another venerable lord laughed coldly and said, "The entire South Sea has been mobilized. Billions of god bandits have also been mobilized. Their images have all been sent out. If we do not return to the ethereal continent and flee in other directions, we will definitely die. Let's go." The four of them came to a consensus and decided to split up. All of them instant shifted towards the east. At the same time, they released their divine senses and started to search the surroundings. It was not just the four of them. The entire South Sea of the Star Sea was also mobilized. Countless martial artists flew out of the islands, and countless island shields opened up. Countless dragon boats sailed in all directions. At this moment, all the god bandits were no longer god bandits. Someone from the Paragon Island had entered the world and even sent out a supreme star order. At this moment, no god bandit dared to risk the wrath of His Highness Li Tian and continue to kill and rob. All of them started to search for Yi Qinghan and the others. Every team of martial artists was automatically assigned a spatial martial artist. Spatial oscillation was a fundamental profound mystery. It was not an impressive nomological law, but at this moment, it became exceptionally important. At the same time, more than 10 venerables from the East Sea, West Sea, and Internal Sea were rushing over at full speed. Even 2 venerables from the faraway North Sea were rushing towards the South Sea. The god bandits of the East Sea and West Sea were all on the move. Firstly, it was because young Master Li Tian's bounty was sufficient. Secondly, it was because Paragon Island had sent out a star order for the first time in a million years. This was something that the formidable martial artists of the Star Sea had to take seriously. Although the Paragon Island did not say anything, it meant that they approved of Li Tian's actions. Within a few days, the names of Yi Qinghan and his son, as well as Imo Xiaoxiao, spread throughout the entire Star Sea. Billions of god bandits and martial artists started to search for Yi Qinghan and the others in a frenzy. It was just that. After searching for more than a month, Yi Qinghan and the others seemed to have evaporated into thin air. There was no news at all. The entire South Sea of the Star Sea had been turned upside down, but there was still no news. "Kiki, brother Yi, I guess it must be very lively outside." Inside the War Emperor Palace, Li He drank a cup of wine leisurely as he smiled at Yi Qinghan. Yu Piapiao, who was beside him, also grinned and said, "City Lord Yi is too daring. When I first found out about this plan, I was shocked. I thought City Lord Yi was just fooling around. I didn't expect him to really do it. Kiki, let them continue searching. We will stay here for a few years. When they are done searching, we will think of a way to return to the ethereal continent." Yi Qinghan revealed a helpless look. He had no other choice. Otherwise, he would not have dared to take such a risk. At this moment, Mo Xiaoxiao's body was no longer hazy. She revealed a beautiful figure and a beautiful face. Her eyes were the prettiest. She smiled lightly and said, "Kiki, young master, to be honest, if not for the myriad god cave in your War Emperor Palace, I might not have agreed to your plan. The space in the Star Sea cannot be compared to the ethereal continent." Li He and Yu Piapiao nodded. Indeed. Without the magical War Emperor Palace, it would not have been so fast to snatch people. Moreover, it would have been difficult for Mo Xiaoxiao to escape the Peach Blossom Venerable's divine sense. The War Emperor Palace was very magical. As long as Yi Qinghan's divine sense moved, he could enter immediately. There were no spatial fluctuations at all. The speed was faster than teleportation. That was why he could instantly take the peach blossom and the person behind her away in front of the peach blossom venerable. After Mo Xiaoxiao teleported away with Yi Qinghan immediately cooperated with her. The two of them entered the War Imperial Palace and teleported away, removing the peach blossom venerable's divine sense lock on them. After that, it was simple. Under Yi Qinghan's instructions, Mo Xiaoxiao teleported to a place. This place was very ordinary. Among the countless myriad god caves in the Star Sea, Mo Xiaoxiao's destination was the myriad god cave where Yi Qinghan had obtained the transcendent grade divine weapon. There was a very strange restriction in the myriad god cave, that could avoid the probing of divine senses from outside. Back then, Li He, Yu Piao, and the Wind Emperor wanted to probe the situation inside, but they could not. After Mo Xiaoxiao teleported here, she immediately spread her divine sense inside, but she could not probe either. Therefore, they entered the cave abode decisively. That's right. The space in the Star Sea was unstable. There were too many of them. After staying in the War Emperor Palace for a period of time, they would be forced out of the divine realm space due to the vibration of the parallel space. However, in this cave abode, it was fine even if they were forced out. The people outside could not probe the situation inside. Once they were forced out, they could immediately enter the War Emperor Palace. Mo Xiaoxiao's divine sense was very powerful. If anyone entered the cave abode, she would know immediately. With her ability, she could kill ordinary spies in an instant. Therefore, everyone was extremely safe here. Boss. The space of the Combat Emperor Palace trembled again. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and directly brought everyone out of the Combat Emperor Palace. In the Great Hall of the Cavern, several experts and demonic beasts were forced out by the tremors. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and finally said to Mo Xiaoxiao, Lord Mo, this is not a solution. Recently, the search has been intensifying. Do you think we can let them return to the Fire Dragon Continent? Chapter 873. Fire Dragon Continent. Milord's homeland. Do you have a way to return to the Fire Dragon Continent? Mo Xiaoxiao asked with a slight frown. If one wanted to return to the material plane controlled by the floating continent, they had to go through a special teleportation portal in the floating continent. Moreover, the price for each person to go back was sky-high. Of course, many powerhouses had special ways to go back. Yi Qinghan opened the door of the Carefree Pavilion and sent a voice transmission to Elder Lu. He asked him to bring the soul slaves and demonic beasts to the Fire Dragon Continent first, in case they were forced out by the spatial turbulence. Only then did he bring everyone back to the War Imperial Palace. He released a barrier to separate the few people's conversation before explaining, I have a spatial divine item. My lord refined 2 teleportation gates for me, and I've always placed the other gate in the Fire Dragon Continent. Oh. So that's how it is. Milord learned some artifact forging from the Soul Emperor. I'm afraid apart from the other artifact forging supremacy, only Milord has this ability. Mo Xiaoxiao exclaimed in realization. Actually, Yi Qinghan had another idea. He wanted everyone to return to the Fire Dragon Continent through the Carefree Pavilion and then teleport to the Ascension Platform through the Purple Island. After that, they could teleport to the floating continent through the Ascension Platform. If this idea worked, the crisis in front of them would be easily resolved. However, after Yi Qinghan voiced his idea, Mo Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment and shook his head. We can go back to the Fire Dragon Continent, but apart from Li He and Yu Piao, none of you can teleport to the floating continent through the Ascension Platform. The Ascension Platform. You know that it's at the border between the 100 Battles Mansion and the Star Sea, but it's under the control of the Star Sovereign. Needless to say, there are definitely supremacies guarding it. The Ascension Platform has a restriction. No one can hide in the spatial artifact. As long as they control the restriction, I won't be able to teleport. Even if Li He and the others want to go back, they must send a message to Supremacy Li Quan and the others. Otherwise, they won't be able to teleport. Li He and Yu Piao's eyes lit up. They weren't worried about their safety. As long as their names were known, no one would dare to touch them. Although they had come along with Yi Qinghan, they hadn't done anything out of line. However, since they could return easily, they were more than happy to do so. After all, the situation in the Starry Sea was too complicated. Li He looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly and asked Mo Xiao, "Sir, can't you send a message to Senior Diao Wu and ask her to go to the Ascension platform to receive Brother Yi?" "We can send a message. But with my understanding of Milord, she will definitely not come." Mo Xiao shook her head. Then, she turned to look at Yi Qinghan and said, "Little Han, you should know Mistress's temper very well. She won't take action in this matter. After all, it's fine for your subordinates to make a ruckus, but if someone like her makes a move, it might cause a war between the Star Sea and the floating mist continent." Yi Qinghan nodded. He didn't have much contact with Lord Devour, but he knew Lord Devour's temper. Lord Devour had sent Mo Xiao to help Yi Sihan. "According to Lord Devour, I've returned your favor. I don't owe you anything. Why should I care about your life or death?" Yi Qinghan pondered. He guessed that the spatial ring that Lord Devour had given Xiao He was strange. Because that spatial ring had disappeared into Xiao He's body just like the love of the dancing butterfly. Since he couldn't guess Lord Devour's thoughts, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to gamble. He didn't want to lower himself to beg her. He knew that there were two paths in front of him. The first was to return to the Flame Dragon continent and stay there for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Once this matter was settled, he would return to the Immortal Realm through the Ascension platform. Or, he could find a way to return to the Immortal Realm through the space crack. However, that would require a high cultivation level. Of course, he could also find a way to purchase a teleportation formation. The second was to let the others return to the Flame Dragon continent. He would continue to stay in the mysterious Spirit Cave mansion with Wind Emperor and the others. After things had calmed down a little, he would think of a way to escape. The restriction formation in this cave mansion was very strange. Divine senses couldn't detect it from the outside. Even if there were spies, Wind Emperor and the others could kill them easily. Hence, this mysterious Spirit Cave mansion should be safe. Yi Qinghan became silent. Bringing people back to the Flame Dragon continent might be the safest way. However, the gate of the Carefree Pavilion couldn't be kept open this time. Otherwise, if someone found out and followed them in, it would be a catastrophe for the Flame Dragon continent. If he went back, he would have to live a peaceful life for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years in the Flame Dragon continent. Most importantly, the Flame Dragon continent lacked spiritual energy. It was harder to break through in the Flame Dragon continent than to reach the sky. If it was before the battle in the Flame Dragon city, Yi Qinghan wouldn't have hesitated to return to the Flame Dragon continent and live a peaceful life. However, after experiencing so many things, Yi Qinghan understood one truth: if he wanted to live a truly happy life, he must have great strength. If he didn't want his family and clansmen to be hurt, he had to become stronger. So strong that no one dared to be his enemy. Outside the Flame Dragon city, he comprehended the heart of a powerhouse. Now that he had great strength and influence, how could he be willing to go back and live an ordinary life? How could he be willing? "Lord Mo, what do you think?" "What I mean is, how will you leave?" Yi Qinghan knew that Mo Xiao obeyed Lord Shi's orders. Yi Sihan's matter was almost done, and he would probably leave. Of course, it was better to ask and make a decision. "You don't have to worry about how I leave. When you are done with your arrangements, I will leave alone. It'll be hard for me to escape with you, but if I don't, as long as no one from the Supreme Island comes out, no one from the stellar sea can stop me. An 8th grade soul cultivator isn't someone to be trifled with. Mo Xiaoxiao's answer didn't surprise Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan looked at Li He and Yu Piao again and said, Brother Li He, Lord Yu, how will you leave? How about you fly back from the Flame Dragon continent? That's the safest way. All right. Li He and Yu Piao nodded. This was indeed the safest route. Li He looked at Yi Qinghan and seemed to have guessed his thoughts. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother Yi Qinghan, I think you should go to that plane of yours and hide for tens of thousands of years. The lifespan of a divine-level martial artist is so long. The God realm is far too dangerous. Returning to the Flame Dragon plane is indeed safe. Tens of thousands of years aren't long, but if I back down this time, I will never be able to reach my peak in this life. Tens of thousands of years is enough to wear down my spirit. At that time, Yi Qinghan will no longer be Yi Qinghan. So I can't retreat. This is my decision, don't try to persuade me otherwise. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He then waved his hand and retracted his god domain. Only then did he walk towards the girls. He first looked at Peach Blossom and said, Peach Blossom, it's a little hard for you to follow Sihan like this. Moreover, there are pursuers outside. Now, I can let you and Sihan return to my material plane. It's absolutely safe there. As long as the situation here is less tense, or I return to the Misty Continent, I will let you come to the God Realm. Are you willing? If not, I can send you back. Chapter 874. No. I won't go back. No matter where I go, I won't go back. Peach Blossom's mental state had always been bad. After entering the Battle Emperor Palace, she had been in a trance. When she heard Yi Qinghan's words, hatred bloomed in her eyes. Tears flowed out of her eyes. While sobbing, she said, I don't like to search for treasures, and I don't like to run around. I only did this to make my father care more about me. But I was wrong. He only has his treasures in his eyes. Only his strength and influence. Only his everything. He doesn't care about me. Sihan, take me away, to that, material plane. I don't want to go back to the divine world. I don't want to see the sea of stars anymore. When Peach Blossom cried, Yi Sihan panicked again. She quickly coaxed her, okay. I don't want to stay in the divine world anymore. Let's go back to my hometown. I'll take you to every city in our continent. Don't cry, Peach Blossom. Even if your father is gone, you still have me, right? Yi Qinghan immediately made a decision and said decisively, okay, Qingqing, you all go back. Yao Rao, go back too. You all have to prepare the grandest wedding for Sihan and Peach Blossom. When the situation here is more stable, I'll let you all come over. You're not going back. Yu Qingqing was the first to react. She opened her eyes wide and looked over. The rest of the girls also became nervous. Even Yi Sihan and Peach Blossom looked over in confusion. I can go back whenever I want. Why are you all so nervous? I'm not the same as before. With 50 demonic beasts, I can even block an 8th grade venerable. Besides, isn't Lord Mo here? If you all want to come over, you can ask Elder Lu to send me a message. Yi Qinghan told a white lie, but Mo Xiaoxiao didn't expose it. Only then did the girls feel relieved and stop hesitating. However, there was a hint of loneliness in Little Firework's eyes, and a complicated look in Yinling Er's eyes. Li Shui directly asked, Big Brother Yi, is Xiao Hei still in seclusion? I'm leaving. Why won't you come out and see me? Yi Qinghan immediately contacted Xiao Hei with his soul and transmitted his voice to him. Then, he said apologetically, before Xiao Hei went into seclusion, he had said that he would not come out of seclusion until he transformed. Before he went into seclusion, he said that he would immediately go to Pai Kwan's city to propose marriage. How long will that take? Li Shubai frowned slightly, making people feel sorry for her. It won't take long, at most a few thousand years. You have to believe in Darren's ability and Xiao Hei's determination. Actually, Xiao Hei likes to mess around with you, but she still cares a lot about you. Yi Qinghan said sincerely. After the arrangements were made, Yi Qinghan explained the specific arrangements to everyone in detail. Li He and Pia Piao Yu also began to send messages to their supremacies. Half an hour later, Mo Xiaoxiao checked the surroundings and found nothing out of the ordinary. Only then did Yi Qinghan lead everyone out of the Battle Emperor Palace and open the door to Carefree Pavilion, allowing everyone to enter. Big brother Yi, you must be well. I will wait for you in Yen Dragon City. Xiao Fireworks' eyes were filled with love. Even a blind person could see her feelings for Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and said with some embarrassment, "All right, Firework, you must work hard to cultivate when you get back." Yi Qinghan, don't die. You still owe me 2 things. Yin Ling, suddenly transmitted her voice, causing Yi Qinghan to break out in cold sweat. Li He pulled the reluctant Li Shubai, and Xiao Firework, while Pia Piao Yu brought Yin Ling, Saber Emperor Yi Qingniu, and Yi Tianlong into Unfettered Pavilion. Finally, when Yi Qingcheng and the others entered, Yi Sihan, who was holding on to Peach Blossom, suddenly turned around and looked deeply into Yi Qinghan's eyes. Her lips squirmed a few times before she finally said, "Father, take care." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and smiled brightly. After a short while, only Yi Qinghan, Mo Xiaoxiao, and the Wind Emperor were left in the noisy hall. Hee, now that the backup plan has been arranged, I can finally play with them. Yi Qinghan relaxed. Now that his family had been settled, he could finally let go and fight for his life. He transmitted his voice to Elder Lu in Unfettered Pavilion. Not long after, Tian Chen led dozens of 6th-grade war gods and demonic beasts out of the portal. Yi Qinghan signaled to the Wind Emperor. The Wind Emperor immediately led dozens of soul slaves to set up a defense in the Profound Spirit Cave abode. Of course, it was impossible for them to set up a defense. They could only act as spies and hide in every corner of the cave abode. Once a spy entered, they would immediately kill or capture him. 3 demonic beasts were left behind, and the rest of the demonic beasts were sent into the Battle Emperor Palace. Then, the Unfettered Pavilion was completely sealed off. Yi Qinghan then asked Mo Xiaoxiao, "Sir, when are you leaving?" Li He and the others will be attending Sihan's wedding in the Flame Dragon Plane. It will take about a month in the material plane, and half a month here. I'll leave in 10 days. I'll appear in the Star Sea a little earlier than them. This way, they won't attract any attention. Mo Xiaoxiao said after pondering for a moment. This was something that they had already discussed. Yi Qinghan wasn't worried about Li He and the others, but he was afraid that Reverend Peach Blossom would think that they had entered the material plane. At that time, if they found out that Yi Qinghan was from the Flame Dragon Plane, and if an expert tore through space and entered the Flame Dragon Plane, it would bring a world-ending disaster to the Flame Dragon Plane. Mo Xiaoxiao happened to be leaving, so she and Yi Qinghan came up with a plan. They would take Yi Qinghan's 3 demonic beasts and appear in the Star Sea before Li He and the others. Moreover, these 3 demonic beasts were originally going to be sacrificed. This way, Reverend Peach Blossom wouldn't think of Li He and the others at all, and would continue to search the stars. Yi Qinghan and Mo Xiaoxiao stayed in the Profound Spirit Cave abode with peace of mind. However, the Flame Dragon continent was incomparably lively. At the beginning, the entire Flame Dragon continent was frightened. When the Golden Horned God clan descended, a few peak heavenly gods and peak divine generals had frightened the entire Flame Dragon continent. Elder Lu led a group of 6th grade war gods and peak 6th grade demonic beasts and stayed in the Flame Dragon continent for a while. All the Divine Realm warriors in the Flame Dragon continent were so scared that their legs went soft. Especially those demonic beasts. Although they had restrained their auras, the violent and terrifying pressure contained in their bodies made the people in Blue City unable to straighten their legs. Fortunately, not long after, Yi Tianlong and Yu Qingqing came back with people. Li He immediately activated her divine domain and controlled the leakage of her aura, so that the ordinary people in Blue City wouldn't be scared out of their wits. The demonic beasts and soul slaves were transmitted back to the divine realm by Yi Qinghan. Coupled with the return of Yi Tianlong and the others, the warriors of the Flame Dragon continent immediately teleported to Blue City. When they heard that those powerful warriors and demonic beasts were Yi Qinghan's subordinates, the warriors of the Flame Dragon continent were completely frightened, more frightened than when the demonic beasts arrived. Then, when they heard that Yi Qinghan had built a city in the Divine Realm and that the reason he came back this time was to help Yi Xihan steal the daughter of an island master in the Star Sea, they were completely dumbfounded. The entire Flame Dragon continent became lively because Yi Qinghan had sent an order to hold the grandest wedding for Yi Xihan and Peach Blossom. Although they didn't understand why Yi Qinghan didn't want to go to the Divine Realm to hold the wedding, all the high-level warriors of the Flame Dragon continent began to get busy. The entire Blue City was once again expanded dozens of times, and the Yi family castle was more than 10 times bigger than before. But even so, Yi Tianlong felt that it was embarrassing. After all, Peach Blossom was the daughter of the Venerable One, and the entire Peach Blossom Island was several hundred times the size of the Flame Dragon continent. On the day of the wedding, all the emperors of the continent came, and hundreds of thousands of tables were set up in Blue City's plaza. Although it couldn't be compared to the Divine Realm, it was still unprecedented in the Flame Dragon continent. Divine Realm, Star Sea, Profound Spirit Cave Abode. Mo Xiaoxiao stored the 3 demonic beasts into his spatial artifact, then solemnly said to Yi Qinghan, "Little Han. If you don't have the confidence, don't go out. I've carefully observed this place, and it's quite secluded. After all, there are no groups of myriad god caves here, so there won't be many people searching here. If you have no other choice, go back to your continent and hide. I'm leaving, take care." Chapter 875. After several months of searching, billions of martial artists in the Star Sea finally received a shocking piece of news. They found traces of Mo Xiaoxiao on an island a million miles east of Flying Snow Island. Although Mo Xiaoxiao managed to escape in the end, he managed to capture one of Yi Qinghan's demonic beasts. Tens of billions of martial artists, god bandits, and more than 10 supremacies had been searching for months, but they had not found any news at all. Not only did this cause the martial artists in the Starry Sea to feel embarrassed, but His Highness Li Tian even smashed a few bottles of wine that were worth hundreds of millions. Supreme Island had been sealed for 1,000,000 years. This was the first time they came out into the world and even issued a Supreme Star Order. If they didn't clean up after this, it would definitely be a severe blow to the prestige of Supreme Island. Although they managed to capture a demonic beast, they still managed to regain some of their reputation. His Highness Li Tian heavily rewarded the god bandit army that captured the demonic beast. This made the search team even more spirited, and their enthusiasm for the search grew even higher. Mo Xiaoxiao's appearance at the east of Flying Snow Island also made those supremacies even more certain that Mo Xiaoxiao, Yi Qinghan, was preparing to return to the Misty Continent. The entire western coastal area of the Misty Continent had become a forbidden land. More than 10 supremacies and billions of god bandit martial artists worked together to seal off the coastal waters of the Misty Continent. Even a seagull would find it difficult to fly into the Misty Continent. I wonder if Mo Xiaoxiao's plan succeeded. In a small hall in the mysterious spirit's cave abode, Yi Qinghan sat leisurely on a chair and flipped through a book in his hand. All of his men had shown themselves. Of course, they didn't dare to go out to scout for information. However, he was very confident in Mo Xiaoxiao. Soul cultivators had always had strange methods. How could a soul cultivator that could become a supremacy be underestimated? This Restriction Foundation study is really complicated. I have read it for half a month, and I still haven't finished reading it. What Yi Qin Han had in his hands was the Combat Emperor Palace's fundamental knowledge of restrictions. Half a month ago, Yi Qin Han suddenly had an idea about the mysterious spirit's cave abode's restriction. He wondered if there were any simple restriction methods that could escape the detection of a powerhouse's divine sense. If there were, wouldn't he be able to move freely in the star sea in the future? The answer was, yes. After Yi Qin Han flipped through the Restriction Foundation, he found that there was indeed such a restriction. Moreover, according to the introduction of the restriction, it was very easy to set up this kind of restriction. It could be completed in an instant and could escape the detection of a venerable's divine sense. However, if there was a venerable who was a soul cultivator or a 9th-grade war god, they wouldn't be able to avoid it. Yi Qin Han was overjoyed and immediately began to learn. However, it was explained that one had to fully comprehend the Restriction Foundation study in order to set it up, and this book didn't mention it. After comprehending all the contents of this manual, the restrictions on the secret manual in the War Imperial Palace's inner cabinet hall would all be unlocked, and one could read it freely. There were 6 secret manuals in the small hall. Yi Qin Han could read 2 of them now. One of them was called Soul Extermination, which was a very abnormal soul skill. Therefore, Yi Qin Han was also looking forward to the other 4 books. Right now, his cultivation was mainly focused on the strength of his soul. Comprehension of the laws was not as important. Therefore, Yi Qin Han decided to memorize all the contents of this Restriction Foundation study. Then, he would enter into a state of soul stillness and cultivate his soul while comprehending the restriction. However, his 2 souls recorded together, but after half a month, he still couldn't memorize all the contents of this Restriction Foundation study. The soul of a God Realm warrior was very powerful, so it was very easy for them to have a photographic memory. They could even have an impression of a person they met tens of thousands of years ago. Even though Yi Qin Han's soul had reached the Divine King realm, he still didn't succeed after half a month. Using divine power to set up small spatial formations, there are 36 billion of them. Condensing, splitting, and combining various small formations with divine sense is another 53 billion. Using various tools and formation stones, there are several tens of billions of small formations. There were more than 100 billion of these small formations, and there were also mid-grade formations, high-grade formations, and finally, all kinds of restrictions. Holy shit, this is going to drive me crazy. I wonder how the War Emperor managed to comprehend all of this back in the day. Even if he comprehended it all the way without any bottlenecks, I'm afraid it would still take him tens of thousands of years, right? If there is a bottleneck here and I can't figure it out there, I will have to comprehend for hundreds of thousands of years before I reach the great success stage of the restriction. After spending a full month, Yi Qin Han finally memorized all the contents of the Restriction Foundation study. This was because he had 2 souls and his soul strength had reached the Divine King realm. Otherwise, his speed would be much slower. If a heavenly deity were to memorize it, it would take at least a few thousand years to memorize it. Swish! Suddenly, there was a sonic boom outside. Yi Qin Han opened his eyes in alarm and saw the Wind Emperor carrying a Divine King realm warrior over. Yi Qin Han became slightly nervous. There was a spy heading over. Master, this person suddenly barged in. I immediately sealed the divine crystal. There shouldn't be any news leaking out. I have interrogated them. They have a team of warriors searching in the vicinity. There aren't many people. Why don't we go out and kill them all? The Wind Emperor also said somewhat nervously. How long had it been, and someone had already found their way here? If they were exposed, everyone could only go to the Fire Dragon continent. Don't panic. Yi Qinghan waved his hand indifferently and transmitted a message to all the soul slaves to be careful and increase their vigilance. He looked at this martial artist who was trembling in fear and muttered for a moment before saying, "Bring him out and dismember his corpse piece by piece. Remember, you have to let him die slowly. It's best to torture 3 to 5 Moon Queen before killing him." When this divine king saw this, he was so frightened that his knees went weak. He hurriedly knelt down and begged, "My lord, spare me, spare me. I'm just a small martial artist. I don't know anything. I won't say anything. I beg my lord to spare me. I can do anything. Why should I believe you?" Yi Qinghan used his soul skill suppression. Instantly, a strong aura surged from Yi Qinghan's body. Killing intent filled the entire hole. This divine king martial artist felt as if the person in front of him had become a demon from the 9 hells. The Wind Emperor also released his aura. This made this martial artist feel that he would definitely be dismembered if something went wrong. He gritted his teeth and said, I can offer my soul spirit fire. My lord, I will become your soul slave. You don't have to worry about me betraying you." Yi Qinghan had been waiting for this sentence. He felt a little lucky and said, "You aren't a god bandit. You can offer your soul spirit fire. What's your name?" This divine king explained, "No, my lord. I'm a guard of Dark Night Island. My name is Xingtian." 2 or 3 of Yi Qinghan's subordinates had just died. He accepted this divine king martial artist's soul spirit and then retracted his suppression. He took out a divine stone crystal card and a message token from his interspatial ring. He handed them to this divine king martial artist and said, "You can go back now. These divine stones are for you to scout for information. Remember to be discreet. If someone finds out about this, you will die immediately." Yi Qinghan waved his hand to dismiss Xingtian. Xingtian took the divine stone crystal card and scanned the numbers on it. He was shocked. He hurriedly got up and walked out. "Master is brilliant." The Wind Emperor understood what Yi Qinghan meant. They were a team. If one of them suddenly died, the others would definitely be suspicious. When the whole team came, it would be troublesome if one of them sent a message back. Now, he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As expected. After that divine king martial artist, Xingtian, went out, no one else came in. Not long after, he actually sent a message saying that his team had completed their search and had gone to another region. "Wind Emperor, you guys take turns to guard. Don't be too nervous. There are only 3 entrances. You have to remember to immediately send a message to me if there are any special circumstances. We will return to the Fire Dragon continent immediately. I want to go into seclusion for a period of time. If I can comprehend that restriction, we can leave this place." Yi Qinghan instructed. He sat cross-legged and entered the soul spirit silent state. He started to cultivate his soul spirit and comprehend the restriction at the same time. Chapter 876. The study of warding spells is really miraculous. Just the ripples of God power, divine sense, and simple objects can be combined to form all sorts of minor spell formations. They can gather energy, increase speed, defend, attack, and even cause spatial fluctuations. All of those minor spell formations can be combined to form a grand warding spell formation, a warding spell formation, a powerful defensive spell formation, a powerful offensive spell formation, and even the power of heaven and earth to attack enemies. The ancestor who created the study of restriction is too awesome. Inside the Xianling cave abode, Yi Qinghan sat in a small hole. The surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi gathered above his head, and the entire hall was filled with cold wind. Beside him, the Wind Emperor sat quietly at the side, guarding him. Yi Qinghan had already been in seclusion for a year. There were a total of 120 billion small formations, and in this 1 year, he had comprehended and mastered them. He could set up 30 million of them with a wave of his hand. Some of these small formations were very simple. He only needed to simulate them once and he could set them up immediately. But some were very profound. He had to ponder for dozens of days and simulate tens of thousands of times before he could master them. Most importantly, some of the small formations were only for auxiliary purposes. As there was no theoretical basis, it was difficult to understand them. What was the point of setting them up? So it was especially difficult to comprehend them. But Yi Ching Han felt very satisfied. The more he learned, the more excited he became. And many of these small formations were related to the principles of heaven and earth. Yi Ching Han believed that as long as he comprehended restriction, it would be much easier to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in the future. In a year, he mastered 30 million small formations. Yi Ching Han was very proud. He knew that even Empress Yu wouldn't comprehend as fast as him. Even Mo Xiao Xiao might not be as fast as him in some small formations. He had 2 souls. One was a godly king realm's soul strength. The other was a soul jade and a soul silent state. With all these things added together, his comprehension speed reached a terrifying level. While he was comprehending restriction, he also discovered something that made him very excited. The basic knowledge that he had learned in his previous life, the scientific theories that were not very useful, were playing a very important role here. This was also why he thought that Mo Xiao Xiao's comprehension speed wasn't as fast as his. For example, the people in his previous life all understood the conservation of energy and Newton's 3 laws. For example, physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics. No one in this world understood these things, and no one would learn them. Although Yi Ching Han was not very proficient, he had been an orphan in his previous life, so his studies were quite steady. The knowledge provided him with great help in comprehending the art of forbidding. Some of the things that the people of this world needed to comprehend for a long time were extremely simple in his eyes. And the strength of my soul has increased a little. Continue to work hard and try to comprehend all the small formations within 3 years. By then, my soul strength will probably reach the 2nd level of Divine King Realm. At that time, I will be able to read those 4 manuals. I wonder what kind of heaven-defying secret manual it will be. Yi Ching Han pondered for a while in his soul, then continued to meditate on the complicated process of learning the small formation. The inner sea of the Star Sea. Within the inner sea, there were not many islands. It was not like other places, which were densely packed with small islands. There were only 10 islands in the inner sea, and 9 of them were as big as the Peach Blossom Island. If one looked down from an altitude of 1,000,000 miles, one would see that the 9 islands were in the shape of a long snake. They were like 9 real dragons with their heads facing inward. In the direction of these dragon heads was a super large circular island. Supreme Island. 9 dragons guarding a pearl. This was the most peculiar terrain in the entire divinity. Over the past tens of millions of years, many islands would sink and many more would emerge. However, the terrain of the inner sea of the Star Sea had never changed. This matter was very strange, very strange. However, there were many strange things in the divinity. For example, the Apotheosis Valley, which was one of the 4 forbidden lands, and the Nephis Abyss, which was one of the 4 forbidden lands. The Nephis Abyss was within Supreme Island. The Nephis Abyss was the continent's #1 forbidden land, and it was also the continent's #1 treasure land. Of course, this treasure land had always been a forbidden land before the Star Monarch was born. 10 million years ago, the Star Monarch walked out of the Nephis Abyss. At the 9th level, no one in the entire Star Sea could contend against him. According to the legends, the South Mountain Monarch and the Star Monarch had a battle, and it was said that the Star Monarch was defeated. Other than the Monarch, no one knew what was inside the Nephis Abyss. However, many people knew that after the Star Monarch, many people entered the Nepha's abyss. In the end, 4 people came out, and all of them were 9th level monarchs. Later on, they unified their respective continents. In addition to the original monarchs, there were 8 monarchs on the continent. Of course, including Lord Devour, there were 9 monarchs now. The last monarch was a divine king who rarely showed himself. Ever since the Star Monarch ordered the islands to be sealed, no one dared to enter or leave the inner sea. Today, however, there were countless chariots flying rapidly in the low sea. The fire lions pulling the chariots seemed to be very familiar with the surrounding terrain. They skillfully avoided the spatial cracks and unstable spaces. They flew at high speed and were several times faster than the super dragon boats. The chariots did not stop at the 9 real dragon-like islands. They flew straight for Supreme Island. Supreme Island was very big, about a third of the size of the ethereal continent. A super large rainbow barrier lit up on such a big island. The light of the barrier could be seen from a million miles away. When these fire lion chariots were approaching Supreme Island, they did not continue flying toward the rainbow barrier. Instead, they flew toward the blood-red sea of stars. The fire lion chariots, which were covered in raging flames, also lit up with a fiery red barrier. After traveling hundreds of thousands of miles into the sea, the chariots entered a super-large cave abode. The cave abode was also lit up with a barrier. It was obvious that ordinary people could not enter. There was nothing in the cave abode. There was only a dazzling teleportation array. The chariot stopped, and 21 people walked down. All of them were wearing war god robes. Their leader was His Highness Li Tian. "You guys wait here. I'm going back to see my father." His Highness Li Tian did not look good. His eyes were filled with helplessness and anger. He took out a token and stepped into the teleportation array. "Greetings, Your Highness." With a flash of brilliance from the transportation formation, Li Tian appeared in a majestic black city. There weren't many people on the black stone plaza. There were only a few hundred guards wearing the war god's robe. However, these guards were all 6th-grade war gods. Li Tian nodded his head indifferently and flew toward a majestic mansion on the left of the plaza. Eventually, he came to a study room in the backyard of the mansion. There was someone in the study room. He was also wearing a war god robe, but his robe was embroidered with gold. His figure and appearance were strange. He was unusually fat and his face was round. He looked like a Maitreya Buddha. "Father." Li Tian walked in and knelt down heavily. Then, he lowered his head in silence. The fatty who was sitting in the study room did not say anything. He just drank his tea calmly and looked at Li Tian with a smile. After a while, he said, "You got into trouble and there's nothing you can do. You're back to look for me." Chapter 877. Li Tian lifted his head to look at the chubby middle-aged man. Although he was smiling, the fear in his eyes intensified. He said shamefully, "Father, Li Tian knows his mistake. Li Tian shouldn't have sent out the star token without permission. I shouldn't have acted out of spite for a woman and asked for punishment." The smile on the chubby middle-aged man's face didn't diminish. He took a sip of tea and said slowly, "You still don't understand. What does the star token represent? It represents the will of the monarch. It's fine for you to act out of spite for a woman. It's fine for you to send out the star token without permission. But, since you send out the star token, you have to do it beautifully. Mo Xiao Xiao is a supremacy, but you forgot her other identity. She is a soul cultivator. Soul cultivators have the strangest methods. If I'm not wrong, she has already returned to the soul devourer manor. What did you do wrong? Your mistake was not investigating clearly before sending out the star token. Also, you've been searching for more than a year and only caught 3 demonic beasts. Don't you understand? You have fallen into their trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Those 3 demonic beasts were given to you as a gift. Father, what should we do? Once the star token is sent out, if there's no result, when the monarch comes out of seclusion. Li Tian's face started to turn pale. He knew very well how cold-blooded and heartless the star monarch was. Although his father was the #1 supremacy under the monarch, if the monarch was enraged, his father wouldn't be able to protect him. The chubby middle-aged man revealed a disappointed expression, but the smile on his face deepened. He stared at Li Tian with a burning gaze. You're so flustered over such a small matter? What else can you do in the future? The ancient saying is right. Only those who grow up from the grassroots will be formidable. Those who rely on their ancestors will never grow up. Forget it, listen carefully. First, continue to search. Place your target in the cave abodes under the sea, especially those with restrictions. Search more. Second, take some Thunder God Roar and Teleportation Spirit Teleportation formation from the inner mansion and secretly send them to the Blood Knight Sea's Eternal Universe army. I'll send a message to him and ask him to take action. As for the rest, you just have to wait for the news. When Li Tian saw that his father had finally made a move, he was incomparably invigorated. However, he was still in a daze when he heard the 2 pieces of information. He asked suspiciously, Father, didn't you say that Mo Xiao Xiao might have returned? Why did they have to go through so much trouble to search for it? They had been searching for a year now, and many people were just trying to cope with the search. Also, why did the Eternal Universe Legion make a move? If they make a move, who are they going to make a move against? Idiot! The obese middle-aged man finally couldn't help but swear. He waved his hand and didn't explain. He coldly said, think about it yourself. Get out. Go and arrange it properly. If you can't even arrange this well, you don't need to come back. Li Tian wiped the cold sweat off his face and hurriedly got up and walked out. He didn't stay in the mansion and walked out with a gloomy expression. Finally, he was teleported to the teleportation formation at the bottom of the sea. He boarded the war chariot and flew towards the southern sea. Soul-devouring manor, City Lord's mansion rooftop. Lord Zhou pushed the door open, looking at the rooftop. He was a little surprised. Besides Lord Devour, there was another person on the rooftop. It was a beautiful woman wearing a green robe. Mo Xiao Xiao. All right, I got it. You can leave now. Lord Devour didn't turn his head or look at Mo Xiao Xiao. He just faintly waved his hand at her. Mo Xiao Xiao smiled at Lord Zhou and disappeared in the air. Lord Zhou hesitated for a while and couldn't help but be curious. She walked over and smiled at Lord Devour. Lord Mo is back. Lord Devour lifted his head to look at Lord Zhou's charming face. He smiled and said, Ah Zhou, can't you say something? Hee hee. Lord Zhou smiled embarrassedly and said, Lord, Xiao Han and the others are back too. Lord Devour seemed to be in a good mood today. He kept smiling and answered straightforwardly, No. Yu Qingqing and the others have gone to the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Han has also gone back. Xiao Han is alone in the Star Sea. Ah. Lord Zhou's face changed and she exclaimed, The Star Sea is so dangerous now. How can Lord Mo leave Xiao Han alone in the Star Sea? Right now, the entire Starry Sea is chasing after him. Lord Devour smiled faintly. I said that I won't care about his life or death. Lord Devour, don't lie to me. Lord Zhou said hurriedly, Last time, when Xiao Han was in danger, you stood here and watched the wandering sea for a whole night. Obviously, you were worried about him. Moreover, Xiao Han escaped easily that time. Lord Devour, you must have given him some treasures. Or, you knew that he could get out of danger. Humph. Yi Qing Han has the power of the origin. If he can't kill a void-gouging beast, he's just a piece of trash. Lord Devour snorted and looked at the wandering sea in the distance. He sighed deeply and said, "Ah, Joe, you don't understand. Let me tell you this. If a young eagle only has his mother to protect him, he will never learn to fly. He will never be able to soar above the 9 heavens. If I keep helping Yi Qinghan will have the thought that if something happens, he will come to me to solve it. Then, he will never progress and he will never reach the peak. That's why I chose to let him go. Either he grows up or he dies. Although it's cruel, this world is cruel. If he can't grow up, perhaps in the end, we will all die. The people of the soul-devouring palace will die. The people of the fiery dragon city will die. The people of the fiery dragon continent will die." "What?" Lord Devour's words frightened Nine-Tailed Fox. At the same time, she was very skeptical. She asked, "Lord, are you worried about your enemy? You're a level 9 expert now. Who in this world can hurt you? Moreover, although Xiao Han's soul isn't like ours, how can you be sure that he can help you resist the enemy that you can't? First of all, I'm not a level 9 expert. Second, even a level 9 expert isn't invincible. I've told you about this. Third, I have a feeling that Yi Qinghan can do it. He's a man who can create miracles." Lord Devour's faint words had frightened Nine-Tailed Fox more and more. She was even more bewildered. Right when she was about to ask more, suddenly, she saw a cold light shoot out of Lord Devour's eyes. Then, a light flashed in front of her. She found that the two of them had appeared in the teleportation formation of the soul-devouring city. She was familiar with this teleportation formation. It was the teleportation formation to the fiery dragon city. But, why did Lord Devour rush to the fiery dragon city? Did something happen to the city? When the light of the teleportation formation faded away, Nine-Tailed Fox looked around. Her beautiful eyes widened, her beautiful face discolored. She couldn't believe what she had just seen. Was this the beautiful fiery dragon city? The entire fiery dragon city couldn't be considered a city anymore. It was more accurate to say that it was a pile of ruins. Tens of millions of buildings in the fiery dragon city had collapsed. Flowers, trees, and flowers were all broken. There were countless severed limbs and corpses beneath the limestone. There were also countless divine crystals and space rings floating in the air. The divine crystals gave off a multicolored light that shone on the ruins, dazzling everyone's eyes. Harumph! Killing people and destroying the city. How dare you? Lord Devour didn't show any emotion. He just glanced at the fiery dragon city, said coldly, and then disappeared. Chapter 878. This, what is going on? Lord Joe blinked. He could not believe it. The beautiful fiery dragon city, the city that the two sovereigns had sworn to protect, was reduced to ruins just like that. Looking at the countless divine crystals in the sky, Lord Joe did not know how many people had died. Tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. Millions. Because Fiery Dragon City was guarded by two sovereigns, countless families had settled here. In a short period of time, with the addition of Yi Qinghan's hundreds of thousands of subordinates, the population of the city had reached more than 1 million. But this time, almost all of them were dead. Swish! A group of people flew over from afar. There were not many of them, only about 100. Nine-Tailed Fox heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Leijun was fine, the ranked 7 beast was not dead, and Little Smoke was not dead either. But those who survived were all powerhouses. Needless to say, the hundreds of thousands of Yi family soldiers were all dead. City Lord Lei, what is going on? Who attacked us? Nine-Tailed Fox hurried over. Seeing Lei Zhen's pale face, he must have used the thunder god's protection. Otherwise, he would not have survived. I am not sure. After a loud noise, the city's shield was suddenly broken. Then, countless black balls were thrown over, and there was a huge explosion in the city. In addition, many people came this time. There were at least hundreds of rank 7 peak and thousands of rank 7 powerhouses. If I did not have the thunder god's protection, we would all be dead. Lei Zhen had a lingering fear in his heart, but his eyes were filled with anger. Little Firework's face was pale with fright. Feng Qi and the others were also filled with anger, but they had nowhere to vent it because they had no idea who they were attacking. Moreover, after a round of attack, these people all teleported away through the temporary teleportation formation. Their divine senses could not lock onto them. Swish! Countless teleportation formations lit up at the same time. The city was destroyed, but the teleportation formations were undamaged. With such a drastic change, of course, countless people were teleported over. Li He nodded at Lord Zhou, then looked at the endless stream of city lords teleporting over. He said to Lei Zhen and the others, Lord Zhou, Lady Diao Wu sent me a message, asking you to bring Lei Zhen and the others to the Soul Devourer Manor. She will arrange the rest. Xiao! More and more teleportation arrays lit up. There weren't many people in each teleportation array, but most of them were prefecture masters and important figures of the various prefectures. In less than an hour, almost all 108 prefectures had sent people. Only then did Li He loudly say, pass down the sovereign's decree and Lady Diao Wu's orders. All the experts of 6th grade War God and above in the prefecture are to gather at Longyang City and Black Star City, then march towards the Bloody Night Sea. Lord Monarch and Lord Diao Wu said that there is another god bandit in the Blood Sea this time. There is no need for us to return. Blood Night Sea's god bandits. Lei Zhen's killing intent soared. He patted Little Firework's shoulder and said to Lord Zhou, please take my daughter to Soul Devourer City. We won't be going. If I don't make the Blood Sea redder than the Starry Sea, my name won't be Lei Zhen. Feng Qi looked at the remaining Flame Dragon City warriors and roared, an eye for an eye. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. All the Flame Dragon City warriors roared. This time, not just the warriors of the Misty Continent would be going. Even if they didn't go, they would kill their way into the Blood Night Sea once they found out who attacked them. Lord Zhou pulled Little Firework into the teleportation formation. What happened next was beyond her and Little Firework's control. If Lord Devourer and Misty Lord were enraged, the Blood Night Sea would not be spared. Half a day later, Longyang Prefecture's Black Star City, which was next to the Blood Night Sea, gathered tens of thousands of powerful warriors. These tens of thousands of people weren't ordinary warriors. They were all war gods above 6th grade. With such a powerful force, if they suddenly attacked any continent, they could flatten half of the continent within a few days. In just 3 days, the Blood Night Sea, which was 10 times the size of Longyang Prefecture, was wiped out by the enraged Misty Continent army. Besides a few warriors who could prove their identities, the remaining millions of god bandits were all slaughtered. However, many of the Blood Night Sea's god bandit groups disappeared mysteriously. This time, they only killed small fish. At most, half of the powerful warriors who attacked the city were killed. The rest were all gone. The Misty Continent's army knew that many of these experts had escaped to the Star Sea, and some had escaped to the Blood Night Continent, which was south of the Misty Continent. However, they didn't dare to cross the border. After sweeping the Blood Night Sea one more time, the Misty Continent ordered them to return home embarrassedly. Just let it go. On the rooftop of the soul-devouring manor, Lei Zhen tried to keep his voice calm. However, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He looked at Lord Devourer and asked. Lord Devourer said leisurely, what else do you want to do? Bring people to the Star Sea. enter the Blood Knight continent. I can say this clearly. Lord Devour will not let all the continent's experts attack the Star Sea or the Blood Knight continent just because of this. However, if you bring hundreds of people, I guarantee that in less than half a month, all of you will be dead. Lei Jin spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He also understood that the ethereal sovereign had done this much for him. However, he still felt angry. A moment later, he controlled his emotions and said, "Why are the Blood Knight Sea's god bandits attacking Flame Dragon City? Do you know the reason, Lord? I will investigate this. Don't worry about this. I will make arrangements." Lord Devour stood up and looked at Lei Jin. "Don't bother about this. Go back and rebuild Flame Dragon City. This time, I will send people to build an array formation for you. It was my negligence last time. Even a few supremacies can't break the protective shield in a short period of time. Don't worry." Lei Jin retreated helplessly. Lord Zhou asked, "Lord, you really don't know why they attacked Flame Dragon City?" "Of course I know." Lord Devour sighed and said, "Li Kong really thinks that I don't know about the Blood Knight Sea's god bandits. Are they his subordinates?" Li Kong. Surnamed Li. Could they be from Paragon Island? Lord Zhou was shocked. Then, he immediately understood. Flame Dragon City only had a grudge with some people from the Floating Mist Continent. However, the people from the Floating Mist Continent didn't dare to take revenge. The only explanation was that they were from the Star Sea. Yi Qing Han had made them lose face. They were making use of this incident to regain their face. Or rather, to force Yi Qing Han out. Lord Devour walked forward and looked at the wandering sea. He said helplessly, "Actually, many people have guessed this. Lei Jin must have guessed it too. However, I can't and won't do anything. If they want to take revenge, they can only rely on Yi Qing Han and the people from Flame Dragon City. The people below can do whatever they want, but Lord Devour and I cannot do anything. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the Floating Mist Continent. It will be a disaster for the entire divine world." Lord Zhou's face was full of anxiety. He said to Lord Devour, "What about Little Han? If he knows about this, he will definitely go crazy. If he is forced out, he will definitely die. How can he fight against the Star Sea with such a small number of people?" Lord Devour turned around and said, "We have no choice. If he can't bear it and is forced out, this is his fate." Chapter 879. The news of Yen Dragon City's destruction soon spread throughout the entire divine realm. A city was not important. What was important was the people guarding the city and the mastermind behind it. The people guarding the city were needless to say. Because of the establishment of Yen Dragon City, the divine realm had one more 9th grade war god. It was hard not to attract attention. The Blood Knight Sea was located between the ethereal continent and the Star Sea. It was a lawless zone, and the god bandits there were very strong. But some people in the divine realm knew that the god bandits there actually belonged to some big shot on Paragon Island. Ever since the 8 sovereigns gathered on Paragon Island millions of years ago and established the iron law of the divine realm, there had not been any large-scale war. This incident at Yen Dragon City attracted the attention of all the major factions in the divine realm. They were all guessing if this incident would cause a war between the Star Sea and the ethereal continent. The ethereal continent had 2 sovereigns. This had already changed the power structure of the divine realm. But the Star Sovereign was recognized as the strongest person in the divine realm. Most importantly, the Star Sovereign had another identity, the Pavilion Master of the Battle God Pavilion. If the 2 factions started a war, it would change the power structure of the entire divine realm. Why didn't the powerful martial artists in the divine realm pay attention? But what made the major factions in the divine realm happy and disappointed was that the ethereal sovereign and the dancing butterfly sovereign only sent their troops to sweep the Blood Night Sea once and then did nothing. The scouts from the various continents also discovered that Yen Dragon City had started to rebuild. It was said that the ethereal sovereign and the dancing butterfly sovereign provided divine stones. Since they started to rebuild the city, it meant that the ethereal sovereign and the dancing butterfly sovereign had swallowed their anger. Many people were guessing if the two sovereigns had stopped fighting on the surface and started a war in secret. But many people also felt that it was reasonable for the two sovereigns to not do anything. After all, the ones who did it were not from the Star Sea. There was no evidence. If the Misty Continent were to send out their army, it would mean that the Misty Continent was being unreasonable. If they were to incur the wrath of the Master of the Stellar Pavilion and issue a War God Pavilion Master Order, even though the war gods of the firmament might not necessarily accept the challenge, if there were only 3 of them, the Misty Continent would be in deep trouble. The martial artists and god bandits of the Star Sea, however, were all invigorated and filled with joy. Everyone in the Star Sea felt as if their faces were lit up. Look, they attacked their inner city, destroyed an entire city, and killed millions of people, but now they are completely fine. What did this mean? This meant that the people of the Misty Continent were afraid of the Star Sea. Of course, the various islands in the Star Sea were also starting to get nervous. They were afraid that the ethereal continent would play some tricks in the dark. For example, they might send people to pretend to be god bandits and slaughter 30 to 50 islands. However, 3 years had passed, and the people of the divine world were astonished to find that the Misty Continent had not taken any action. The Sea of Stars was calm, and even the number of demons descending had decreased. The Misty Continent had really endured. Supreme Island, Li Manor. Li Tian had just returned from the Peach Blossom Island. There wasn't much of a smile on his face. Instead, it was a little gloomy. By now, he naturally understood the meaning of his father Li Kong's instructions. Li Kong's meaning was very clear. Yi Qinghan was still in the Star Sea. Destroying the Fire Dragon City was actually just to force Yi Qinghan out. Of course, it was also to force Mo Xiaoxiao or those related to Yi Qinghan to come to the Star Sea for revenge. However, Yi Qinghan didn't come out. None of those related to Yi Qinghan came out. Although the Star Sea had regained some face, it wasn't completely recovered. Therefore, he still didn't look too good. This young godly king's temper is different from what the voice transmission said. He can actually endure this. Li Kong, who was still as fat as before, had a smile on his face. As there was too much fat on his face, his eyes squinted into a line when he smiled. No one could see the coldness in his eyes. Li Tian knelt on the ground respectfully and said, "Father, there are too many myriad god caves in the Star Sea. For the past 3 years, I have sent people to search the entire South Sea. However, there should still be many places that we missed. We found dozens of cave abodes with spirit beasts, and some transcendent great god artifacts and treasures. However, there is still no news. Father, why are you so sure that Yi Qinghan must still be in the Star Sea? I have checked the War God Pavilion's information on the ethereal continent. Yi Qinghan definitely didn't return to the ethereal continent. He also didn't appear in the other 5 continents. If he isn't in the Star Sea, then where is he?" Li Kong lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then, a cold look shot out from his eyes. Even this can't force him out. This kid can really endure. Father, what should we do now? Could it be that, forget it? Li Tian was silent and a little discouraged. Forget it. Li Kong laughed again. However, this time, his smile was cold no matter how one looked at it. He looked at Li Tian and said, "You must remember, the Star Medallion should not be issued. Once it is issued, there must be an explanation. The destruction of Fiery Dragon City isn't considered an explanation. The sovereign once said that if we don't move, we must not move. If we move, we must go all out. The final outcome isn't important. However, we must make a stance to tell the world that the prestige of Supreme Island is not to be challenged. Li Tian hurriedly replied, yes. Li Tian has learned his lesson. Father, what should we do next? Isn't Yi Qinghan the overlord of the Fiery Dragon Plane? Go and arrange for some 7th grade war gods to tear through space and destroy the Fiery Dragon continent. Remember to leave a few people alive, people who can pass the message. The smile on Li Kong's face became colder and colder. The entire room was filled with coldness. After a moment, he instructed, take note, this has to be done covertly. It's best to arrange for those who have enmity with Yi Qinghan to do it. Be clean and don't leave behind any evidence. The ethereal monarch and Diao Wu, that be *tch, won't dare to move without evidence. I think Yi Qinghan, that bastard, can you still tolerate the death of everyone in the plane? Yi Qinghan couldn't tolerate it. In fact, Yi Qinghan didn't even know what was happening outside. He had been in seclusion and his soul was in a silent state. If the Wind Emperor didn't wake him up, he wouldn't wake up at all. Over the past 3 years, another 3 groups of people had searched this place. However, they were all taken down by the Wind Emperor. After that, the 3 of them became Wushan's soul slaves. The Wind Emperor and the others were soul slaves and couldn't accept the soul fire of others, but Wushan could. Through these 3 people, Wushan and the Wind Emperor learned a lot of things. After Wushan knew that the Fiery Dragon City was destroyed, he almost roused Yi Qinghan. However, he was stopped by the Wind Emperor. The Wind Emperor was very clear that if Yi Qinghan woke up and knew about this, he would definitely go berserk. Once Yi Qinghan went berserk, they would all die. Therefore, the Wind Emperor guarded Yi Qinghan day and night, afraid that he would be startled awake. He hoped that Yi Qinghan would stay in seclusion for as long as possible. I've finally finished comprehending the 120 billion small spirit designs. I almost fainted, however, the Wind Emperor's wish was shattered. In the 4th year after Yi Qinghan's seclusion, he suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. He was extremely happy and relaxed. Congratulations, Master. The Wind Emperor bowed respectfully. However, his eyes flickered. He didn't know if he should tell Yi Qinghan about the Fiery Dragon City. There are so many messages. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. Then, with a flip of his hand, a communication jade talisman appeared. There were many messages on it. Chapter 880. The messages came from 2 people. One was Su Longxiang, and the other was Little Firework. Su Longxiang's message was mainly about the situation in the Star Sea. For example, the search in the Star Sea had intensified recently. There was also another piece of news that he had found out. It vaguely pointed out that the Flame Dragon City incident was actually instigated by people from the Star Sea. The god bandits from the Blood Night Sea were currently at the satellite islets beside Paragon Island. Yi Qinghan was still a little confused after reading his message. But when he saw Little Firework's message, his face darkened. He started to emit a formless murderous aura. Even the Wind Emperor felt a chill down his spine. After the Flame Dragon City incident, Lord Devour gave a gag order. Anyone who could contact Yi Qinghan could not send messages to him. But someone was worried about his safety and secretly sent a message to him. Firework. After Firework sent the message, Yi Qinghan did not reply. Firework became even more anxious and started to send messages to Yi Qinghan continuously. In the end, Firework told Yi Qinghan everything. After reading the message, Yi Qinghan closed his eyes. His body started to tremble. He clenched his fists tightly. His sharp nails pierced deep into his palms, tearing his skin and causing blood to flow. But Yi Qinghan did not care at all. 1,000,000 people. More than 1,000,000 people died. More than 100,000 Yi family soldiers. Many of them stayed willingly. They were all citizens of the Flame Dragon City. Many of them started to immigrate to the Flame Dragon City. But because of him, all of them died. This was a huge grudge. Yi Qinghan was a very reasonable person. I did something wrong, and you came at me. If you could kill me, that was your capability. I had no complaints. But you touched the people behind me. This touched Yi Qinghan's reverse scale. Yi Qinghan had never been so angry in his life. Li Kong had completely infuriated him this time. Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes, raised his head, and let out a long howl. His furious voice reverberated in the cave, causing the entire cave to tremble slightly. It also caused the souls of all the experts in the cave to tremble. Xiao! All of the soul slaves rushed towards the small hole. Wu Shan's face was filled with anxiety. When they rushed into the small hall, they realized that there were no enemies inside. When they looked at Yi Qinghan, they felt a deep chill in their souls. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's robe and hair were fluttering without any wind. His handsome face was filled with ferocity, and his eyes were bloodshot. Blue veins were bulging on the exposed skin on his face and hands. The invisible killing intent emitted from his body froze the air in the small hole. His entire person was like a devil god that had descended. It was so terrifying that it made people feel a chill in the depths of their souls. I, Yi Qinghan, swear to the Divine Emperor Supreme today that if I don't take revenge for this, I'm willing to stay in the Netherworld realm forever. If I don't make the Starry Sea pay 100-fold, I'm not a man. The chilling words were almost like a roar. At this moment, Yi Qinghan no longer looked like a person in the eyes of the crowd. Instead, he looked like a lone wolf in a hopeless situation. A lone wolf that was injured. A lone wolf whose hatred had ignited the deepest killing intent in his heart. Master, please calm down. City Lord. Don't be rash. All of Wind Emperor Wu Shan's people knelt down at the same time and looked worriedly at Yi Qinghan. They were afraid that Yi Qinghan would rush out in a rage. He would be blinded by hatred and filled with rage. Like a moth flying into a flame, he would be smashed into pieces in the end. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything and closed his eyes once again. The endless murderous aura in his body also began to slowly retract. His body no longer trembled as fiercely as before, and the malevolent expression on his face gradually faded. He remained silent and just stood there for a long time. Get up. I'm not a fool to think that we can fight against the entire Starry Sea with just these few of us. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Don't worry. Without absolute confidence, I won't make a move. But, if I have absolute confidence, I will make the seawater of the entire Starry Sea redder by 100 times. Yi Qinghan left these words indifferently and disappeared on the spot. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, their respect for Yi Qinghan deepened. This had nothing to do with strength. It was just a pure feeling. Just a moment ago, everyone felt a sense of danger. Even Wind Emperor had an indescribable feeling when Yi Qinghan roared. He felt that Yi Qinghan could easily kill him. Although he did not understand where this feeling came from, he believed that this young divine king, who could always create miracles, might really cause a bloodbath in the Starry Sea one day. Yi Qinghan flashed into War Imperial Palace. Then, he sat alone in the huge hall in a daze. He did not move at all. He just sat on a stone stool with his head buried in it. His hands were in his hair. He was in an indescribable state. There was guilt, there was sadness, there was anger. After sitting alone in the hall for 10 days and 10 nights, Yi Qinghan finally stood up. There was no expression on his face. there was only calmness. He spent 10 days and 10 nights suppressing all kinds of emotions in the deepest part of his heart. Revenge was a long and extremely dangerous road. He could not let his emotions affect his judgment. He had to calmly move forward step by step until the debt of blood was repaid, or perish. In the War Imperial Palace, Yi Qinghan opened the connection between himself and Carefree Pavilion and began to transmit his voice to Elder Lu. Elder Lu was the guardian of Carefree Pavilion. He could understand the matters of the Flame Dragon continent through him. There was nothing going on in the Flame Dragon continent. Yi Sihan and Peach Blossom were also very comfortable. However, the girls could not contact him and were slightly worried. Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice to Elder Lu and asked him to bring Yu Qingqing and the others to the Divine Realm to stay for a period of time. Yu Qingqing and the others arrived very quickly. Yi Qinghan instructed the Wind Emperor and the others not to reveal anything about the Flame Dragon City. He only said that he had been in seclusion for 4 years to comprehend the restrictions. As for Mo Xiaoxiao's departure, Yi Qinghan once again made up a white lie, saying that he had gone out to investigate the situation. Yu Qingqing and the others discovered that Yi Qinghan's condition was good. After staying in the War Imperial Palace for a month, they reluctantly returned to the Flame Dragon continent under Yi Qinghan's request. After the 4 of them left, Yi Qinghan immediately entered the War Imperial Palace and went directly to the small hall where the secret manuals were stored. Looking at the books that were emitting a faint blue light, Yi Qinghan's heart was burning with passion. He slowly extended his hand and the restrictions on the secret manuals were easily removed. The 4 books were taken by Yi Qinghan. There were 4 booklets, 2 brown and 2 golden. The secret manuals were taken, but Yi Qinghan discovered that he had been tricked by the War Emperor. Yi Qinghan casually opened the 2 brown secret manuals, but he couldn't open the other 2 golden ones. It was obvious that there was a restriction on the secret manuals. Without reaching a higher level of strength, he wouldn't be able to open them. Yi Qinghan embarrassedly put the 2 golden books back. He began to flip through the other 2 brown books. One was indeed a high-level restriction, and the other was a kind of secret skill, Battle Saint's secret skill. Chapter 881. Yi Qinghan didn't care about that secret technique. Instead, he picked up the high-grade restriction and flipped through it. When he flipped to the middle and saw that there was indeed an escape technique, his whole body relaxed. After carefully reading the introduction of the escape technique, Yi Qinghan started to get excited. There was an introduction on it. As long as one comprehended this secret technique, one would be able to escape instantly. Even a supremacy's divine sense wouldn't be able to detect it, unless it was a soul cultivator at the supremacy level or a monarch level. Yi Qinghan was very clear about the supremacies of the Star Sea. He had once discussed with Mo Xiao and Xiao Lihe that none of them were soul cultivators. There were only 3 soul cultivators at the supremacy level in the entire divine realm, but none in the Star Sea. Wait. Isn't this a restriction? How did it become a secret technique? As he flipped through it, Yi Qinghan suddenly realized something. Wasn't this a high-grade restriction? How did it become a secret technique? What else was a secret technique? He had only heard of secrets, secret techniques, and secret manuals. This was the first time he had heard of a secret technique. Yi Qinghan pondered for a while and then decided to memorize the entire secret technique and slowly comprehend it. This time, it didn't take long. In just 1 month, Yi Qinghan had memorized everything. At the same time, he also understood why this escape technique wasn't called an escape restriction. According to the high-grade restriction, actually, in this world, all methods that could attack, defend, and generate various abilities were called restrictions in ancient times. There were 2 ways for martial artists to generate various abilities. First, martial artists used their own strength to generate various abilities. This was the ancient Qin's secret technique, such as divine force attacks or soul attacks. Second, martial artists used external objects to attack, defend, and so on. This was called a secret technique. However, the people of the divine realm like to call the second type of secret technique as a restriction. For example, the barriers of every city, the violent lightning that killed Emperor Yun in Sealed God Valley, and the heavy pressure that Yi Ching Han used to make the white-browed venerable unable to lift his head. These were all restrictions, but in the ancient times, they were called secret techniques because they borrowed the power of external objects. According to the books, many people in ancient times preferred to use all kinds of secret techniques. They borrowed external objects, the power of heaven and earth, and all kinds of magical things to trigger all kinds of magical abilities. But now, martial artists paid more attention to their own cultivation, allowing themselves to reach a very powerful level, thereby allowing the laws of heaven and earth to bestow them with all kinds of mystical powers. For example, the power of origin, teleportation, and willpower. Of course, Yi Ching Han preferred to focus more on his own cultivation. Borrowing external objects was never the way to go. But at this moment, he had no choice but to come into contact with external objects. So, he chose to start comprehending the escape secret technique. The principle behind the evasion technique was very simple. The general idea was to use various methods to distort the space around one's body. Or, it could also be said to form an invisible barrier around one's body so that the enemy's divine sense would not be able to detect it, thus achieving the goal of concealment. The principle was simple, but when Yi Ching Han tried to comprehend it, he frowned deeply. It was easy to distort space, vibrate space, and even create some small cracks in space. However, it was very difficult to distort the space to a certain degree. Furthermore, if one were to stand on the spot without moving, it would be meaningless whether one could hide or not. If one wanted to move at high speed and still maintain the evasion technique, it would be extremely difficult. I only need 10 heart formation stones. That's easy. The star stone is currently the best heart formation stone in the immortal realm. But the divine power released from the body needs to be released at the same time, and it needs to be released continuously according to 108 different patterns. Moreover, the divine sense needs to take shape and mediate in the middle. It seems that to successfully cultivate this evasion technique, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time. Moreover, to be proficient in using it, I'm afraid I'll have to practice it hundreds of millions of times, right? If one's soul isn't strong, they'll probably go crazy from cultivating it. Yi Ching Han sighed inwardly. This thing was indeed not something an ordinary person could cultivate. But he did not retreat. He had always liked to become stronger when he met strong opponents, let alone in the current situation where he had no other way out. Without thinking too much, he directly left the War Imperial Hole. Then, he transmitted a message to the Wind Emperor and immediately entered a state of soul stillness. He started to comprehend, simulate, and experiment. With the evasion technique, at least, his safety could be guaranteed. With his safety guaranteed, he could think of a way to take revenge. What was worth mentioning was that after 4 years of cultivation, the intensity of Yi Ching Han's soul was beyond Yi Ching Han's estimation. It still hadn't reached the second level of God King Realm. Yi Ching Han's soul had reached 2/3 of the first level of God King Realm. Now, after 4 years of continuous growth, and with the help of the Soul Jade, he was still a little bit away from reaching the second level of God King Realm. It was clear that it was really hard to improve the soul. However, Yi Ching Han didn't find it strange. If it was easy to improve the soul defense divine tool wouldn't be so precious in the divine world. Soul cultivators had the soul stillness great technique. Otherwise, if they wanted to improve their soul with treasures and spirit fruits, it would be as difficult as reaching the sky. Xiao He cultivated diligently. Day and night, he refined the soul fruits that Lord Devour gave him. But after so many years and nearly 100 fruits, the intensity of his soul was still not as strong as Yi Ching Han's. This made Xiao He very depressed. But this time, Xiaohei acted out of character and didn't come out to play. He made up his mind that he wouldn't come out until he finished refining the soul fruits. The mysterious spirit cave abode became safer with the help of the 3 spies. Although there were people who came to search occasionally, the 3 spies sent the news in advance. Wind Emperor and the rest immediately deployed. As a result, the spies became stronger and stronger. The soul slaves in Wuxian's hands also increased. 2 years later, the search in the South Sea of Star Sea started to weaken. Li Kong was very clear that the myriad god caves terrain was too complicated. Such a search would definitely not find anything. Only a portion of the people were withdrawn. But the spies still covered the entire Star Sea. Li Tian stayed quietly in the Peach Blossom Lodge, waiting for news from the Star Sea, waiting for news from the Fire Dragon Plain. The Flame Dragon continent became more prosperous than before. Because of the existence of Tsang City, no one dared to make a move. Yi Qingyu, Yi Qinggu, Yi Tianlong, and the rest all refined the God Emperor's divine crystal. Although the martial artists who refined the divine crystal were not strong, a God Emperor was a God Emperor. No one in the Flame Dragon continent could contend against them. Especially after the news that Yi Qinghan built a city in the divine realm and had countless experts as subordinates spread, Yi Qinghan was even conferred as the only true god by the people of the continent. Without the disaster of war, everyone lived a prosperous and peaceful life. The return of Yu Qingqing and the rest made the people of the continent more interested in martial arts. Tsang City had ordered that as long as one reached a certain realm, they would be bestowed with spiritual herbs, spiritual fruits, divine pills, divine weapons, and so on. In the future, after Yi Qinghan settled the matters in the divine realm, he would bring the divine realm's martial artists to the Flame Dragon City. Cultivating to become a true god, then roaming the divine realm like the Frost Arch. Just like the Frost Arch, the 2 words Flame Dragon would resound throughout the entire divine realm. This became the most noble goal of every Flame Dragon citizen. Of course, other than Tsang City, there was another sacred ground in the continent. Or rather, it was a forbidden ground, the Dark Forest. Tsang City had long given the order that no one was allowed to venture 10,000 miles into the Dark Forest, or they would be the enemy of Tsang City. In the depths of the Dark Forest, there was a dark castle. The castle was very beautiful and huge. However, such a huge castle had not been inhabited for a long time. There was only a snow-white rabbit that liked to sleep under the grape trellis. The rabbit was snow-white, without a single strand of mixed hair. It curled up under the grape trellis with its eyes tightly shut. From afar, it looked like a snowball. Suddenly, at this moment, the rabbit opened its eyes abruptly and looked straight at the sky. Its ruby-like eyes emitted a cold intent. At this moment, the entire dark castle stopped blowing. At the same time, the back mountain of the Yi family, the Cold Heart Pavilion, the Demon God Mountain, the Barbarian God Mountain, and everywhere else in the continent. Countless God Realm warriors flew out from the mansions and caves where they were cultivating. All of them looked at the sky with stern faces. The sky was cloudless, and the sun was high in the sky. However, in the next second, a massive black hole appeared. Countless warriors with intimidating auras flew out of the black hole, coldly scanning the Flame Dragon continent. They were like the Grim Reaper's messengers that appeared from the cold void, ready to capture people's souls. The Divine Realm's warriors are here. They are all 7th grade war gods. Yu Qingqing didn't show any panic on her face, but she was anxious. She teleported directly, appearing on the castle in the dark forest. She said to the rabbit that was emitting a cold aura, "Madam, please send a message to Lord Devour. Or else, the Flame Dragon continent will be finished." Chapter 882. I got it. The Snow-White rabbit's mouth twitched, but it didn't show any emotion. Its eyes were cold. After saying a few words, it quieted down. My lord. Enchanting was worried. She couldn't maintain her transcendent aura anymore. She said hurriedly, "Can Lord Devour come back in time?" "You should go back." The rabbit didn't answer her. It said faintly with an unquestionable tone, "Go back and tell the members of the Yi family castle not to send messages to Yi Qinghan." Enchanting was surprised. She had never seen this rabbit before. However, Lord Devour appeared after he went to the god world. It didn't have any demonic energy or god energy, just like an ordinary rabbit. However, its tone was exactly the same as Lord Devour's, overbearing. Enchanting had no choice but to teleport back. She hurriedly gave instructions to everyone and sent a message to Elder Lu of the Carefree Pavilion, asking him to close the door here. This way, even if the Flame Dragon continent was destroyed, no one would be able to trace it back to Yi Qinghan from the Carefree Pavilion. More and more warriors appeared in the sky. All of them were 7th grade war gods. There were more than 20 of them, and more were coming. The brutal aura shrouded the entire Fire Dragon continent. Billions of residents of the Fire Dragon continent looked at the black gate in the sky in bewilderment. They didn't understand why the Fire Dragon continent was so powerful now. Why did creatures from the alien plane still dare to come here? However, they weren't afraid. They thought that as long as their true god was here, those creatures from the alien planes couldn't hurt them. They weren't afraid. All the god realm experts of the continent were scared. Yi Qinghan had brought back a lot of divine crystals, which helped the Emperor Realm and Saint Realm warriors who didn't have the potential to break through to the god realm. In recent years, thanks to Yi Qinghan's elixirs, some warriors who had comprehended the principle had become god realm. However, they all felt that even if all the experts of the continent joined hands, they wouldn't be able to defeat one of them. Swoosh! Countless god-tier warriors started to teleport towards the back mountain of the Yi family. At this moment, they knew that only the sacred land of the continent, Tsang City, could save them. The 7th grade war god in the sky paid no attention to the god-level warriors on the continent who were teleporting here and there. He only looked at the warriors on the continent with disdain, as if he was looking at a group of ants. "Hee, you really think highly of us." They actually dispatched 37th grade war gods, and 5 of them were at the peak of 7th grade. Are these people planning to destroy the Flame Dragon plane? Yi Tianlong looked at Yi Qingmiu and Yi Baihu bitterly. Although they could all refine divine crystals to become god emperors like them could be killed with a flick of a finger. They were not on the same level. Right now, there were already several tens of divine-level cultivators gathered at the back of the mountain. However, so what if there were 10 billion heavenly gods at their level? They didn't dare place their hopes on Yi Qinghan. Even if the rabbit didn't, he would still get Elder Lu to close the portal. Now, he could only count on the White Rabbit to send a message to the divine world, and then Lord Devour would come back. But, would Lord Devour come back? Could he come back so soon? The answer was no. When those 7th grade war gods, who were shrouded in black armor and whose faces couldn't be seen clearly, all teleported to the sky above Tsang City, those experts didn't say anything. They released their divine power and smashed down on Tsang City with their giant hands. Lord Devour still didn't show up. Instead, it was a rabbit. Many god-level warriors recognized this rabbit. It was the White Rabbit that was sleeping on the Dark Castle. At this moment, the White Rabbit suddenly released a snow-white god's domain, which enveloped the entire Tsang City. Then, a pair of ruby-like eyes shot out beams of red light. They were as fast as lightning, and many people couldn't even see them clearly. How powerful were the energy attacks of 27th grade war gods? Even the protective shield built by the Flame Dragon City couldn't withstand dozens of rounds of attacks from these people. However, under the snow-white protective shield of the rabbit, countless sparks blossomed above Tsang City. Although it was daytime, it was extremely beautiful. A cloud rose above Tsang City. Countless hills and ancient trees outside Song City were instantly razed to the ground, and thick smoke billowed. However, when the smoke settled, the snow-white protective shield still shrouded the sky above Song City. Song City still stood there, and the beautiful Song City formed a sharp contrast with the apocalyptic scenery outside. Countless god-level warriors in the mountain behind the Yi family opened their eyes wide, and their mouths were wide open. Their expressions were as if they had just seen the funniest joke in the world. Even Peach Blossom, who had seen many things, couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the ordinary-looking rabbit. In the next second, something even more bizarre happened. The 7th grade war gods in the sky started to fall to the ground one by one, like falling dust, like kites with broken strings. They floated down, leaving behind a pile of divine crystals and spatial rings, which glittered in the air. There were many country bumpkins in the Flame Dragon continent, but there was no lack of people who had seen the world. For example, Enchanting and the other 3, and Peach Blossom. Thousands of warriors gathered outside Flame Dragon City. Later on, many venerables appeared, and 2 of the most powerful 9th grade war gods appeared. Although Enchanting and the others later entered the War Imperial Palace, they had heard the details of the grand occasion. Peach Blossom was at the God King realm, and his father was a venerable whose name shook the Star Sea. However, they couldn't figure out what was going on. It wasn't difficult to block the energy attacks of 37th grade war gods, and even a venerable could do it. However, to kill 37th grade war gods at the same time, even an ordinary venerable couldn't do it, right? Moreover, no one had ever seen or heard of this rabbit's methods. How powerful was this rabbit? Venerable. Soul Cultivator. 9th grade. The rabbit didn't give an answer, and disappeared in a flash, along with the divine crystals and spatial rings in the sky. The apocalyptic crisis was over, but no one could have imagined that it was an ordinary-looking rabbit that saved the people of the continent in the end. Send a message to Yi Qinghan, and tell him what happened here. Also, tell him that I'm protecting this place, and he can do whatever he wants. The rabbit sent a strange message at the end. Originally, it asked Enchanting not to tell Yi Qinghan, and now it wanted to tell him. Divine World, Soul Devourer Manor, City Master's Mansion Rooftop. Lord Devourer stood indifferently in the pavilion on the rooftop. The sea breeze messed up his black hair, fluttered his fiery red skirt, and revealed his curvaceous body. Nine-tailed Fox stood quietly behind him, not knowing why Lord Devourer opened the protective cover of the rooftop and wanted to enjoy the wind. Ajo, you don't know, but someone dared to send dozens of 7th grade war gods to our hometown, and attempted to destroy the world. Lord Devourer suddenly opened his mouth, startling Nine-tailed Fox. Her eyes were immediately filled with anxiety, anger, and worry. However, when she recalled that Lord Devourer was still standing there quietly, and that although there was anger in his tone, he was still calm, she assumed that he had already dealt with it. Thus, she didn't talk, continuing to look at Lord Devourer, waiting for him to continue. Lord Devourer liked Lady Jo a lot because she was a good listener, standing at the peak of the warriors. Lord Devourer had a lot of things to say, but no one could tell him. It was lonely at the top, and all emperors were lonely. Lord Devourer kept silent for a while, then continued, "Unfortunately, they're all dead. They wanted to force Yi Qinghan out, so I gave them what they wanted. However, I think the one they forced out would be Yi Qinghan, the one that the entire Star Sea is afraid of. Let's wait and see. The Star Sea is going to be really lively and fun." Lady Jo couldn't help but ask, "My lord, I don't understand one thing. Why do you have so much confidence in Yi Qinghan? Do you really believe that Yi Qinghan can resist the entire Star Sea alone?" "To be honest, I don't have faith in him." Lord Devourer lifted his head, looking at the sky. "I have faith in the Soul Emperor and the Master of the Apotheosis Valley. How could the descendant chosen by the 2 eccentrics be ordinary? Although Yi Qinghan can't resist the Star Sea now, one day, he will make the Star Sea tremble." Chapter 883. Stellar Sea Peach Blossom Island. Li Tian had been living on the island for a long time, but there was still no news of Yi Qinghan. At the same time, there was no news from the Flame Dragon continent either. Li Tian could no longer sit still. He let Peach Blossom Venerable continue the search while he led his men to the southwest region of the Stellar Sea. There were not many islands in the southwest region of the Stellar Sea. There was only one main island and some smaller islands. But at this moment, countless experts had gathered in the southwest region of the Stellar Sea. More than 10 venerables had come, and these venerables were from different continents. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had reopened after 10,000 years. The Soul Emperor was the most legendary person in the divine realm in the past million years. He was a soul-devouring beast, and his strength was at the peak of grade 7. But with a treasure, he could suppress grade 8 venerables. He had endless wealth, and his treasures were as many as a mountain. He was an artifact refiner. The fury of the dancing butterfly was successfully refined by him. Moreover, he loved adventure. He explored the myriad god cave below the Stellar Sea the most, and went to many mystic realms that many people in the divine realm had never heard of. He and the Misty Monarch were sworn brothers, and he was a guest of the Grace Monarch. He also had a good relationship with several monarchs. He was the undisputed number 1 god emperor in the divine realm. Of course, this number 1 god emperor did not include venerables and invincible war gods. But his status was definitely higher than the venerables. Unfortunately, he died in the end. He placed all of his treasures in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. He also set up restrictions that forbade those above grade 5 from entering. If they forced their way in, the Soul Emperor Pavilion would self-destruct. The Misty Monarch and several other monarchs respected his dying wish, and sent several venerables to guard the Soul Emperor Island. Although there were amazing treasures inside, only the fated could obtain them. The Soul Emperor Pavilion opened once every 10,000 years, and could be entered with the Soul Emperor sword. Each sword could allow 3 people to enter for a maximum of 3 years. There were many treasures in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Over the years, countless transcendent grade divine artifacts had appeared. There were also countless other mystical treasures. Most importantly, there were 9 levels of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Until now, no one had been able to enter the 8th and 9th levels. Just the 7th floor alone was already filled with such treasures. No one dared to imagine what would be in the last 2 floors. 11 of the 12 divine swords had been unearthed. Among them, the Star Sea had obtained 3, the Ethereal Continent had obtained 3, and the other continents had obtained 1 each. There was also a divine sword that had been unearthed. It was with Yi Qinghan, but Yi Qinghan had no intention of participating in the treasure hunt, nor did he have the time to do so. Of course, he did not dare to do so at this moment. He had been in seclusion all this time, comprehending the escape secret technique. The principle behind the secret technique was very simple. Yi Qinghan's comprehension speed was also very fast. However, he had been in seclusion for a few years now, yet he was still in seclusion. The Wind Emperor sat beside him. Because of the Soul Emperor Pavilion's treasure hunt, the Stellar Sea's search had weakened even further. It was safe to stay in the profound spirit cave abode, but it was a little boring. He did not know what Yi Qinghan was comprehending. He also didn't think that Yi Qinghan could make any big breakthrough in a short period of time. Thus, he asked Tian Qin and the rest to stand guard at the side while he went into seclusion. The Wind Emperor did not understand, but Tian Qin's face was full of hope. He saw with his own eyes that Yi Qinghan used the power source to kill the powerful monster in this cave abode. He did not know where Yi Qinghan's power source came from, but the more strange Yi Qinghan was, the more excited he was. He had an inexplicable anticipation in his heart. Perhaps Yi Qinghan would make a big breakthrough, and then slaughter in the Stellar Sea, so that they could also feel proud. Suddenly, Tian Chen's eyes lit up because he realized that Yi Qinghan's body was emitting countless divine powers. These divine powers revolved around his body in a strange trajectory. Then, Yi Qinghan suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. Just when he thought that Yi Qinghan had entered the War Imperial Palace, his eyes suddenly opened and he exclaimed, startling everyone in the small hall. Tian Chen quickly turned his head in disbelief and found that Yi Qinghan was indeed standing not far behind him, his face full of excitement. Teleportation. Tian Chen cried out in horror. Yi Qinghan was still in the Divine King realm, but he had the power source. Now, he could actually teleport. Was this master going to defy the heavens? All of you, lock onto me with your divine senses. See if you can find me. Yi Qinghan's body emitted countless divine powers again. These divine powers revolved around his body quickly, and then his body disappeared in the air again. It was silent and very strange. The Wind Emperor and the others finally came to their senses. They spread out their divine senses but still could not find Yi Qinghan. Finally, they saw Yi Qinghan's body suddenly appear in the hall outside. Master, didn't he enter the War Imperial Palace? He can teleport. That's not right. The speed of teleportation shouldn't be so slow, right? What's going on? The Wind Emperor was in a daze. He exchanged glances with everyone else before they all rushed into the hall. Were you able to lock onto me with your divine senses just now? Yi Qinghan looked at the crowd and asked immediately. After a few years of enlightenment, the evasion mystic technique had reached the great accomplishment stage. Now, he was eager to know the effect of this thing. This was something that he had been studying for nearly a decade. We can't lock onto you. Master, how did you do it? Before the Wind Emperor could speak, Yi Qinghan already knew the answer when he saw the crowd's expression. He rubbed his hands together and said angrily, the evasion mystic technique has reached the great accomplishment stage. It's time for the Stellar Sea to collect some interest. Without explaining to the crowd, Yi Qinghan once again experimented in the Xianling cave abode. Although he knew this thing, he had to practice it to the point of perfection. Otherwise, if it suddenly failed, it would be fatal. After everyone's divine senses locked onto him, Yi Qinghan began to run around the cave abode. He revealed himself from time to time, and hid himself from time to time. Without a moment's pause, he practiced non-stop. After practicing for a whole month and exploding dozens of star stones, Yi Qinghan finally stopped practicing. He finally confirmed some things. This evasion mystic technique was indeed undetectable by 7th grade war gods. As for 8th grade venerables, it was still uncertain. Each evasion mystic technique could last for a day. After a day, the energy of the star stones would be exhausted and explode. Currently, Yi Qinghan could maintain the evasion mystic technique without failure at half the speed. If the speed was too fast, he would lose control and fail the evasion mystic technique. But even so, it was enough to make the Wind Emperor and the others so shocked that their eyeballs fell to the ground. Although this thing was not as powerful as teleportation, it was also a sharp weapon for killing and escaping. Imagine a person following you, but you were unaware of it. Then, this person suddenly attacked you. Could you dodge it? Fine. Even if your mind sensed danger. But if he followed you, for example, when you were drinking, or when you were having fun with a woman, and suddenly attacked when your mind was at its most relaxed, could you block it? Master is in too much danger now. Tian Chen secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Others might not know, but there were 3 people among them who clearly knew that Yi Qinghan possessed origin energy. If Yi Qinghan launched a sneak attack, even if a venerable was slow in dodging or reacting, he would still die. A Divine King Realm warrior could actually kill a venerable in a second. That was too terrifying. Of course, Tian Chen was only thinking about it. He also knew that it was unrealistic. A venerable possessed origin energy and could teleport. Once he sensed danger, he could immediately use origin energy to protect himself or teleport. Who could hurt him? Chapter 884. Do you know what's the heart formation stone that's even better than the star stone? Yi Qing Han was very satisfied with other aspects, but he was very dissatisfied with the fact that he could only hide for a day. His speed was very fast. Even at half his speed, he could travel 1,000,000 miles in a day. Although 1,000,000 miles was very far, supremacies could instantly teleport over. The stellar sea was unstable, and supremacies did not dare to teleport too far. But what if there were supremacies nearby? After he exchanged for the star stone, wouldn't he be dismembered? Wu Shan and the rest did not understand, but the Wind Emperor thought of one. There's one, the Dragon Blood Stone. The older, the better. But it's very difficult to buy. Ordinary places don't have it, but the War God Pavilion definitely has it. Master, you can ask Su Longxiang to buy it. Yi Qing Han immediately sent a message to Su Longxiang, asking him to come over and give him some divine stones to buy it. At the same time, he was prepared to practice here for a period of time to see if he could increase his speed when hiding. It would be safer this way. With everything planned, Yi Qing Han opened the Carefree Pavilion and prepared to contact Yi Qing Wu and the rest to see the situation of the Fire Dragon continent. But, Elder Lu immediately sent a message. Yi Qing Han's expression changed instantly. The Fire Dragon continent was under attack. Can you be more shameless? Yi Qing Han gritted his teeth and shouted. Through the information from Su Longxiang and several spies, Yi Qing Han knew very well that the person in charge of this matter was not the Peach Blossom Venerable, but Li Tian of the Supreme Island. Previously, the Fire Dragon City was destroyed, and this time, the Fire Dragon continent was under attack. Even if it was the Peach Blossom Venerable, he would not be able to do it. Needless to say, Li Tian and the Supreme Island were behind it. Yi Qing Han also felt a special meaning from the rabbit's words. Although this rabbit's strength surprised him, Yi Qing Han felt that it was Lord Devour who sent this message. I'll help you protect the rear, and you can do it boldly. Lord Devour is encouraging me to open fire. Now that the Flame Dragon continent was safe and sound and the rear had been stabilized, Yi Qing Han had nothing to worry about anymore. Since that's the case, let's open fire. Su Longxiang came very quickly. Recently, because Li Tian had gone to Seoul the Arch Island, the search had weakened. Therefore, he could easily sneak his way here. Yi Qing Han tossed him a nameless Godstone card, and the amount on the card caused Su Longxiang's body to tremble again. A month later, Su Longxiang brought back several hundred dragon bloodstones, but they were divided into two types. One was 1,000,000 years old, and the other was only 500,000 years old. Yi Qing Han immediately gave it a try and found that the 500,000-year-old dragon bloodstone could hide for 3 days, and the 1,000,000-year-old dragon bloodstone could hide for 10 days. After practicing in the cave for another 3 months, Yi Qing Han felt that his speed had already reached 2/3 of his full speed in the state of evading. He could not bear it any longer and immediately decided to set off. When they heard that Yi Qing Han was going to kill people for revenge, all the soul slaves fell silent. They did not agree with it. After all, although Yi Qing Han could hide, it was still very dangerous. However, as Yi Qing Han's soul slaves, they did not dare to raise any objections. City Lord, I think it's better for you to cultivate for a period of time. After all, it's safer that way. Wu Shan spoke and reminded tactfully. Yi Qing Han also knew that it was dangerous, but after cultivating for so many years, his soul had just broken through to the 2nd level of God King realm. He did not know how many years it would take to break through to the God the Arch realm. The Flame Dragon continent was under attack, and he could not sit still anymore. It was as if there was a bone spike stuck in his throat, making him restless. If his thoughts were not clear and his heart could not calm down, how could he cultivate? He waved his hand and shouted, "You don't have to persuade me. If you want to go, follow me. Regardless of success or failure, each of you will be a soul slave for 100,000 years. If you don't want to go, just stay here. I won't force you." Although Yi Qinghan said so, no one dared to not go. Firstly, without Yi Qinghan's spatial artifact, they would definitely not be able to escape. Secondly, if they went this time, they would be able to reduce their soul slave by 100,000 years. If they did not go, it was not impossible to infuriate Yi Qinghan and destroy their souls directly. After going to another small hall, Yi Qinghan kept the dozens of 6th-grade demonic beasts and the Wind Emperor and the rest into the War Emperor Palace. Then, he escaped. As he escaped into the distance, he started to transmit his voice to Su Longxiang to find out the current situation of the Star Seas personnel. The situation was quickly figured out. Because Li Tian had gone to Soul Emperor Island, the factions of the Southern Sea and the top 10 god bandit groups had stopped their search. They only sent out some small teams to deal with the situation. The only ones who were still searching were the hundreds of thousands of Star Army that Li Kong transferred from the Supreme Island and the 9 Guardians Island. Of course, there were also the Peach Blossom Venerable subordinates. Star Army. Let's start with you. Since you want to kill me, then you should be prepared to be killed. Yi Qinghan quickly set his target. He would kill the army directly under Li Tian. This would make him lose more face and drive him crazy. Yi Qinghan did not dare to advance under the sea. Evading martial artists could not detect him. If the demonic beasts under the sea had special abilities that could detect him, then it would be troublesome. Floating directly to the surface, Yi Qinghan began to fly rapidly. His target was the northern part of the South Sea, the section near the inland sea. After flying for a short while, Yi Qinghan saw 5 dragon boats speeding toward him. Yi Qinghan stopped in the air and looked down nervously. He did not dare to release his divine sense and just stood there quietly. The 5 dragon boats quickly passed by. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. Such a large dragon boat definitely had a 7th-grade war god on board. Reality proved that a 7th-grade war god was indeed unable to discover the secret technique of concealment. Yi Qinghan began to fly rapidly. This time, he used a million-year-old dragon bloodstone, which could hide for 10 days. Along the way, he encountered many search teams. Some were private soldiers from various islands, and some were Star Army soldiers wearing war god robes and black helmets. However, Yi Qinghan did not make a move and continued to advance quickly. Until 10 days later, when the dragon bloodstone was about to explode, Yi Qinghan finally stopped and chose to dive into the deep sea. He revealed himself and quickly exchanged for the dragon bloodstone before continuing forward. In the evading state, he could not use his divine power recklessly other than flying. Once he attacked or entered the War Imperial Palace, he would immediately reveal himself. Therefore, Yi Qinghan had to reveal himself to exchange for the dragon bloodstone. A month later, Yi Qinghan had already flown several trillion miles to the north. Finally, he hid near a place called Dragon Tooth Island. According to Su Longxiang's information, there were no large islands within a radius of several thousand miles. This Dragon Tooth Island was a nearby supply island. Su Longxiang had once stayed here for a period of time. The reason why Yi Qinghan chose this place was that the islands with venerables were very far away from this place. It was impossible for venerables to arrive in an instant. This was the first battle, so Yi Qinghan had to be more cautious. Everyone, prepare for battle. A day later, when a dragon boat was rapidly approaching Dragon Tooth Island, Yi Qinghan made his move. He flew toward Dragon Tooth Island and transmitted his voice to the Wind Emperor and the others in the War Imperial Palace. Chapter 885. The Dragon Tooth Island was not large. When the dragon boat approached, the shield of the island was instantly opened. Yi Qinghan could see the layout of the entire island at a glance. A team of warriors flew down from the dragon boat, led by a 6th-grade war god. They were all members of the Star Army. There were nearly 100 of them, including more than 10 6th-grade war gods, and the rest were 5th-grade war gods. Yi Qinghan did not dare to spread out his divine sense. He just quietly followed them into the island. There were dozens of pavilions on the island, all neatly built on the island. After the team of Star Army walked in, nearly 100 Star Army soldiers flew out from the pavilions and entered the dragon boat. Apparently, it was time to change shifts. Is the fiery dragon city lord in the Sea of Stars or not? What's the point of searching like this? Humph. This bastard city lord, if he hadn't been caught, I would have eaten his flesh alive. Because of him, I have to wander on the sea for a year every other year. My body is rusty. Next time you see His Highness, ask him to arrange for people to destroy the fiery dragon city again. Sure. Do you want to die? How dare you say that? Stop talking and go in. I haven't enjoyed myself for a year. I heard that a batch of cat girls was sent here. As the Star Army flew fast, they shouted unscrupulously. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan, who was following behind him, was burning with rage. He quickly stopped, afraid that they would sense his murderous intent. After calming himself down, Yi Qinghan followed them again and finally entered the building complex. Swish! A figure flashed out of the pavilion. The Star Army immediately knelt to a man in front of them and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Excellency." Well, rest for a year and continue the search. Pay attention next time. His Highness will be back from the Soul Emperor Pavilion soon. If anyone dares to slack off again, don't blame me for being rude. This person was obviously a 7th-grade war god. Yi Qinghan observed with his naked eyes and estimated that this person was at most in the upper 7th grade. He was greatly reassured. The 7th-grade war god's body flashed and disappeared into a room. The Star Army immediately rushed toward the largest pavilion. Yi Qinghan did not follow. Instead, he quietly snuck into the loft of the 7th-grade war god. There were many rooms in the loft, but only one of them was tightly shut. Evidently, he was alone. After that, Yi Qinghan began to search the nearby rooms, but there was no one there. When he walked into the largest pavilion that the Star Army had just entered, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. In the hall of the room, nearly 100 soldiers of the Star Army were inside. Apart from them, there were also hundreds of women. The women were all naked, and the soldiers of the Star Army were all naked. They were actually having sex in the hall in broad daylight, and they were a group of promiscuous people. On the floor, on the tables, on the chairs, and on the walls, there were naked human figures everywhere. The scene was extremely erotic, and even a little disgusting. Because he actually saw several cat girls licking each other, and several men licking each other. Is this Star Army the offspring of wild beasts? Yi Qinghan did not dare to look anymore. He was afraid that his murderous aura would be accidentally exposed. He forcefully suppressed the urge to vomit and began to search the surroundings. In the end, he confirmed that there were only this group of warriors, a 7th-grade war god, and several servants on the island. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Yi Qinghan did not have any scruples. He rushed into the hall, roared, and waved his hand. The Wind Emperor, dozens of experts, and dozens of demonic beasts all appeared on the scene. All of them had their divine energy and demonic energy in their bodies. The weapons in their hands were shining with cold divine weapons. Each of them and each demonic beast targeted different warriors and violently attacked them. When the Wind Emperor and the others appeared, Yi Qinghan's body instantly disappeared, and then he quietly flew to the side to watch the battle. The battle in the hall was not fierce. Rather than a battle, it would be more accurate to call it a massacre. One side was ready to attack and suddenly appeared. The other side was the most relaxed state of mind. In an instant, all the warriors were killed. More than 100 divine gems floated in the air, and dozens of catgirls were also implicated. The number of people on Yi Qinghan's side was almost the same as that of the Star Army, and their strength was generally much higher. 49 demonic beasts, all at the peak of the 6th grade, and the Wind Emperor was more familiar with the 7th grade realm. Who could resist each one of them? Swish! How dare you! The 7th grade war god was instantly awakened. He immediately rushed out and roared at the hellish scene in the hall. However, he did not move forward. Instead, he quickly retreated. The enemy had a 7th grade war god and so many peak of the 6th grade. He was not a fool. Of course, he chose to escape and send a message at once. However, as he flew through the air, he suddenly bumped into something. Then, he saw a hand emitting a white stream of air. It was like the claw of a demon. It appeared out of thin air and easily crushed his divine crystal. How could you be a venerable? Before the 7th grade war god died, he stared at the face that was plastered all over the star sea, and said in disbelief. Yi Qinghan had the origin energy, and suddenly appeared. He subconsciously thought that Yi Qinghan was a venerable. City Lord, what's in your hand? Master, how could you have the origin energy? Except for Tian Qin and the other two, who had already seen it, the rest of the people looked at the white air current in Yi Qinghan's hand in shock. They looked at the cyan figure in the sky and the lifeless body falling down. They could not believe it. What are you waiting for? Do you want to die? Destroy this island for me. Go. Yi Qinghan did not explain and shouted in a deep voice. Everyone quickly came to their senses. However, dozens of soul slaves grabbed the 20 surviving catgirls in their hands. Yi Qinghan glanced at them indifferently and did not blame them. The Wind Emperor made the first move. His divine energy transformed into a giant palm and slammed down on the buildings. Rumble. With a series of loud noises, all the buildings were razed to the ground. The heart formation stone of the island's barrier was also destroyed, and the barrier on the island dissipated instantly. Swish! Yi Qinghan quickly flew down. Then, he grabbed countless heads from the ruins and quickly placed them on an empty ground. Finally, he ordered all the catgirls to stop resisting and put them into the War Emperor Palace. Then, he activated the escape form and dashed away. Buzz! Less than an hour after Yi Qinghan left, the sky above Dragon Tooth Island trembled, and a venerable teleported out. Then, several venerables teleported over one after another. When the Peach Blossom Venerable teleported over, the entire Dragon Tooth Island was surrounded by countless Star Army soldiers. There were more than 10 venerables inside, and all of them looked terrible. The Peach Blossom Venerable swept his eyes across and saw the countless heads on the ground. His expression also instantly became extremely unsightly. These heads were arranged according to some special patterns and finally formed 2 big words: revenge. Many things were transmitted through countless communication jade talismans. The star sea shook again. After that 7th grade war god discovered the Wind Emperor and the demonic beasts, he immediately sent a message. Now that these people had severed limbs, it was easy to see that many people had died at the hands of the demonic beasts. The 2 big words of human heads on the ground were more like a blatant declaration from Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was still in the Star Sea, and he still dared to openly kill the Star Army. It was one thing to kill people, but he still dared to leave words. Countless venerables and experts on Dragon Tooth Island felt like they had been slapped heavily in the face again. Yi Qinghan was clearly taking revenge. He was clearly declaring war on the entire Star Sea. Search, mobilize everyone, find him, and then crush him into pieces. All the venerables were enraged. They opened up their divine senses and teleported in all directions. Countless messages were sent to the nearby martial artists, god bandits, and the Star Army. The Star Sea was instantly stirred up. Chapter 886. The entire Star Ocean began to move. Countless people gathered in the direction of Dragon Teeth Island. Li Tian Royal Highness was far away in Supreme Island, and there was no one in charge of the Southern Sea. However, countless warriors and god bandits were rushing towards Dragon Teeth Island. Yi Qing Han had thoroughly infuriated them this time. The Star Army represented the Star Ocean. Killing people was not a big deal, but using a human head as a sign was an undisguised provocation. It was an undisguised declaration of war. The experts of the various prefectures who roamed the Starry Sea did not belong to the Starry Sea, but the people of the various islands and the god bandits who roamed the Starry Sea all year round took pride in the people of the Starry Sea and the Starry Sea sovereign. Li Kong sent people to destroy Flame Dragon City. They did not feel that it was wrong to harm the innocent. They only felt that they were proud. The Star Ocean was like a powerful lion. They did not feel that it was overboard when they stepped on others. However, if a wild wolf howled at it, it would be infuriated. In just half a month, the number of experts near Dragon Teeth Island had reached several billion. With so many people and over 10 paragons, they had turned the 5 million kilometers of sea region around Dragon Teeth Island upside down. However, Yi Qing Han had mysteriously disappeared. No one discovered any trace of him. Even the warriors and demonic beasts under him could not find a single strand of hair. This made everyone feel flabbergasted. Logically speaking, even if that Imo Xiao Xiao came to help him and teleported him, with so many paragons rushing over from all directions, it should be impossible for them to not find any trace of him, right? 2 months later, the 18 paragons gathered at Dragon Teeth Island again. They had been searching continuously for 2 months. This made them mentally exhausted. Since they could not find him after 2 months, it would be futile for them to continue searching. Hence, everyone decided to guard Dragon Teeth Island and wait for news after the thorough search by several billion warriors. Peach Blossom, where exactly is this convenient in-law of yours hiding? A minor god king could actually avoid the search of so many people? Truly awesome. Venerable Flying Snow had a mischievous expression. Looking at the helpless Venerable Peach Blossom, he started making fun of him. Paragon Peach Blossom's expression instantly turned ashen. He glared and furiously roared, "This daddy doesn't have such in-laws. Old man Flying Snow, if you dare to continue making such jokes, I'll definitely fall out with you." The venerable ones beside them quickly came over to smooth things over. They had not found Yi Qing Han yet, so if their own people were to cause a ruckus, then they would become a laughing stock. A brown-skinned paragon said, "All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Fei Shue, if you are angry, don't vent it on Taoyuan." Finding that little bastard made everyone uncomfortable. "Let's find him." "Find him? How do we find them?" Fei Shue's snow-white hair fluttered in the wind. Her face was filled with anger as she said, "With so many people, even a flying bird can be found. This little bastard, could it be that he flew into the sky or entered the ground?" Sigh, the few venerables sighed deeply. With such an intensive search, it was impossible for anyone to hide in the spatial artifact. This meant that either Yi Qing Han had already escaped from under their noses, or he was hiding somewhere. But where else could he hide? Many venerables sat cross-legged. They no longer thought about it and began meditating. Venerable Flying Snow and Venerable Peach Blossom helplessly closed their eyes and waited for news. 3 days later, the 18 venerables opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes were filled with excitement. They could feel their communication jade talismans vibrating. What could possibly happen at this moment that could send a message to them at the same time? There was only one thing: they had discovered the whereabouts of Yi Qing Han. Nevertheless, when everyone took out their communication jade talismans, the expressions of the 18 venerables turned ashen. Especially Venerable Flying Snow, whose expression was so black that water could be seen. The 18 of them glanced at each other before disappearing from Dragon-Tooth Island. That's right, they had indeed discovered the whereabouts of Yi Qing Han. But the location was several 100 million kilometers away on Flying Rain Island. The scenery within Flying Snow Island was too beautiful, causing every pavilion to be extremely expensive. Venerable Flying Snow's clan had a huge population. Hence, he arranged for all the branch family disciples to stay on Flying Rain Island. But it was at this moment that something happened on Flying Rain Island. An hour later, all the venerables teleported to the Flying Rain Island with all their might using their divine power. Flying Rain Island was already surrounded by the Star Army and the nearby experts who came after hearing the news. After Venerable Flying Snow teleported over, he saw a scene that nearly made him explode. All the pavilions on Flying Rain Island had turned into ruins. The public square was filled with human heads, and there were still two huge words, revenge. What made Venerable Flying Snow let out a sigh of relief was that the majority of the civilians on Flying Snow Island were fine. Very few of those Heaven God Realm God Generals and God Kings died. Most of those who died were the protectors on the island. They were all God Emperors, a total of 700 to 800 of them. Clearly, Yi Qing Han did not kill these weak civilians. But this seemingly benevolent action of Yi Qing Han deeply infuriated Venerable Flying Snow. In the eyes of Venerable Flying Snow, Yi Qing Han was looking down on him. He furiously looked around before roaring out, "Fei Li is dead. Get the hell out of here. All the people guarding Flying Snow Island are dead." Venerable, young Master Fei Li led a team to Dragon-Tooth Island half a month ago. He took away more than half of the 7th grade war gods. A subordinate immediately reported and explained. Before Venerable Flying Snow left, he asked young Master Fei Li to guard Flying Snow Island. He also left behind more than 10 7th grade war gods, including 3 peak 7th grade war gods. Who would have thought that young Master Fei Li would take these experts away, leaving behind only 5 7th grade war gods to guard the island? The 5 7th grade war gods received the news when something happened on Flying Rain Island, but they did not dare to leave Flying Snow Island. They were afraid that Yi Qing Han would bring his men to Flying Snow Island once the protective barrier was opened. Wouldn't Venerable Flying Snow kill them when he returned? Idiot! The venerables by the side sighed. They immediately teleported out and started searching with Flying Rain Island as the center with their divine senses. Venerable Flying Snow was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He slapped this subordinate and sent him flying. Then, he quickly gave a few orders and teleported in all directions. The warriors on Dragon-Tooth Island received the news here. They immediately formed a fan shape and surrounded this place. A team of warriors was formed every few dozen kilometers. Every team had an expert with the law of space. They spread out and searched like a net. But, they searched for a month. There was still no news. Yi Qing Han mysteriously disappeared in the Starry Sea. 2 months later, in the south of Flying Snow Island, more than 300 warriors of the Star Army were massacred. Their heads were arranged into 2 big words, revenge. 3 months later, in the vicinity of Dragon-Tooth Island, a team of Star Army was attacked. More than 300 warriors died. They only managed to kill one of Yi Qing Han's subordinates. More than 100 warriors escaped. 4 months later, in the border between the South Sea and the West Sea, a search team of more than 600 warriors was massacred. Not a single one escaped. Yi Qing Han's crazy massacre and strange whereabouts shocked the entire Starry Sea. It was said that even Venerable Li Kong was infuriated by the news from Venerable Island. Countless venerables from the North Sea, East Sea, and West Sea began to rush over. countless warriors of the Star Army began to gather in the South Sea. 7 months later. After a few years, the Soul Emperor Pavilion's treasure hunt ended. Just as young Master Li Tian walked out of Soul Emperor Island with a disappointed expression and a pile of ordinary treasures. He had received countless messages. The most recent one was from an island 5 million kilometers away from Soul Emperor Island where the Star Army was stationed. It had just been massacred by Yi Qinghan and more than 500 warriors of the Star Army died. Li Tian raised his head and looked at the blood-red sea. After carefully reading the message, he grinned. However, this grin was incomparably ferocious. His eyes revealed a fighting spirit as he looked up at the sky. His body revealed a boundless killing intent as he laughed cruelly. Very good. Yi Qinghan, you have guts. I'm not afraid of you killing people. I'm only afraid that you won't attack. The more people you kill, the more you will incur the wrath of the Starry Sea. I'd like to see how you fight against the entire Starry Sea alone. Now, let's have some fun. Chapter 887. Li Tian didn't rush to the island immediately, not because he was afraid of Yi Qinghan. He had 27th grade war gods with him, and 5 of them were at the pinnacle of the 7th grade. Moreover, they were super bodyguards specially trained by the Supreme Island to protect important people. They were experts in joint attacks, and even a supremacy wouldn't be able to kill them in a short time. After staying in the Soul Emperor Pavilion for a few years, he didn't know much about the outside world. He needed to understand the overall situation, so he had to consult Supremacy Li Kong. He didn't reap many treasures on this trip, but in the past few years, his state of mind had undergone a huge change. Yi Qinghan continued to attack, and he even said that it was for revenge. It was obvious that he wouldn't stop anytime soon. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry and brought his men to the Supreme Island in the Flaming Lion chariot. The colorful shield outside the Supreme Island was still shining, and the island was still in a sealed state. Li Tian and his men charged into the deep sea and teleported to the Supreme Island. He was very calm this time, and he even smiled at the guards on the square. The guards were shocked and thought that they saw the wrong person. "Father, I'm back." In a small hall, Li Tian saw Li Kong. Although he also knelt on one knee, he had a faint smile on his face, and he was much calmer. Not bad. Li Kong still looked like a Maitreya Buddha. He was gratified to see Li Tian and praised, "You've improved. It wasn't a waste of my effort to withstand the pressure and let you go out to train. Thank you for your effort, father. I've learned a lot. One will never grow up without going through hardships." Li Tian's eyes were filled with battle intent. He looked into the sky and said slowly, "This time is an even greater challenge in training for me." "Great!" Li Kong shouted, not concealing his joy at Li Tian's transformation. He waved his hand and threw out a token. "Other than the Supreme Island, you can command everyone in the Star Ocean. Regardless of success or failure, just remember to stay alive." "Thank you, father." Li Tian stared at the token in his hand. He knew that he had finally gained the recognition of Li Kong. Previously, the star token was a one-time use token. However, this one was permanent. There were only 3 of such tokens in the entire Star Sea. It represented the will of the Star Sovereign and could command the masses in the Star Sea. The smile on Li Kong's face began to freeze, and his expression became solemn as he instructed, "Remember a few points. First, this is your subordinates' trouble. It's fine no matter how much trouble they make. We can't interfere. I interfered previously because of your incompetence, and you didn't leave any evidence. That was why they couldn't move the people from Supreme Island. Yi Qinghan was killed by you because he was incompetent. The Misty Continent won't have much of a reaction. Similarly, if you were killed by Yi Qinghan, I wouldn't be able to do anything for you. Secondly, the Misty Continent didn't do anything. It was fine to do it once, but if it was done twice, the Misty Sovereign wouldn't do anything, but that crazy woman Diao would definitely secretly send people to do it. At that time, the Starry Sea would definitely fall into chaos. If you incur the wrath of the monarch, no one can save you. Thirdly, there are experts in the Fire Dragon Plane. Don't send people to die. Settle the battle between you and Yi Qinghan in the Starry Sea. Since he chose to start the battle, his personality could be seen from various information. He won't let this matter rest. In the end, either he dies, or you die. Go, I hope you won't disappoint me. Li Tian knelt down and kowtowed to Li Kong 3 times. Then, he turned around and strode outside resolutely. He was very clear that this was the biggest challenge of his life. If he succeeded, his mental state would undergo a perfect transformation, and he would have the chance to reach the peak in this life. If he failed, he might be permanently dispirited, or die. When Li Tian arrived at Peach Blossom Island, a new battle situation appeared. 2 teams of Starry Army were slaughtered, and more than 1,000 people died. The 2 battles started tens of millions of miles apart. Over 20 supremacies and tens of billions of Starry Sea martial artists were toyed with by Yi Qinghan. When the main force went to the south, Yi Qinghan started slaughtering in the east, west, and north. When the main force went to the place where he slaughtered, he appeared from another place. Every time he slaughtered, he chose a precise target. It was always a team of Starry Army with less than 1,000 people. Moreover, each team had at most 1 7th grade war god. Teams with 2 7th grade war gods would never make a move. Li Tian studied all kinds of information on Peach Blossom Island for several days and finally confirmed a very strange thing. Yi Qinghan could teleport. In other words, Yi Qinghan could evade the detection of everyone's divine senses and disappear quietly. What made Li Tian slightly relieved was that Imo Xiaoxiao didn't appear. The combat strength of Yi Qinghan's subordinates was calculated. 1 7th grade war god, over 66 grade pinnacle experts, and over 26 grade experts. There was another point that Li Tian couldn't figure out. According to the description of the escaped martial artists, it seemed like Yi Qinghan had the ability to kill a 7th grade war god instantly. Li Tian snorted disdainfully at this point. Every aspect of Yi Qinghan's information showed that he was only at the Divine King realm. Even if he was a soul cultivator and had a soul-devouring beast, it was already heaven-defying for him to be able to kill a god emperor. The might of a god emperor was a barrier that Divine King realm martial artists would never be able to overcome. Even a soul cultivator at the pinnacle of the Divine King realm could at most kill a 5th grade war god. In the history of the Divine Realm, the only freak that appeared was the Soul Emperor. With a treasure, he suppressed a venerable at the pinnacle of 7th grade. Ordinary venerables wouldn't dare to confront him head-on. If Yi Qinghan could kill a 7th grade war god with his Divine King realm cultivation, wouldn't he be several times more freakish than the Soul Emperor? This definitely subverted the concept of martial artists. Of course, Yi Qinghan could kill a 7th grade war god. Furthermore, for close to a year, Yi Qinghan led the Wind Emperor and the rest to battle from north to south. The few times Yi Qinghan attacked, the Wind Emperor and the rest had already raised his strength to the level of a venerable. If Yi Qinghan didn't attack, every time he attacked, he would definitely kill a 7th grade war god. Over the past year, the number of 7th grade war gods that died in the hands of Yi Qinghan had already reached close to 10. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was leading the Wind Emperor and the rest towards the north. In the past year, he had killed thousands of martial artists and caused chaos in the entire South Sea of Stars. However, Yi Qinghan didn't have much arrogance on his face. Instead, he became even more taciturn. He was very clear that the reason he was able to kill so many experts so smoothly was not because of his strength. Yi Qinghan didn't explain the misunderstanding of the Wind Emperor and the rest. He knew very well that he was still a god king, just a slightly abnormal god king. He didn't think that he had the strength to kill a 7th-grade war god casually. If he were to face them head-on, even an ordinary god emperor could easily kill him, let alone a 7th-grade war god. It was true that he had origin energy, but this origin energy couldn't compare to a venerable. A venerable could instantly use origin energy. However, he had to control his divine sense with incomparable difficulty, and move the origin energy from the bridge in the Sea of Souls into his body. Every time, it took a long time, and there was no guarantee of success. There was even one time when his soul trembled so violently that his concealment technique was exposed. Fortunately, at that time, he was a little far from that 7th-grade war god, so he immediately used concealment technique. If he didn't have concealment technique, any god emperor would be able to kill him before he could move the origin energy to his palm. Origin energy couldn't be kept in the body forever, or else it would easily dissipate. If it was stored in the soul, the Sea of Souls could continuously nourish the origin energy. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan's origin energy was too little, and could only cover his palm. The origin energy of a venerable could cover his entire body. They were simply not on the same level. Chapter 888. After moving stealthily for several days, Yi Qinghan arrived at the East Sea. He stopped and sneered at the south. Continue your search in the South Sea. I won't play with you anymore. East Sea Stellar Army, I'm coming. Yi Qinghan was very clear that these few operations were largely due to the efforts of those spies. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Guyu was walking the guerrilla warfare route of Grandpa Mao. However, there were too many people in the South Sea of the Stars. If one walked by the river often, one's shoes would be wet one day. Yi Qinghan understood this, so he spent more than 4 months rushing to the East Sea of the Stars. The East Sea of the Stars was about the same size as the South Sea, but there were 2 more main islands. Of course, there was Rain Butterfly Island, which was close to the ethereal continent. It had always been independent and did not listen to orders from either side. The other 4 main islands were close to the South Sea and lined up in a straight line to the north. There were many small islands to the north of the main island, and they were densely packed. The South Sea was in chaos, and the East Sea had sent many people there. Therefore, Yi Qinghan did not encounter a large search party in the East Sea. Recently, because of the commotion caused by Yi Qinghan's matter, there were fewer cultivators from the various continents coming to the Starry Sea to adventure. Along the way, Yi Qinghan only met a few dozen groups, which he avoided. Finally, Yi Qinghan stopped at an uninhabited deserted island. He needed to find an absolutely safe place, such as the mysterious spirit's cave abode, to ensure his escape route, and then start the battle. Millions of people from Fiery Dragon City had died. He swore a divine emperor blood oath that he would make the Stars Sea pay 100-fold. He was not making empty promises. He was prepared to use many years to accomplish this magnificent feat that would forever be recorded in the history of the divine realm. He wanted to kill 100 million experts to pay tribute to those who died in Fiery Dragon City. He did not contact anyone from Rain Butterfly Island. Although Yinling, and Upia Piao were trustworthy, he did not want to owe anyone. He still owed Yinling, 2 favors, and she was too strange, even, somewhat abnormal. He did not want to interact too much with her. Wind Emperor, come out. Let's go find Myriad God's cave. Yi Qinghan wasn't familiar with the Eastern Sea, and he didn't have any spies. He could only rely on himself and let the Wind Monarch come out. Then, the 2 of them dove into the deep sea. There were many Myriad God caves in the Eastern Sea, but given the Wind Emperor and Yi Qinghan's strength, they didn't dare to dive too deep. They only dared to linger in the depths of the sea within 1,000,000 meters. If they went any deeper, the demonic beasts and spirit beasts would be extremely powerful. The two of them weren't confident that they could escape unscathed. Master, all the nearby myriad god caves have been explored. A few with restrictions have been destroyed. There are too few isolated cave abodes like the mysterious spirit cave abode that still have restrictions. The reason why Myriad God Cave is called Myriad God Cave is because there are either no cave abodes or at least 10,000. The Wind Emperor sighed helplessly while Yi Qinghan's face was also filled with helplessness. There were too many cultivators searching for treasures in the stellar sea. They had explored the depths of the sea for millions of meters. In many cave abodes, even the ordinary gems used for illumination had been dug away. There were also many places that Yi Qinghan could clearly see had restrictions, but the heart formation stones had all been dug away. It would be harder to find a place like the mysterious spirit cave abode. The two of them wandered the stellar sea for a few more months. Finally, Yi Qinghan had no choice but to take out the communication jade talisman to send a message. The target of the message was Enling. Yi Qinghan chose to trust her, who was also a fiery Dragon Nation citizen. Although the two of them had conflicts in the past, they got along well. Most importantly, Enling didn't do anything out of line with him in the divine world. Moreover, Enling was the princess of Rain Butterfly Island. It was very easy for her to find out such information. The reply came very quickly. There were only 2 words: wait for me. Enling started to use the information on Rain Butterfly Island and started to investigate. Yi Qinghan gave up and rested with Wind Emperor in a secluded cave abode. He had been working very hard for the past year. He had to calculate many things. This wasn't a game. One wrong step and he might die. The news came very quickly. A few days later, Enling sent a message. There was a cave abode that was very secluded. The restrictions inside were intact. Even the spirit beasts inside were controlled by Yu Duanfei. Yu Duanfei was the only one who knew the most important location of this cave abode. Yi Qinghan was very excited. After asking for the location, he immediately went in that direction. This cave abode was millions of miles west of Rain Butterfly Island. It was also a separate Myriad God Cave. There was a deep-sea whirlpool nearby. Ordinary dragon boats wouldn't go there. After 2 months, Yi Qinghan rushed to this cave abode. If it wasn't for Enling giving the location in detail, Yi Qinghan wouldn't have found it. This cave abode was only tens of thousands of meters away from the deep-sea whirlpool. Yi Qinghan felt that his body would drift in that direction uncontrollably. The cave abode was very secluded. The entire underwater mountain was surrounded by purple ancient vines. Yi Qinghan searched for a long time before he found the entrance to this cave abode. The cave entrance was very small and could only fit 2 people at a time. As Yi Qinghan moved, origin energy revolved around her hand as she slowly walked in. The deeper he went, the wider the passage became. There were also gems that started to illuminate the passage. Wang. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan was repelled by a nameless restriction in front of him. His evasion technique failed. He quickly retreated in shock and used his evasion technique again. Swish. The restrictive spell suddenly lit up, and a black figure appeared in the passageway. She was wearing a tight black leather skirt, and it wrapped around a voluptuous body that made people's hearts beat faster. Her chest stood erect, revealing half of her dazzling white skin. She had a face that was as beautiful as a fairy from a painting. However, she looked around in confusion. Young Lady Ling, I haven't seen you for many years. You are even more charming. Yi Qinghan quickly revealed himself and smiled faintly. He didn't want to tease Enling. He knew that she liked women. He said this because he needed her help. He was just flattering her out of courtesy. When Enling saw Yi Qinghan, she revealed a strange smile. She revealed her neat white teeth and said, "Oh. Is that so? Ling is very honored to be praised by the famous city lord Yi in the Star Sea. Sigh, I am just a stray dog. Am I not here to seek refuge from young Lady Ling? Yi Qinghan's attitude was very humble. Yin Ling was a little abnormal. He didn't dare to provoke her. Yin Ling let out a string of bell-like laughter. She suddenly winked at Yi Qinghan. She turned around and walked in while swaying her plump buttocks. Hee, come in and talk. Don't worry. I am the only one in this 100 Harmony cave dwelling. My Empress Mother built a short-distance teleportation formation. Apart from my Empress Mother, no one can come here. I lied to my Empress Mother to come here for seclusion. 100 Harmony cave dwelling. Yi Qinghan felt a chill. He had a strange thought. Coming to find Yin Ling, this time, was a wrong decision. Chapter 889. The Lily Cave abode was huge, much bigger than the Xianling Cave abode. It was also beautifully decorated. Clearly, this was where Yu Duanfei would rest when he had nothing to do. Yi Qinghan placed the dozens of demonic beasts in a small hole. Then, he followed Yin Ling, to the left side of the cave abode. There were many small rooms on the left side. Yi Qinghan placed the soul slaves there. When Yi Qinghan released the soul slaves, many of them flashed out with a cat girl. Yin Ling's eyes lit up when she saw these cat girls. However, when she saw them being carried by the soul slaves, she revealed a disgusted expression. Many of the soul slaves' eyes also lit up when they saw Yin Ling. However, Yi Qinghan's eyes turned cold. He immediately found a room and walked in quickly. Before Yi Qinghan and the others could go far, the violent panting of men and the moaning of women could be heard in the room. Yi Qinghan's face turned gloomy. He wished he could castrate these bastards 100 times over. He glanced at Yin Ling and saw her looking at him with a smile. Cough, cough. Miss Ling this cave abode has a nice view. Yi Qinghan was even more embarrassed. Although these cat girls were trained to be sex slaves, he did not object when the soul slaves captured them on Dragon Tooth Island. After all, these soul slaves' souls were very suppressed. It was fine to let them release some pressure. However, Long Ling did not know about this. If she thought that he was robbing a good girl, it would be embarrassing. Yi Qinghan was a person with principles. For example, on Flying Rain Island, according to the Wind Emperor, he should have killed everyone. However, Yi Qinghan did not do it. Although many of the millions of people in Fiery Dragon City died unjustly, they killed innocent people indiscriminately. They were worse than beasts. He could not learn from them and be beasts. Of course, the Star Army did not actually cause any harm to Yi Qinghan. But Yi Qinghan thinks that since you're here to search for me and kill me, I'm not afraid of you. Then I can kill all of you. This was not some great principle. This was just Yi Qinghan's principle. He liked to do things according to his own principles. Yin Ling didn't dwell on this matter. She led Yi Qinghan to the right side of the cave mansion. The scenery on the right was even more beautiful. Along the way, the gems inside glowed with different colors at intervals. The decorations in the hall were also very gorgeous. Yi Qinghan felt as if what he saw was not a cave, but a luxurious mansion. Young Master Yi, this place is not bad, right? The two sat down in a small hall. Yin Ling lowered her head and poured tea for Yi Qinghan. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan was sitting opposite her. From this corner, he could clearly see Yin Ling's two perfect balls. He could even vaguely see the two red spots inside. This place is very good, very beautiful, and very big. Yi Qinghan secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and subconsciously continued the conversation. Yin Ling raised her head to look at Yi Qinghan. Then, she lowered her eyelids and revealed a faint smile. She said with a sweet smile, how about I show you more carefully? Ahem. Ahem. Yi Qinghan's face turned as red as his buttocks. He scolded himself in his heart. We're both beautiful, but I'm so weak. Thinking of Er's eccentric character, Yi Qinghan was afraid of offending her, so he hurriedly covered it up. Well, today's weather is very good. Oh. By the way, Miss Ling, didn't you say you have a spirit beast? Why didn't you see it? This spirit beast must be very ferocious, right? The smile on Er's face deepened. She looked at Yi Qinghan with a meaningful gaze. Her luscious red lips parted as she said, this spirit beast was subdued by my queen mother and locked in a cave. It is indeed very ferocious, just a bit more ferocious than young Master Yi. Looking at Er's beautiful smiling face and her meaningful gaze, Yi Qinghan felt even more scared. He quickly calmly laughed, Miss Ling is too humorous. It seems that all the young masters in this world will be charmed to death by Miss Ling. In my opinion, the entire realm of the gods will be alarmed if the Rain Butterfly Island's groom selection is held. Oh. I wonder if it can charm my dear young Master Yi. Suddenly smiled. Then, she stood up and put her hands on the jade table in front of her. She put her face in front of Yi Qinghan. Her breasts were exposed once again. Her mouth exhaled a fragrant scent, which made Yi Qinghan's blood boil. The evil fire in his lower abdomen soared without limit. Yi Qinghan was frightened. He wasn't afraid of facing billions of experts from the Star Sea. However, he was afraid of this eccentric If he hadn't known that liked women and hated men, he would have done it directly. However, he understood this point. The more acted like this, the more afraid he was. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. What if he got castrated by this woman when he was about to do it while stripping naked? The broken body of a god-level expert could be condensed again. However, if that thing was broken, what if it wasn't as good as before? Yi Qinghan didn't dare to gamble and begged for mercy. He didn't dare to look at Er's breasts anymore. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, Young Lady I'm afraid of you. I was wrong. Please don't make trouble, okay? The famous young Master Yi in the divine world is actually afraid of a little girl who has just broken through to the divine king realm. If this gets out, the people of the divine world will laugh their heads off. Knew when to stop. She sat back with an indifferent expression as if nothing had happened. This made Yi Qinghan secretly feel that it was a close call. If he had been impulsive just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After calming down, Yi Qinghan asked, when will young Lady Ling return to the Rain Butterfly Island? Raised her eyebrows and said, this is my place, right? Can't this lady stay here? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Cough, cough. Yi Qinghan almost spat out the tea in his mouth. He revealed a bitter expression and said, it's not good for a man and a woman to be alone. It will damage young Lady Er's reputation. Gave him a contemptuous look and said, I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? You, afraid that you can't control yourself? Or afraid that I can't control myself? Moreover, this Lily Cave mansion is not controlled by me. You can't come in at all. That's right. Young Master Yi, why don't you go back to the Misty Continent? Since you have the ability to come here under the siege of billions of experts from the Star Sea, I think you can go back to the Misty Continent easily, right? Go back. Yi Qinghan revealed a cold smile. Of course, he could go back easily. He even saw the coastline of the Misty Continent several times, but he didn't go back. He stood up and said coldly, 1 million people of the Flame Dragon City died because of me. I swore a divine emperor blood oath that I will make the star sea pay 100 times the price. If I don't kill 100 million people, how can I go back to the Flame Dragon City to worship the souls of the dead? The destruction of the Flame Dragon City is a slap to the face of the people of the Misty Continent. If I don't get back at them, how can I face the people of the Misty Continent? Er's eyes flickered as she leaned forward again. Her chest was faintly discernible. She looked at Yi Qinghan affectionately and said, "Dear young noble Yi, you are so outstanding, so radiant, so chivalrous and tender. You are better than all the other young nobles in the divine world. How can Ling choose a husband in the future?" Fall. Here we go again. Seeing the light in Er's eyes and the teasing smile, Yi Qinghan's expression changed greatly. He ran away while waving his hand, saying, "Young lady forget what I said just now. Don't play anymore, or something bad will happen. I'm going back to sleep, don't send me off." Chapter 890. Yi Qinghan planned to rest for a while in the Lily Cave abode. After a year of continuous battles, Yi Qinghan was mentally and physically exhausted. At the same time, he knew that the experts in the Star Sea were all excited. If he continued to stand in the limelight, he would be easily killed by the waves. Therefore, he decided to let the tens of billions of experts in the Star Sea run for their lives for a while to wear down their spirits. Then, when they were mentally exhausted, they would continue to fight. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy retreats, we harass. This was Mao's tactic again. Yi Qinghan used it happily. Of course. Recently, he had fun with The soul slaves in the cave abode also had fun with the cat girls. Er's character was very strange. Rather than strange, it was more like a little abnormal. She was very open with her words and even bolder than Yi Qinghan. Every time she saw Yi Qinghan fleeing, she would let out a rippling laughter, as if she had won a great battle. Yi Qinghan knew her background and had heard Yu Piao talk about it secretly. On Rain Butterfly Island, Yin often played with the young masters on the island until they were half dead. Now, no one dared to approach her. Yu Duanfei was also worried about his daughter's abnormal character. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was dancing on a sharp knife. He was in pain but also happy. Flirting with was very exciting and erotic. But it was also very stifling. He could only watch but not play. There was no place for him to vent his lust. This pain was a kind of torture. Of course, even if he let Yi Qinghan play with her, he really did not have the guts to do so. He also strongly controlled himself. "Miss I plan to go out to sea tomorrow. I have rested for half a year, and it's about time. It's time to go hunting." Under the pink light, held a transparent white jade cup and drank a cup of wine that was as red as blood. The wine had a slight viscosity. After drank it, there was a long line at the corner of her mouth. It made Yi Qinghan feel tempted and disgusted. He thought to himself, this woman is getting more and more perverted. Pulled a snow-white handkerchief over and elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth. She then faintly said, "Oh. Young Master Yi, don't die outside this time, okay? Ha! Yours truly has 9 lives. How can I die so easily?" Yi Qinghan said nonchalantly. Possessing the evading technique had boosted his confidence tremendously. Being able to play with billions of experts in the palm of his hand had made him more and more confident in his evading technique. Over the past year, he had been constantly using evading technique. His speed had already reached its maximum, and he was also incomparably proficient in using evading technique. Waved her hand and giggled, "Hee, don't worry. If you die, I will take care of your wife for you." F***ck. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes. This was Enrich plan. However, he had been alone with Enrich for half a year, so he wasn't angry anymore. The angrier he was, the happier she would be. It wasn't worth it. Looking at Enrich's smug expression, Yi Qinghan couldn't help but blurt out, "How about Miss Ling, you become my woman? This way, you will have the chance to seduce Qingqing and the others. Didn't you say that you like to play together?" Ha! Enrich was slightly surprised by Yi Qinghan's sudden outburst. In the past, it was always her who teased Yi Qinghan, but today, it was the other way around. Yi Qinghan had the guts to tease her. Enrich wasn't angry. On the contrary, her face revealed a faint charm. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yi Qinghan. She swayed her plump buttocks and walked towards Yi Qinghan step by step. Her pace was very slow, but her posture was swaying. The charm on her face became more and more intense. Her pearly white teeth bit her red lips from time to time, and her whole body emitted a kind of seductive aura. Yi Qinghan began to swallow his saliva. His body kept retreating. However, since he had already said it, it wasn't in his character to give in immediately. Moreover, any normal man would subconsciously wait and look forward to such an erotic thing. Gulp, gulp. Yi Qinghan's body leaned against the wall, and he had nowhere to retreat. At the same time, Enrich's two jade-like arms coincidentally reached out and hugged his neck. Her hot body pressed against his chest, and her plump breasts tightly pressed against Yi Qinghan's chest, causing his blood vessels to swell. Then, he looked at Enrich's face in horror. She slowly moved closer to him, and the fragrance in his nose made his breathing even more rapid. However, Enrich's face suddenly stopped when it was half a foot away from him. Just like that, without any movement, her pair of beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Yi Qinghan's evasive gaze and awkward expression with interest. The corners of her mouth slowly curled up. It was the smile of a cat teasing a mouse. It was the smile of a victor, and it was a kind of invisible mockery towards Yi Qinghan. Mother***, uncle can endure it, but aunt can't. Yi Qinghan was about to beg for mercy, but when he saw Enrich's smile, he couldn't bear it anymore. He stretched out his hand that was leaning against the wall, and instantly grabbed Enrich's waist with one hand, while the other hand was placed on the back of her head. Then, his hot and wild lips covered hers. Boom! Both Yi Qinghan and Enrich's mind exploded at the same time. Both of them were just playing around, and they had never thought of doing it for real. When Yi Qinghan's lips covered hers, both of them were dumbfounded. So soft, so sweet, these were the only words in Yi Qinghan's mind. Since he had already made his move, he might as well say it out loud. Thus, he exerted all his strength to take it. His two powerful hands quietly slid down, and one of them covered that plump and supple butt. His other hand, however, retracted into the black leather clothes. After which, it quietly moved upwards and lifted the thin undergarments. After which, he grabbed a slightly trembling lump of soft and enormous thing. F***ck, so big, so soft. Yi Qinghan's head was completely dizzy. He didn't care about anything else, and used his hands and mouth to greedily take it. Oh, Enrich's head was also dizzy. She felt dizzy as if she had drunk a few cups of strong liquor. A strong masculine scent was transmitted from Yi Qinghan's mouth through his rough hands, causing her to feel even more dizzy. She was born on the Hidden Island, and the customs of the Hidden Island were very promiscuous. She had made love with countless women, but this was the first time that she was played by a man in such a domineering manner. She felt as if there was a strange taste. It seemed that she had never had such a taste when she was playing with a woman. This taste was very special, very stimulating, and very exciting. Wait, a man. Enrch's eyes suddenly opened wide. Seeing Yi Qinghan's extremely enjoyable face, she remembered the disgusting faces of those men on the hidden island. Her body suddenly emitted a chill, and a dagger appeared in her hand out of thin air. Then, she forcefully stabbed towards Yi Qinghan's lower body. F***ck. Yi Qinghan immediately felt danger the moment Yinling opened her eyes. When he saw the dagger in Yinling's hand, he was so scared that his soul left his body, and his body quickly dodged to the side. But his speed was still too slow. The dagger slid across the robe behind him, and a piece of cloth floated up. Blood splashed out, and Yi Qinghan's shining white buttocks were instantly exposed in the air. It was badly mutilated, and the contrast of red and white was extremely eye-catching. Pervert, crazy woman. Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart with a hoarse grin. But seeing Yinling brandishing the dagger and chasing after him, Yi Qinghan quickly ran away. He directly rushed to the room where the soul slaves lived, and kicked open the door. Seeing that the Wind Emperor was making out with a cat girl, he couldn't help but become even angrier, and loudly shouted, "Play, play. Play your sister, you only know how to play every day. All of you, come out, let's go, and follow this young master to kill." Chapter 891. Yi Qinghan was filled with anger. He led everyone and the demonic beasts to hide. He started to look for a suitable target to vent his anger on the Star Army. There were many star armies. They could be found on countless islands in the Star Sea. Before the Supreme Island was sealed, the Star Monarch had great control over the Star Sea. Although the island was sealed, Honorable Li Kong did not recall the Star Army. He only told the Star Army not to care about the Star Sea. As long as they did not provoke the Star Army, it would be fine. Yi Qinghan's target was the Star Army teams that were guarding the countless bases. There were not many people in these teams. Each team only had about 100 people. They were usually led by god emperors and 6th-grade war gods. Occasionally, there would be 7th-grade war gods in important bases. They were not very strong. However, because of the name of the Star Army, no one dared to provoke them. However, it was different now. Yi Qinghan not only dared to provoke them, but he also dared to kill them. He knew one thing. Even if he killed all the Star Army outside the Supreme Island, the Star Monarch would not make a sound. If the people below made a fuss, the Star Monarch would deal with it. He would not abandon his identity and come to kill him personally. Of course, it was different if Yi Qinghan foolishly went to the Supreme Island. Reality proved that Yi Qinghan's guess was right. Yi Qinghan made a fuss in the Star Sea for a year and killed thousands of people. The Supreme Island did not make a sound. At least, they did not show it on the surface. Although Li Tian represented the Supreme Island to a certain extent, as long as the Supreme Island did not make a move, Yi Qinghan had nothing to fear. When they were looking for a cave abode to hide in, Yi Qinghan and the Wind Emperor had already found out a lot of information about the island. They did not think too much and escaped toward the inner sea. A Moon Queen. Yi Qinghan reached the center of the East Sea. He was 100 million miles away from the Lily Cave abode. Yi Qinghan locked onto a small team. This team would wander around the area once every 10 days. It was obvious that they were doing a perfunctory search. Yi Qinghan waited outside the island for 3 days. Finally, the island's barrier opened. Yi Qinghan chuckled and did not attack. Instead, he quietly entered the island. There were a few other people on the island, all of them at the Divine King realm. They were the servants of the Stardust Army. Wind Emperor Tianqin, prepare 5 people and capture all of these god kings alive. Remember, seal the divine crystal immediately. A few god kings sat in the hall and chatted idly. The Stardust Army had gone out for routine scouting, so they had been very relaxed these few days. Hey, did you guys hear? Recently, His Highness has been angry again. After searching for half a year, that devil, Yi Qinghan, has actually disappeared again. Is this person a ghost? He suddenly appeared and then disappeared. What kind of divine ability is this? So many people actually can't find him. I'm guessing that this devil must have obtained an ancient god's secret manual. Isn't there a light god among the 10 ancient god clans? He has an unimaginable divine ability. He can fly up into the sky, burrow into the ground, and is omnipotent. It would be great if I were as powerful as him. Unfortunately, I don't know how long it will take for me to cultivate to the God Emperor realm, the 4 god kings sighed emotionally. For warriors of their realm, even a 5th grade war god was so far beyond their reach, let alone Yi Qinghan, who had fought the Star Sea alone. Buzz! All of a sudden, the 4 of them tensed up and sensed danger. They immediately circulated their divine power and wanted to take out their communication jade talismans. They knew that those who could sneak into the island were all supreme experts. They did not ask for anything. They only wanted to send a message. However, although they were fast, the speed of the Wind Emperor and the others was not something they could compare to. In an instant, the 4 divine crystals were sealed. Only then did Yi Qinghan reveal himself and leisurely sat in front of the 4 of them. Then, he smiled warmly and said, "Hello. I guess the 4 of you know me. You are the demon. Yi Qinghan. It's him. He looks exactly like the portrait and can appear in an instant. Spare us, my lord. We are just servants, not the Star Army. I have a family of a few thousand people. My grandfather is still breastfeeding. Oh, no, my grandson is still breastfeeding. My grandfather is hundreds of thousands of years old and can't walk anymore. They all need me." The 4 of them naturally recognized Yi Qinghan. If Tian Litian had suddenly appeared here, they might not have recognized him. However, Yi Qinghan's portrait had been hung all over the Star Sea. Not just the Star Sea, but Yi Qinghan's name and portrait had basically spread throughout the divine realm. In particular, the people of the Misty Continent, the younger generation, all regarded him as a hero and idol. Fighting the Star Sea alone, regardless of whether he succeeded or not, was enough to make the blood of countless young martial artists on the Misty Continent boil and worship him. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had easily killed thousands of people under the hands of 10 billion experts. Yi Qinghan did not care about the gazes of the 4 people, nor would he be happy that he had become a celebrity in the divine realm. He was only doing what he was supposed to do, fulfilling a vow that had to be paid in blood. "Alright, listen to me." Yi Qinghan smiled warmly, but in the eyes of the 4 people, it looked like the smile of a demon. As expected, Yi Qinghan's next words sent a chill down their spines. "You all know that I never show mercy when it comes to killing. I can't even remember how many people I've killed, and I don't like to waste my breath. You have 2 choices, Wu Shan, come out." Along with Wu Shan's appearance were 4 crystal cards. The numbers on the cards were so dazzling that the 4 of them felt dizzy. Yi Qinghan said, "The first choice is to become his sole slave. I guarantee that within 10,000 years, I will release your soul fires. These are your first payment. If you do well, you will receive 10 times more in the future. The second choice is to send you around the Netherworld realm for free. Please choose." The answer was within everyone's expectations. These people were here to do chores for the god stones in the first place. After Wu Shan accepted the 4 soul fires, everyone began to swagger around on the island. Several days later, the Star Army returned. They were caught off guard by Yi Qinghan's concealment. Especially when they saw Yi Qinghan's subordinates, they were all scared out of their wits. Not a single one of them escaped. Another row of heads appeared in the open space on the island. "The situation is tense, retreat." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and shouted in an ostentatious manner before disappearing in front of the four God King realm cultivators. Not long after, Li Tian received the news. He didn't ask the venerables from the South Sea to rush over, but only asked the venerables from the East Sea to start searching. He then gathered all the venerables from the South Sea to the Peach Blossom Island. Yi Qinghan has appeared in the East Sea. I'm sure all of you have received the news. Li Tian's face was very calm, without a trace of anger. His eyes shone brightly from time to time, making everyone feel that the pressure from His Highness was getting heavier. The 20-odd venerables didn't say anything and just nodded their heads. They were all secretly guessing why Li Tian didn't go to the East Sea, but gathered everyone here instead. Li Tian remained silent for a while before he continued. Based on the information from various sources, I'm guessing that Yi Qinghan has mastered a secret skill that allows him to turn invisible and hide from our divine senses. If we don't think of a way to crack this secret skill, even if we go to the East Sea, we will still be fooled by him. All the venerables still didn't say anything and nodded their heads at the same time. They all understood these things. Moreover, they had already thought of many ways, but they were all ineffective. If they didn't chase after him and allowed Yi Qinghan to kill them, the Star Sea would be greatly embarrassed. If they went after him, at least they would have a chance, right? Chapter 892. So, we're going to the East Sea this time, but our goal isn't to kill Yi Qinghan. We're going to use all sorts of methods to find out more about him and his secret skill. We're trying to figure out a way to break his secret skill. As long as his secret skill is broken, he'll be a toothless beast. We can crush him easily. Oh. Your Highness. What do you mean? What do you need us to do? Venerable Peach Blossom's eyes lit up. All the other venerables nodded with interest. Li Tian became excited when he saw the passion in everyone's eyes. What did this mean? It meant that His Highness Li Tian was very capable. He waved his hand and said, "It's simple. Firstly, we'll spread the net and cover the entire East Sea with our spies. We'll throw memory bugs everywhere. I don't believe that Yi Qinghan can remain invisible for a few months or years. Secondly, doesn't he like to kill the Star Army? Kill him. Let him be arrogant, let him be arrogant. When he thinks that we can't do anything to him, when he's arrogant and complacent, when his mind isn't clear, it'll be his death. Thirdly, we'll set up a trap. All the venerables will conceal their divine power and hide in the base. We won't chase after him, but wait for him to come to us. If we attack immediately, he'll definitely die. All right. Your Highness's strategy is really good. You're truly the disciple of Venerable Li Kong. Your Highness is right. Let's see if that little bastard is still alive. I want his corpse to hang in the Star Ocean for millions of years." All the venerables stood up and cheered for Li Tian, although many of them were bootlicking him. But His Highness Li Tian's plan was indeed comprehensive. After they became venerables, they were used to solving problems with brute force. They hadn't used their brains for a long time. Once Li Tian's plan was mentioned, everyone started thinking. The more they thought about it, the more feasible they felt it was. Li Tian stood up happily. His entire being was filled with heroism. He naturally exuded a disdainful aura as he laughed. All right. Let's follow the 3 steps for now. Everyone, go and arrange your subordinates. Remember to keep it a secret. We must use the most trustworthy subordinates to execute the plan. The day Yi Qinghan dies, I will definitely return to the Supreme Island and ask for your reward. His Highness Li Tian waved his hand, and the 10 billion experts of the South Stellar Sea and more than 20 paragons began to rush towards the East Sea. Countless dragon boats and war chariots covered the sky, as if they were going to start a war with a major faction. The dragon boats didn't move very fast, and there was a dragon boat every few dozen miles. They formed a net and swept toward the East Sea. This was Li Tian's usual routine. Of course, Li Tian purposely did this for Yi Qinghan to see. Actually, over at the East Sea, millions of experts had already gone over and started to make arrangements. Yi Qinghan was killing happily. By the time Li Tian and the rest arrived at the East Sea, Yi Qinghan had already attacked more than 10 islands. More than 10,000 Star Army soldiers had died in his hands. Yi Qinghan's name as a demon once again resounded throughout the entire Stellar Sea. In the eyes of ordinary martial artists, Yi Qinghan had already become an 8-foot tall, 8-foot wide, 3-headed, 6-armed Azura king who ate people alive. There were even many residents of small islands who started to use Yi Qinghan's name to scare disobedient children, however. More than a month ago, Yi Qinghan used his blood to leave behind a sentence, and it once again caused Yi Qinghan's name to spread throughout the divine realm. I use my blood to announce to the world that if His Highness doesn't die, or if he doesn't collect 100-fold debt of blood, he will never return. Along with this sentence, there were a total of 100 heads, and similarly, the word revenge was written on it. The meaning was very clear. Of course, this was only for the big families and factions who understood what had happened. Yi Qinghan was announcing his determination to the entire divine realm. Needless to say, His Highness was referring to Li Tian, 100-fold debt of blood. Those who understood what he meant would understand that Yi Qinghan wanted to kill 100 times the number of people to take revenge for those who died in Flame Dragon City. These words were very arrogant. If he used human heads, it would be a provocation to the Stellar Sea, a hidden declaration of war. Then this sentence would be a complete declaration of war. Moreover, he clearly stated that he wanted to kill Li Tian. There were only 3 people who could be conferred the title of His Highness, and they were all conferred by the 10 Supremacies of Supremacy Island. They represented the new generation of elites of Supremacy Island. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire divine realm was in an uproar. The morale of the ethereal continent was greatly boosted. With the secret spread of the Soul Devourer Manor and Longyang Manor, Yi Qinghan's deeds were known by everyone in the ethereal continent. To outsiders, this was Yi Qinghan's arrogance. To the people of ethereal continent, this was pride. When Li Tian heard these words, he had already arrived at one of the main islands of the East Sea, Shatian Island. He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed heartily. The guards in Supremacy Shatian at the side thought that His Highness had gone mad from anger, so they quickly consoled him. I'm not angry, I'm happy. Of course, if it was me 10 years ago, I would definitely go mad from anger. Li Tian stood up proudly, looked at the translucent light barrier in the sky, laughed a few more times, and said, Yi Qinghan, he's too arrogant. He's starting to go mad. He's been blinded by victory. His death isn't far away. Ha! The people nearby were shocked. Supremacy Shatian pondered for a moment, and his eyes lit up. He slammed the table and stood up, laughing loudly. Yes. His words are very arrogant, and he has sealed his own path. If he doesn't achieve this goal, he can only stay in the Stellar Sea. Ha! He thinks he's merciful and doesn't kill martial artists below the God Emperor level. How long does he need to kill 100 million people? His death isn't far indeed. Yi Qinghan was indeed a little arrogant. He kept telling himself to stay calm, but as he continued to win and kill the stellar army easily, a godly monarch had the entire Stellar Sea in the palm of his hand. A godly monarch had the entire Stellar Sea and dozens of supremacies in the palm of his hand. Unknowingly, a trace of arrogance appeared in his heart. This trace of arrogance slowly settled, and it started to turn into arrogance. Therefore, a month ago, he left a message on the island. There were dozens of spies all over the Eastern Sea. Yi Qinghan had a feeling that he had the entire Eastern Sea in the palm of his hand. The whereabouts of the experts pursuing him were easily discovered. Yi Qinghan also easily snuck away in advance. Before he was surrounded, he would escape far away, and no one would be able to find him. However, what he didn't know was that the countless times he was at the bottom of the sea, when he was exchanging dragon bloodstones, had already been secretly recorded by the omnipresent memory god bugs. He had bought a lot of dragon bloodstones through spies, but the rule of exchanging every 10 days had already been grasped by Li Tian. The pattern of his whereabouts had also been deduced. In addition to the supremacies of the Eastern Sea, more than 30 supremacies had snuck out. After guessing the next step that Yi Qinghan was going to attack, they concealed their auras and waited for Yi Qinghan to walk right into their trap. And, we're almost done. If we continue to play, something might happen. Wind Emperor, let's do it again. How about going to the Southern Sea or the Northern Sea? Yi Qinghan happily transmitted a message to the Wind Emperor, and the two of them came to an agreement. The two of them discussed and prepared to kill another group of troops before returning to Lily's cave abode. After resting for a while, they would start to change locations. He also knew that something might happen if he played for too long. It was better to be careful. In the south of the Eastern Sea, Yi Qinghan had locked onto an island. Recently, he didn't kill the Star Army or the experts who were searching outside. There was a barrier on the island. If he sneaked in, it would be very easy for him to kill. Moreover, because of the barrier, he wouldn't be detected by the people nearby. All the recent operations were targeted at this island. Buzz! The barrier on the island opened, and a group of Star Army flew out. Yi Qinghan didn't hesitate and sneaked in quietly. Then, he flew towards the pavilion in the center of the island. However, he didn't know that in a secret room on the island, a white-haired elder suddenly opened his eyes. His face was filled with cruelty. Chapter 893. Yi Qinghan remained incomparably careful. He concealed himself as he entered the island. It was just that he did not know that there were many small restrictions on the island. These small restrictions did not have much use. Furthermore, the person who triggered them would not know. Because these restrictions ranged from a speck of dust in the air to a leaf on the ground. They were all very natural things. But the moment someone touched them, the person controlling the restriction would immediately know. There were still a few simple pavilions on the island. This was the same layout as any other garrison island. But Yi Qinghan was still very careful. After searching through a few pavilions, he confirmed that there were only a few God King odd job servants. Only then did he let Wind Emperor and the others appear. He then prepared to develop a few more spies. When Wind Emperor and the others appeared, a white-haired old man in a secret room below the pavilion became spirited again. There was a restriction within this secret room. This restriction was very simple. It could only obstruct the divine senses of a martial artist, but he could clearly see the situation outside. Actually, there were not just these restrictions on the island. It could be said that the entire island was filled with all sorts of small restrictions. Furthermore, the more than 100 garrison islands within a radius of several million kilometers were filled with many small restrictions. Unknowingly, Yi Qinghan had already entered a huge net. And his luck was especially good. He just happened to step onto an island where a paragon was hiding. The expression of Paragon Flying Snow was filled with high spirits. But he did not move. He was clear that Yi Qinghan had fallen into his trap. But he did not dare to act if Yi Qinghan did not show himself. The moment Yi Qinghan showed himself, he would have contributed greatly to the Star Sea. So many people could not kill Yi Qinghan, yet he killed him and captured him alive. What did this mean? It meant that he, Flying Snow, was formidable. Amazing. Captured alive. That's right. The smile on Paragon Flying Snow's face became even wider. Right. He had killed all the subordinates of Yi Qinghan and captured Yi Qinghan alive. Then, they would slowly dismember him in front of all the cultivators in the Star Sea. This would greatly boost the morale of the Star Sea and humiliate the floating continent. Paragon Flying Snow immediately became delighted with his own thoughts. After that, he saw Yi Qinghan's figure faintly appearing through the seals. The light in Zhang Xian's eyes intensified as origin energy revolved around him. Without any hesitation, he teleported away. You have two choices. The first is to become his sole slave. Yi Qinghan smiled warmly and pointed at Wushan. He had made up his mind. After finishing this job, he returned to Lily's cave residence. After resting for half a year, he would continue to the South China Sea. After all, he had spies in the South China Sea. It would be a waste not to use them. Just like that, he floated around the East and South Seas until he killed 100 million people. But, halfway through his sentence, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He was very clear about this feeling. It was a sign that a fatal danger was approaching. He didn't think about where this danger came from. His body abruptly emitted many strands of God energy. He was prepared to evade at the first moment before escaping. He had never thought of entering the Combat Emperor Palace. The moment he entered the Combat Emperor Palace, he would be a live target. Since the enemy had come, he would definitely attack the nearby space, causing the space to fluctuate. From there, everyone in the Combat Emperor Palace would be forced out. Yet, his speed was fast, but Paragon Flying Snow was even faster. At such a close distance, Paragon Flying Snow was even faster. If he allowed a minor god king like Yi Qinghan to escape, he, Flying Snow, would be letting down his title as a paragon. Master. City Master. Wind Emperor Tianqin, Wushan, and the others felt danger too. But when their eyes swept over, they discovered that a white figure had suddenly condensed by the side of Yi Qinghan. His hand was grabbing onto the back of Yi Qinghan. His 5 fingers dug deep into Yi Qinghan's back. He was currently sneering at them. See, you are Paragon Flying Snow. Yi Qinghan felt a tearing pain coming from his back. Fresh blood spurted out. At the same time, his deity crystal was sealed. His god energy was too weak. Before Paragon Flying Snow, he could not even withstand a single blow. He was sealed instantly. Ha! Paragon Flying Snow laughed madly. The white hair behind him danced in the air. The smooth skin on his face became even redder. He raised his hand slightly, bringing Yi Qinghan in front of him. He did not care about Wushan and the others by the side. The edge of his mouth curled into a cruel grin. He guffawed, "It is this seat, City Master Yi. You should rejoice that you have landed in my hands. Otherwise, others will kill you immediately. This seat will let you live for a few more days. After that, I will let you skin you alive in front of the experts of the Star Sea." Ha 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 ha. Hong. The moment he spoke, Wind Emperor, Tianqin, Wushan, and the other 2 immediately unleashed their attacks. They did not use any weapons. Their hands were surging with god energy as they smashed towards Paragon Flying Snow. They did not care that Yi Qinghan was in his hands. How can a grain of rice compete with the sun and moon? Paragon Flying Snow laughed disdainfully. Now that Yi Qinghan was in his hands, the others could just die. With his left hand holding onto Yi Qinghan, Paragon Flying Snow teleported behind Wind Emperor. He turned his palm into a claw and grabbed towards the back of Wind Emperor. His target was the deity crystal of Wind Emperor. Xiao. Who knew that Wind Emperor seemed to have a premonition that Paragon Flying Snow would definitely attack him? That fist of his was just an illusion. Furthermore, before Paragon Flying Snow teleported, his body had already started flashing towards the left. At this moment, he was accelerating. He dodged very ingeniously, but he did not expect that Paragon Flying Snow's speed was too fast. Even though his deity crystal did not explode, his back was still clawed until it was a bloody mess. Hong! Paragon Flying Snow teleported. Tian Chen, Wu Shan, and the others could only attack in the air. The god energy of the few clashed against each other, causing an explosion in the air. Of course, it also caused the space to fluctuate. A ripple radiated out in all directions from the center of the explosion. Wang! What Yi Qinghan wanted was precisely this spatial fluctuation. When he felt an intense pain from his back, and his deity crystal was sealed, he immediately knew that something had happened. He began panicking. When a person faced death, even a saint would panic. However, there was something strange about Yi Qinghan. He had 2 souls. His 2 souls could be used at the same time or separately. At that moment, he could cause one soul to feel panic, fear, and worry. The other soul rapidly calmed down. He immediately began analyzing and thinking of ways to save himself. His god energy was sealed, and the one who sealed him was even a paragon. How could he save himself? The only way was to escape from the control of Paragon Flying Snow and hide. There was only one way to escape, and that was to cause chaos in the battlefield. How could he do that? That was to let his men and beasts out of the War Emperor Palace. Hence, when Yi Qinghan and Paragon Flying Snow spoke, they immediately asked Wind Emperor and the others to think of ways to make the space fluctuate. As expected, the space fluctuated intensely, causing the parallel space within the War Emperor Palace to fluctuate too. Several dozen soul slaves and beasts appeared. Everyone, don't care about me. Attack Paragon Flying Snow. Otherwise, everyone will die. Yi Qinghan's god energy was sealed, yet he transmitted using his divine sense. In such a desperate situation, he could not care so much anymore. He transmitted furiously to everyone. Wind Emperor and the others were naturally clear how dangerous the current situation was. If they did not save Yi Qinghan, nobody could escape. Even if they chose to escape, without Yi Qinghan's evasive technique and spatial deity weapon, where could they escape to? Since Paragon Flying Snow appeared, then there would definitely be many ambushers rushing over. The life and death of everyone depended on this moment. It depended on whether Yi Qinghan could escape from the control of Paragon Flying Snow.